Welcome back then. Apologies for the slight delay. An electrical issue for our previous producer, that of Howie, sadly lost all power, which means we've had to bring in our backup or one of our other producers who will be doing Through the Night, that of Ahmet Ohm, who will be joining us in the booth later on. A quick recap of what has happened. We had a bit of a delayed start due to several formation laps taking place. Not really much racing action that we've been able to see, because me and Tristan as well haven't seen a lot of racing laps at the current moment while we have been down, while Ahmet has been trying to get everything back up and running for you guys to watch in the virtual grandstand. So all we can tell you is there was an incident between the two leaders on the opening lap of the race. That brought out a full course yellow. The BMW that you've just seen on your screen as well was involved in an incident just before the full course yellow, dropping it down the order. We went back to green flag racing. We saw a huge impact for the Gowin Racing Ferrari through Blanchimont that sent it upside down into the wall and back across the circuit, which brought out the safety car for numerous of laps. And just as we went back to green flag racing, we then lost the power of Howie. So hopefully he'll be able to get that sorted ready for later on when he's back in the production seat for later on in the programme. But we have had, Tristan, several penalties coming through that we can tell you about. Cars number, and these are all drive-through penalties. So cars number 64, car 4, 27, 137, 888, 33 and 32 have all received a drive-through. Sorry, no, apologies. Car 137 didn't, so it's 64, 4, 27, 888, 33 and 32 have all had drive-through penalties for causing a collision or overtaking under full course yellow, which one of them has had. And then the 137 and the 78 have had a stop and hold 30 seconds. One for causing a collision during full course yellow or safety car, and one for an unsafe rejoin. So Tristan, plenty of penalties already have taken shape in this race. We've not seen that much green flag racing, but what we can say is for the majority of the time at the moment, it looks like while we've been changing over from Howie into Ahmet here, it has been green flag.
Yeah, it looks like we've been running now for a while, as per how things are so far looking. And, that's really good news, because it means that we should be ready to witness a couple good moments of racing action that we weren't unfortunately able to witness during the first hour and a half of this broadcast. Obviously mixed up with on-track issues such as the extended formation lap and the multiple full course yellows and safety car issues, and also the external issues, which obviously, like we already mentioned, with Howie, the other producer, just stepping down due to a minor electrical issue. But fortunately, we did have one of our other broadcasters, as we already mentioned, Ahmet, thankfully able to jump in, and we can bring the racing action back to you live. You have the GT Endurance Cup Europe for the 24 hours of Spa. As it currently stands, the race leaders have changed it up a bit. Rosso Esports, Andre Fajaro, he has been able to nail that car up into P1 for the time being, which means that the other drivers, obviously of Team Racing Point, have dropped slightly off of those top spots, and not actually too sure where they've disappeared to in the board. And I'm trying to have a bit of a look to see where they have dropped down to. Delta Racing GTD currently sits up in second, and so they're doing a great job at that. Delta Racing GT3 also currently sitting in sixth position, so a couple of mixes. But now we do obviously see quite a couple of our drivers coming into the pit lane. Yeah, Matthew, it looks like we might be experiencing one of our stint swaps. So a couple of drivers coming in to get those cars done and switched up. So 5 of our race leaders currently in. That's the Quadash Racing team right there. That's Tristan Engelstad. He's going to be getting out of that car. There's the Rosso Esports car as well, of the Mercedes, and then up in front, Delta Racing GTD. That's Douglas Souza, and looks like he's officially done and out of the BMW, ready to switch it out and pop another driver into the car. So great work there from those top drivers. Team HSK, who I believe we saw either their car, Matthew, or another one of their team members' cars, obviously having a bit of an incident early on in the race, but looks like they've recovered quite well if it is that car. Otherwise, they're just in general doing a great job. Currently sitting up in front, Thomas Solis leads that team, the number 77 in the Mercedes. Currently getting chased though by the Double Stint Racing team, so not too much of a clean air behind, so he's going to have to work for that one. And the Sahara XGT Motorsports team of Len Eisenhuth, he's also just behind in third position, so these 3 are going to be fighting quite a bit through the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, seems to be. So this is Curtis Inboard, your race leader, in the pro category at the moment, who is second place overall in this race. The number 57 coming down in towards Puon on the back of what looks to be the overall race leader as well. So good start at the moment. Good start to this coming back live, as there we see the Rosso Esports, who was running up in second place coming out the pits, and the BMW as well. So pit stop started to take shape. Will the teams change drivers or not? That's going to be the biggest question on everybody's mouths at the moment. Who is going to be in what car this time around as we enter into potentially the second stint? And Tristan, as we were saying before we went off air due to the electrical problem, was that the stint timers have been changed for all these drivers now due to the full course yellow and the length of the safety car. It's kind of delayed them pit stop, hasn't it? We know that the GT3 cars can roughly go over an hour, as here we see the number 16 Lamborghini looking to make a move on the BMW. Good move up at the hairpin there, so a nice job from the Lamborghini, getting past on the BMW up into another position. But yeah, the stint timers, we've gone now, what, an hour and 25 minutes into this race, so that's just these cars now with that fuel saving they've been able to do behind the safety car, just pitting a little later on.
Yeah, absolutely. So things have slightly changed up, which is definitely an important talking point throughout this race. That Mustang is deeply close to the other, to the Mercedes here of the Rosso Esports, and definitely fighting it out. This is a beautiful drone camera shot we've got on the outside. Here comes the Mustang trying to fight back at, I believe, the Rosso Esports car. And this is indeed what we're watching. It is indeed Rosso Esports versus that Bravo Snow car, which we saw fighting the bidding. Here comes Team Racing Point Red, the second team for the Lamborghinis. Obviously not the one that was leading in the first race. This is Red Team, not the primary team, but still putting on the fighting face and pushes the Rosso Esports Mercedes a little bit further down, and he's lost 2 positions in the last sector, and unfortunately that is a hard fight. There is a full course yellow though, which is quite concerning, so we've had a bit of an incident somewhere on track that we'll have to watch out for. That is a bit unfortunate, because Matthew, again, we are going to go to a bit of a slowdown. We do have a couple of our people in the virtual grandstand just asking for some requests. If we could possibly change the team names, the driver names to team names, which would also be great, just to see how our teams overall are looking like, and then possibly switching over to class positioning instead of overall, and we'll see if we can get that done for you. So team names are back on the timings board, and there we officially have our class positionings back in. So into full course yellow we will go, but the Sahara X GT Motorsports car will be sitting up at the top, Vortex in second, and Rising Panda Racing currently sitting in third. So 2 Prime drivers, 2 Prime teams, have worked their way into the podium spot. Simcast Racing Team also doing an incredible job there. Matthew, the AM driver, in the number 10, gets himself up to 4th and leading the AM class. So great stuff on the board. It's definitely worked out better for some in this rather odd start to the Spa 24 hour.
And I'm just wondering if they've pitted in this race, because they are running quite well, like you say. And I'm just wondering if some of the Pro-Ams have pitted in this race at the moment. Obviously, we are, 1 hour, 27 minutes into this this 24 hours of Spa race, so we'll see if there's more pit stops to come. If anybody's coming round that does need to pit towards the pit lane now would be the time to get in under the full course yellow, while the traffic out on circuit is rather slow. Obviously, due to the fact they have to stick to their delta times and have to apply the pit limiter to go around at slow speeds under full course yellow. So now would be the time to pit if teams are close to the pit lane and can get in.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be a crucial moment in that full course yellow, because if you can get into the pit stop during a full course yellow, you are indeed going to be losing a little bit less time, like Matthew's already mentioned, under that full course yellow provisioning. And so good time to get that car in, get some new sets of rubbers on, some new fuel in as well, and try and push a little bit closer to what you would expect to be due to that full course yellow, obviously reducing the total time that you lose inside of the pit lane. So for the time being, things have obviously switched around. Team Racing Point currently sits 10th position with Gabriel Razone. He obviously led this race in the initial stinting of the start, and obviously Bravo Snow's down currently 11th. So obviously coming back after the power cut, we came, I believe, in the middle of the pit stop strategies, which is why things looked a little bit confusing. So I do think that Team Racing Point currently sits around about the provisional pole marking down in 10th position. I do think Sahara X GT Motorsports all the way down to Team Racing Point in 9th position, which is another team. That's the starting team, that Team Racing Point. I think Sahara XGT all the way down to Team HSK Motorsports will still need to come in to serve pit stops, I believe, as we do see a couple of drivers. I think another one there from the Apex Predator Racing coming in now to get another pit stop done and dusted. So our drivers who were fighting in the beginning are somewhat still near each other. The Delta Racing car of Douglas Souza has also recovered onto the backside there of the Rosso Esports car. He obviously dropped off in the beginning side of this race due to a bump off of track, but obviously gotten back onto the marks just behind, which is great to see. And he's got the Impact Sim Sport SBR of Daniel Struxa just behind in 15th position. And I believe Impact a little bit of support as well from the virtual grandstand from Corbin Lenaway, a familiar name that we've also seen in some other leagues. So pushing some support there for the Impact Racing team. They currently sit in the Mustang down a bit further. And we'll have to wait and see when this full course yellow is going to come to an end. Matthew, I mean, the previous one that we had didn't last very long. This one seems to be going a little bit longer. And so hopefully we will see an end to it soon so that these drivers in the 10th position spot can continue fighting for the positions.
Very interesting to know what brought out the full course yellow is here. Well, look, we've seen the BMW looking to try and go side by side with the Mercedes. Now, you can't overtake under full course yellow. The pit lane does remain open, though, for drivers and teams to come into the pit lane. But you cannot overtake under that full course yellow being out on the circuit. So we'll keep our eyes on what happens throughout the course of this race. But yes, Corbin Lenaway and everybody, welcome into the virtual grandstand. Familiar name, like Tristan's just said, from other things that me and Tristan commentate on. And we sadly only have an hour and a half of Tristan left to go in this first stint. He's back though. He's got plenty more hours left under his belt in this 24-hour race here at Spa-Francorchamps. But another full course yellow, just delaying proceedings here. And once again, Tristan, if you remember, there was several teams that started from the pit lane. This again just helps them out. Just go that little bit deeper into the stint.
Yeah, absolutely. That pit lane start will obviously give a little bit of an advantage, but the biggest thing to always remember is that we are still in a very large-scale race, and coming down to like the last couple of hours, those times are not going to be too relevant that we obviously saw in the beginning with the fuel timings being different. I think it played a massive role to the initial pit stops, which is obviously coming up now, that we already saw most of our drivers completing their first pit stops, and the rest of them still will have to come in, and those obviously starting in the pit lane will have a slightly longer task at hand in which they can actually stay out on track because they've got a little bit more left in the tank. And so that's going to be a big talking point, but we can't really analyze the advantage as of the time being until we obviously see it. Like we mentioned, most of the time drivers start in the pit lane in the case of trying to avoid incident, or whether they're maybe new to a 24-hour format race, they rather start from the pit lane in order to not be involved in the heap of chaos. And so most of the time they're not in any case going to be trying to threaten the podium in much of a way. So that advantage isn't going to be too crazy depending on that factor. But good news is that the full course yellow is officially coming to an end. So we do get the pull away, and there we see the Mustang up in front has officially gone. That's the Double Stint Racing team just in the background that we are currently live with, but Bravo Snow up in 11th. They currently lead this little pack in the middle. So Team Racing Point Red, Rosso Esports, Delta Racing GTD, Impact Sim Sport, SBR, all in a long train in the middle of the field here, going up a Rouge. Will now be neck and neck with each other, trying to get the positions.
And the BMW there just a bit further forward of Delta Racing tried to get the jump over the Rosso Esports in towards the source. Couldn't do so though, as they now come down towards down the Kemmel Straight again. You can see in the foreground there that Rosso Esports Mercedes-Benz trying to just warm its tyres up a little bit more after that virtual safety car, kicking up a lot of the gravel on the inside of Le Comte. And they come through. This is what we believe is potentially the leading pack in this race when the pit stops all figure themselves out. But we'll have to wait and see as this race does start to go on and develop throughout the course of the day. And yeah, we're into 7:15 now UK time. So we are, I believe, I don't know if we've got the timing of what time it is, circuit time out there. But we're going to be getting into, or we're going to be heading towards that nighttime sort of phase where the track will just change for these drivers out there, won't it? The braking points will change, the visuals will change in terms of what they're looking at as their braking markers to try and get these cars through the night. But for now, we've got the the Delta Racing team coming under pressure a little bit now from the Impact Sim Sport, who goes for a move, looking up the inside in towards Stavlo. Can't make the move there, backs out of it, but it definitely just looked to try and make a lunge.
Yeah, definitely so. And just falling out of that battle to try and obviously not cause any kind of incident so early on in this massive 24-hour race. But yet again, putting the pressure, the Simcast, not the Simcast, apologies, that is going to be the Impact SimSport team on the backside of Delta Racing GTD. Douglas Souza still stays in the car, so it looks like he might be double stinting it because he started this race as well. So potentially trying to pull a little bit longer because the first stint, in my opinion, I don't really think you can classify it as a proper stint. We spent so much time under weird regulations that the drivers didn't really get that adrenaline rush of completing a full complete stint. So a couple of them will decide to stay out, maybe change up their strategies a little bit based on the awkward starting procedures that we had to encounter. So, like Matthew mentioned, we do believe that this is going to be your leading pack when all the pit stops have adjusted. But obviously, with those pit stop starters, things might change. But again, we can't really see that at this point in time. So we'll have to wait and see. There we also get a neat classification list. Currently on the left-hand side, so Sahara GT still leading Project 91 in the pros, just in second, Team Racing Point in third currently, and your Pro-Ams, but not talking about that for the moment because here comes a potential overtake. Team Racing Point Red on the outside of Bravo Snow, coming out of the exit of the Kemmel Straight, and into Sector 2 they will go. It's going to be side by side between the Lamborghini and the Mustang, but the Mustang just getting up ahead, closing the gap very hard on Team Racing Point Red, and here comes Rosso Esports. They've got the speed advantage and potentially looking as we get a slight bit of coverage from the trees here, but it looks like all has pretty much remained the same between this fighting pack a bit further. Delta Racing GTD still feeling the pressure from the Impact SimSport team as well in the background. So lots of switching going on here, Matthew, and I potentially we will be seeing a bit of position changes between this potential leading pack.
Seems to be at the moment, I believe the timing tower is reading us wrong because Rosso Esports are third on the back of this pack, and them two in front are pro drivers, which is not the Sahara GT team. So, in fact, no, ignore me. I'm reading it wrong, so ignore me. No, the timing tower is right. It was me who was reading it wrong. But a great little fight there in the middle pack here. Impact SimSport still trying to get past that of the Delta Racing car. In towards Stavlo they go once more. That Ford Mustang, we know how good the Ford Mustang is on iRacing, on the iRacing platform, so it's an interesting one to see what it can do here. Open setup obviously, and we know that the bot files kind of favour the Ford Mustang at the moment, but it's driver ability as well that can also win you a race and claw that time back. You can see them just getting closer, further forward. You can see that trio of cars battling it out as Daniel, they're just looking to the inside to the bus stop chicane. Thought better of it. Here is the Rosso car. The Rosso Esports car being driven by Andre Fajardo. Coming down in towards La Source he goes. Just trying to get onto the back. Good little fight though out front already from these three. Who were just trying to duke it out for position. Sorry, Tristan. Just trying to duke it out all for P5. But the strategies are kind of all over the place that we don't really know at this moment in time who is where.
No, exactly so, and it's also good to see that we've got fighting all over the pitch, because down in 19th currently, the Prism Motorsport Pro team is under huge pressure from Project 91 Racing Team. That's down 19th currently, and there we can see it coming into La Source. It is going to be a dive bomb from the Project 91. Great recovery from this team. They had a really unfortunate start for both of their Porsches, but this time around the 91, which is actually Michael Frey, who had the incident at the start of this race, has started to build back a little bit more momentum. Remember that during that safety car, during our Part 1 live stream, he was allowed to get past and unlap himself as per the stewarding rules, and that really has helped him because he's back up into 20th position right now, 19th, apologies, with the Prism Motorsport Pro team just falling off slightly. But here comes the second attack from the Lamborghini. There's a little bit of a bump there as they go elbow to elbow, and there might even be potential contact. Almost another over the nose spin coming there from the Prism Motorsports Pro team on the Project 91 Porsche up in front, and it's really starting to get tight between our drivers here. You can see the flashes coming from the Lamborghini. Not too happy with how that section went between the two drivers. Just for speed, looks to just also get past down in 26th position. They get past the Paul Bodding Motorsports team as well. Back up on our leading pack potentially. There's the Just for Speed, who's just gone ahead of the Aston Martin behind of Paul Bodding Motorsports in the Pro-Am class. So the Am driver just getting past for the time being. But back up to our potential leading pack in 11th position. We do see a change because Bravo Snow has gotten ahead of Simcast Racing Team as they come into the pit lane now. Apologies about that. And looks like Team Racing Point Red might also switch things up. So lots of things going on around the track, which is great to see that we haven't seen a complete run around as we're seeing a potential dive from Team Racing Point Red on Russo Esports coming up to La Source.
Yes, indeed, as they come down the wall to the start-finish straight now then, and that Mercedes-Benz has managed to get itself in front for the time being. Here's the Aston Martin with Impact looking to the outside of that. That is the number 10 car of the Simcast Racing Team amateur team car this. That is the AM running car that is second currently in the AM classification, so going pretty well, but he's obviously... and this is what I was saying earlier, wasn't it, about that differential in the pace between the pros and the AM drivers or teams out there. You've just seen the difference in it there with the AM driver just losing out quite comfortably to the two pro cars. Doesn't necessarily mean that they're slow drivers, but this is the difference from multi-class and multi-tier racing in the fact that the three different categories out there on track that you're seeing have also got this traffic to worry about and fight for, because they're going to want the best positions they can for their category in this race. So going to be an interesting way to see how this one plays out throughout the night, that is for sure. But you can see there Vortex leading Pro-Am, the 967 iRacing team leading AM, and that of Sahara XGT Motorsport lead in the pro category. But yeah, everything a little all over the place at the moment, as that is a BMW going slow. And I believe that is possibly a back marker there. Didn't see a change on
I think so.
The timing tower next to me. So yeah, as we were, and we continue to go around at the moment. The Ronin car, not far behind that of Simcast as well. So that's going to try and look to make another position and get onto the back of the pro drivers a little bit more in this race as it goes on here at Spa.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, things are just going to continue to change up as we are approaching the 22-hour mark, almost 2 hours fully complete around circuit, currently on board with the Aston Martin of Paul Botten Motorsports, currently with Joseph Okopian in the car. And he again has been, I believe, double stinting it. He was in for the previous stint, and now he's jumping in, still remaining in for stint number 2. So going to be out on track still for a slightly more extended period of time. With the Just for Speed car up ahead that he's just lost the position to, and now obviously working his way to potentially try and win that position back. And just looking at the live timings tower just for potential positions, obviously it's always going to be lit up between that battle for 10th, because that is our current leaders who are trying to fight it out. But we do also have the battle for 24th currently. Rusty Spatula's GTEC team, Cal Pavani, and he's holding off from DSP Esports of Simone Girotti. That's in 24th currently, and probably going to be heading into bus stop soon. And there it is. Rusty Spatula's unfortunately losing out now to that the team just up ahead, and actually just holding off still. But a lot of pressure being placed in the small pack of fighting with everybody just neck and neck within the battles. There we see the DSP Esports team in the Ferrari 296, I believe, is the car in focus for 26th position. Apologies, our live timings doesn't actually show the symbol of brand, so just based on what I'm seeing, I do indeed see the focus on the 296. So that's the 296 on the outside with the Just for Speed on the inside. So he's actually lost out majorly there, because Just for Speed's just gotten up ahead into 25th, and the rest obviously fighting around the pack. So a long train leading down into a Rouge for the time being. Just for Speed up in front on the backside of Paul Botting is potentially going to be making an overtake now coming up a Rouge. You can see how close it is between these three cars, and it's all coming down to exit now into the Kimmel Straight that will go. The better run through that you get, the higher chance you have of potentially making a dive bomb. And obviously, in addition to that, with the drafting, here comes the inside pull line for the Just for Speed team. Is it going to be on the inside of Paul Botting? And hopefully they keep it clean, and indeed they do. But Paul Botting goes slightly a little bit deeper in, and looks like he's going to be able to keep it just up ahead of the Just for Speed team. Just behind again is DSP Esports Racing, who's trying to keep within the wake of Just for Speed, but struggling to keep up with the two front runners for the time being, and falling back slightly. And now behind them, nearly on pace, has gotten past the other Paul Botting Motorsports team. And so that battle has just transcended even further, because it's now four-way with the driver behind who's just managed to chip into the blocks.
Yeah, and it's a really good, interesting fight at the moment. Like I say, the battle's just starting to develop, and because we've had so much green flag racing, bar that minor full course yellow, This has allowed these battles to now start to develop in this race, and this is allowing the teams and drivers to just, like we said, get into that rhythm and finally find the flow. And bit of an incident there. The Rosso Esports car was all sorts of sideways coming through the bus stop chicane. That is the Bravo Snow. The Delta Racing BMW's just got ahead, as did, I believe, Impact, who got ahead of Delta Racing,
Impact.
and the Lamborghini was involved there as well. So not sure what happened on that. We'll hopefully try and get a replay of what has just turned out at the bus stop chicane. But the Rosso Esports car was definitely sideways on the rear end for a moment.
Yeah, definitely so. A bit of an odd one there for the Rosso Esports. There we get a little bit of a chip back. We can hopefully go a little bit further back. I believe it was on the exit of the bus stop, just going a bit 4 wide. So here we have it coming into the bus stop. The Rosso Esports a little bit in the middle of it all. There's the SimSport on the outside, and it's a tap on the inside from the Racing Point Red team. And obviously that just gives Rosso Esports car a bit of a spin around, but good recovery from the red Mercedes to keep himself pointed forwards. But he does unfortunately lose the position there to the team Racing Point Red, and going to have to work back towards that one just on the backside of them, as well as Ronin PT. They've also joined in. Nuno Magales in 13th has joined in on that battle. And so things are going to start to get even harder now. But overall, leading that battle is obviously Bravo Snow, and quite a long wake of cars behind. Team HSK is behind him, with Impact SimSport just behind as well. Delta Racing, Team Racing Point Red, Rosso Esports, and Ronin PT. So basically, all the way from 7th down to 13th is one long train of cars that are going to be fighting each other for the remainder of this one. That battle down in 24th still remains the same, with Nelly on pace now, just about to put the pressure on DSP. A bit further as well, down in 35th. It looks like 967 iRacing team have dropped off the board a little bit. So a little bit of an error coming there from the 38th position currently, which is the 967, now down to 40th. So definitely a bit of an incident.
3 wide at the moment, coming down towards Blanchimont. The Lamborghini wants to try and make it 4 wide as they all filter through. The BMW and Mercedes-Benz split the Lamborghini. Now the Lamborghini might look up the inside at Blanchimont, gets a terrible run. That's put Rosso Esports on the back. But the Delta Racing BMW gets past them all, and what could have turned out to be an absolute nightmare has turned into some great racing action here at Spa. Lovely manoeuvre from the Delta Racing BMW there, and what the Rosso Esports just got held massively coming through because the Lamborghini was very slow. And while you was just talking there, Tristan, I was just looking at the timing tower. 28 seconds this group is behind the race leader. Could that be the difference in the cars? If the cars that are leading this race are ones that started in the pit lane, could 28 seconds be that difference? I suppose we'll find out as this race unravels, because there's no way these would have lost 28 seconds in the pit stops. I can't see it in this race. But great battling at the moment. Rosso Esports now getting that run up through El Rouge and Radion in the slipstream now of the Lamborghini in front. And is he able to try and make the move on the number 16 car? Here we go then. Team Racing Point into Lecombe. Stay as we was, so nobody looking to jostle for position there. Impact SimSport and Delta Racing looked like they was going at it, though, a little further forward. You can see there they are actually side by side coming through the Lecombe complex and down in towards the hairpin. It is the BMW and the Ford Mustang still side by side, and I believe, yes, they have. Impact SimSport have got ahead of Delta Racing here, so a lovely move, and through they go.
Yeah, a lot of change-ups coming in currently between that top 8, and great move up for SimSport SPR, chasing down now on Bravo Snow, so that's going to be Mustang versus Mustang. But in the background, obviously things have changed up slightly with the rest of the cars, all trying to follow in the same wake, but proving difficult because of how intense it is between all of these drivers. I mean, we almost went 4 wide coming up to Blanchimont, and I don't think that's something we really get to see here at Spa, just due to the narrowness of the circuit. It physically cannot support 4 cars going wide. 3 cars is practically on the limit of white line to white line, and so trying to push a 4th in there from the Team Racing Point Red, a little bit of a risky move, but like Matthew says, thankfully, from what could have ended in an absolute disaster, turned into some brilliant racing with some great overtakes being made into the bus stop chicane. Back in the exact same spot, coming up towards Blanchimont, Alessio Doppio, he's currently back in the Team Racing Point Red, chasing onto the backside of Team HSK. Thomas Sollers, who's also been staying out in the number 77 on his 2nd stint for the time being. So this could potentially be an overtake coming up for the Lamborghini. He is looking up on the inside, but I think it's way too far to try and make an overtake like that stick. So he has to stay within that line, and the Rosso Esports car just behind, followed by the Ronin PT car, will be putting the pressure. It's great to see a McLaren up on the boards as well in the top 15. as there's not really many of them currently out on circuit. So the Ronin PT car, currently only the McLaren in the top 15 and putting a lot of pressure on the backside of the Rosso Esports car, which is lovely to see. There's another car that's joined in though, and it's the SimCast Racing team, are part of the AM category, who's also joined in on that 14-way fight here. And so lovely to see it just continuously piling on here, Matthew, that more and more drivers are actually just continuously adding to the fact of this battle, which is lovely to see. But what we were talking about on the top front, I mean, that Sahara XGT Motorsports team, Eric van Spijker, he's still staying out up in first. And I mean, we're well into almost 2 hours done here. And I don't know when these cars are going to be coming into pit, but I do believe this might be one of the cars that got the pit stop advantage, because I'm not really seeing a way that they wouldn't have been able to pit yet and staying out on top with 40 laps currently being done out on circuit. So a bit of an odd one.
It's a real odd one, but you've got to take into account here that I believe we saw in the virtual grandstand comments that they lost about 12 to 14 litres on doing the multiple formation laps for those who was out on track. Then we had the first full Courcella, followed by the safety car. With them, the second full Courcella. The amount of fuel that would have been saved from those starting from the pit lane would have just been astronomical. So they've done an hour 50. That's pushing it a little bit. Unless something is absolutely kicked off while we was not on air during the changeover, I can't see how they've got such a good lead over the rest of the field in terms of those who was leading before the round of pit stops. But we'll never know, and I suppose we just carry on waiting to find out what will be in this race. But yeah, we've still got so much racing action coming your way, with 22 hours and 10 minutes left on the clock here at Spa-Francorchamps for the 24-hour race here in the heart of the Ardennes Forest, which is already giving us plenty of dramas throughout today's event. And I'm sure that there's going to be many more dramas as the race continues to unfold as we go through them. But yeah, been a great start to the racing action here, and it's now great to see some green flag racing, as we see down position 40 at the moment. Excuse me. This is the Unitronic Fischer Motorsport. With them, that of the Apex Predators Racing. So the green and white Porsche being the Fischer's Motorsport, and the Apex Predators Racing, the gold and grey liveried Mercedes-Benz. Just looking to go up the inside through Piff Path. The Porsche was just a little wide for a moment. The 84 Porsche manages to fend off the Mercedes. But is it going to have a look in towards Stavolo? Yes, it is. And the 444 of Apex Predators Racing got the job done. Ran deep though on the exit of Stavolo. That's allowed Fischer to have another look back up the inside. Can't do so there. And Fischer run wide, dipping a wheel into the gravel trap. That will allow that Mercedes-Benz to just creep on forward even more. So a great bit of racing action happening there. And now, is Gamma Sim just about to put Fischer under pressure? Yes, they have. Through they go. And Fischer loses 2 places this lap already. As what is happening further forward. This is... Oh, no, back to where we was. Apologies. So 42nd. I'm saying 42nd position, but they've got 38th on my timing tower. So I'm not sure what is happening there. But yeah, 38th position that was for. And Apex Predators moving up to 36th. Gamma Sim Racing Car 137 is in the pit lanes. That puts everybody up a couple more places once again. And just keeping an eye out front. The gap towards that of Bravo Snow and Impact Sim Sport is down to 26 seconds, so still quite high. But yeah, Team Racing Point Red have just lost a few places, and this might be why.
Yeah, it looks like we've had a bit of a spin-off there coming onto the back straight up to Blanchimont. Something has gone wrong there in the mid-pack, and it's the Ronin PT McLaren who was fighting in the top 15. Another car goes off, and I believe it might be the DCS Racing Blue of Janus Hahn, and another car in the background just following in the same succession. Oh, this is a replay. Apologies. I thought this was going crazy. But the Ronin PT car, the McLaren, did indeed drop off a couple of our drivers, though, going off at this section in this replay. So seems to be a bit of a strugglesome corner that we had, and then that led to contact on that McLaren, and that's why we saw. No, that's a 296, I believe, pulling off into the gravel. No, that was the McLaren. Apologies. So that was why we saw. There goes Team Racing Point Red, who fell off as well, and that made contact with the Ronin PT McLaren in that top 10 fight, and that's going to switch things up quite a heavy amount here, Matthew, because this top fight between these top drivers have officially changed up. Team Racing Point Red fall completely off the block, and so have Ronan PT McLaren team. They've dropped all the way down to the 41st is the other McLaren team. I believe the main team is currently in 20th. I believe they're coming to the pit lane, though, due to damage. And so that is super unfortunate to see. But back to our live racing. And it seems like we've got action in the background. The Paul Bodding Motorsport Pro team currently on the backside of the DSP Esports Racing team yet again. So lots of action coming between the 24ths. And you can see there's about a 5-car train just in the background. And another one of the Delta Racing of Lucas de Abreu might be joining in on this battle. 1.7 seconds off of it. There's they're all getting one position up as they pass the Ronan PT McLaren, who's currently in the pit lane for that damage received. And hopefully he can also get these other pit lane necessities done and dusted during the repair as well. Maybe kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Back on the DSP Esports Racing team, though, and the Paul Bodding Motorsports team of Josef Akopian is slowly but surely closing in at the end of the Kemmel Straight.
Yep, slowly but surely. And that seemed a really strange incident, didn't it, earlier on? It seemed like everybody was just... It was almost as if there was like oil down on the circuit where everybody was just going off. But yeah, it's very bizarre one to see everybody drop off the edge of the track like that. But damage for a few cars, others now having to just recover back in this race. But still a long way to go, so it's not the end of the world. There is still plenty of time in this race for things to happen at the moment. Then, just seeing in the virtual grandstand that the 397 pitted during the virtual... I presume full course yellow, not VCY. That is allowed. Full course yellow, I believe, from my notes. Yep, full course yellow. Box stays open, so I assume that's meaning that the pit lane does stay open. So, but we've got some side-by-side action here. The 007 Aston Martin trying to face out of the Mercedes-Benz, the red and black, and I believe that's the 127 of Just for Speed, who's gone a little wide into Stavlo, nearly contact there. The Aston Martin of Drive Lounge by PBM AM team are just sat behind these two as well. So a couple of cars here, Delta Racing's AM teams as well as in this fight. But the 007 green and neon, the Dayglow green of Aston Martin stays in front just as the Mercedes-Benz closes in a little bit in towards Blanchimont, gets a better run than the Aston Martin as well. Looks to the outside line coming towards the bus stop corner. Just for Speed in the red and black, the up and under, not necessarily the best place to overtake though. They're around the outside, gets a bit of a wiggle on the exit of the bus stop chicane and somehow does not make contact, but a flash of the lights to the Aston Martin, say get out of the way, I'm faster than you.
Yeah, a little bit of intense moments coming in between this battle of the Aston Martin. That's Paul Bodding Motorsports, obviously Just for Speed just behind, and they're really wanting to show that they've got the speed as they try and get past the Paul Bodding car just in the bus stop. A little bit squirmy though, and thankfully both cars still able to point forwards. No intense damage on the cars either, and so they can continue going. Drive Lounge by PBM and Delta Racing, they are also in the background of this battle and could potentially start to close in, but they might fall into the grasp of their own battle. And talking about it, here it comes. The Delta Racing behind is looking on the outside of the PBM car, coming into it, and it looks like, I'm not too sure. The Drive Lounge car kind of just gave that one away. I believe different, exact same class as well, 2 AM drivers, and so he's just given away a position there to the Delta Racing. Lucas de Abreu is going to be very happy with that one. That's a quick overtake on the outside line, and now can put the pressure on Paul Bodding up in front and Just for Speed. Back up the top though, Bravo Snow, who did start this entire race in 2nd position, currently sits down in 11th. Currently with a couple of position around him like we've already been speaking about. Back up to the top though, this is a battle with Annis Fisher Motorsports, and just up in front the Project 91 Racing team. And I gotta say, Matthew, these guys have made an incredible recovery. The 191 is not the car that had the huge incident at the beginning, but they did still drop off quite drastically, and now they find themselves in 5th overall. So really have done a good job in the whole process of the safety cars and the full course yellows to practice their strategy correctly and place this car in a very competitive spot.
Yeah, and fair play to them. And if you look where the other Project 91 car is as well, that's up to 16th place. So that team really on a good recovery drive for both cars out there at the moment. But this is the Bravo Snow 23 Ford Mustang trying to chase down the Fisher Motorsport 44 green and Dayglow green Porsche then as they come down the Kemmel Straight towards that of the Lacombe complex. There you go. Here comes that of Bravo Snow 23, looking up the inside. Bit of a late lunge, gets it stopped, gets it turned in, gets the move done. Lovely stuff from the Ford Mustang. And the Bravo Snow car, that of Thiago Mello in that one. Brilliant manoeuvre up the inside, moves himself up into P number 6 and can now head after Project 91, who is, like Tristan just said, on a good comeback drive. Not as good as his teammate at the moment, who was in the wars earlier on. But this one did have its own little off, losing the rear of the car through the Piff Paff chicane, and is hopefully going to try and bounce back. But is this now, these the lead cars of what we saw earlier on, just starting to close in on the front runners a bit more, as their tyres may be starting to just go, or fuel just starting to get depleted a little bit, and they're trying to stretch it as if they've double stinted an hour on one tank of fuel?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest question especially is due to the fact that battle for 10th is not really our leading pack anymore, because obviously we got confirmation from the virtual grandstanders. We're going to hold on that for now, because here comes another overtake, and the Bravo Snow is really starting to find his way back up towards the top and try and reclaim second. But obviously what we got from the virtual grandstand, that the Sahara XGT Motorsports team, the number 397 up in P1, obviously already completed their pit stop, but they did it in the full course yellow, which is, like we were talking about, Matthew, one of the best times to get your pit stop done, because you lose minimal time. And so they did it at the correct time, which means that they got an insane advantage to keep that car up in first. So they currently sit P1, and they are the current P1 drivers, which, like you say, now means that pack who we thought were the leading drivers are all going to be playing catch up to try and catch the drivers who got the better pit stop advantage under full course yellow. And as we can see it, Bravo Snow's already doing it. He's back up into fifth position right now. Only 3 more needed to get back to where he started. And so that is going to be a big chase currently for Thiago Mello in that car. A little bit further though, the Ansys Fisher Motorsports, Stuart Ash, he currently pushes on the backside of the Project 91 as they've switched around. And then just behind is another one of the Porsches, but I believe also chasing down onto that top battle. And we do also have the Impact SimSport SBR of Daniel Strucker. He's down in 8th position currently, with Russell Esports just a little bit back there in the background, but he is starting to catch up to this leading pack. And so soon, ever so shortly, Matthew, we might have a little bit of a battle up in the top. But back down to 22nd, a lot of battling going on over here as well.
Yep, and just noting as well, Tristan, that car 823 drive-through penalty for causing a collision, car 91. So one of the Project 91 Porsches, one that had the big moment earlier, drive-through penalty for full course yellow / safety car procedure violation, and car number 56 drive-through penalty for causing a collision. So a few penalties coming in there for some of the teams out on the circuit at the moment, as we all have ticked over now that second hour mark, which means Tristan's into his final hour before he'll go off and get a bit of a break. And he'll be back with you a little later on, and as well for our producer Ahmet. So we will be changing over producers once again in this window. We will be able to get hopefully part 3 sorted out for you in the meantime, and yeah, we'll see what happens in this race. But at the moment, this is down with Simcast Racing Team on the back of the Porsche. Sorry, no, this is not on the board with the Simcast Racing Team. Apologies. This is on board with that of Impact SimSport, with the Fisher Motorsport car on the outside. Project 91 just ahead. The 2 Porsches trying to go side by side, and no can do at the moment. Project 91 there. The 191, big wiggle coming through Blanchimont, and here goes the Impact SimSport car looking up the inside at the bus stop chicane. We'll try and get the better traction out the final corner. Doesn't get that. We know how superior the Porsche is on its traction. And for now, Fisher stays in front.
Yeah, Fisher stays in front indeed. Great little move there from him in order to get up ahead of the packs and hopefully keep himself ahead for the time being. But there is going to be pressure from those drivers behind. And unfortunately, looking at our timings board, drivers are starting to dissipate from each other, and there's a bit of distance being placed between a couple of cars, which is rather unfortunate for the battle sake of things, because it means that things will start to get a little bit quiet on the battle side between specific drivers. But we're hoping that it still stays alive for as long as possible. We do just see that the Project 91 Racing of the car number 91 comes into the pit lane now, so probably to serve that penalty that Matthew did just mention, to get it done with. There we obviously see them coming through the full endurance pit lane, probably one of the longest pit stops in any track history, if you have to ask me. It is a very long and very slow pit stop, You are capped to 60 kilometers an hour, not even 80 kilometers an hour like we see at a track like Silverstone. And so you spend a lot of time doing absolutely nothing. But on board with the other 91, who's having a little bit more of a fast-paced race, they're currently trying to defend for their life for the Ansys Racing Fisher team, who's just a little bit further behind from Fisher Motorsports, is also trying to work their way past. And then obviously the SimCast Racing team, SimSport SBR, also all within that fight. Here comes the Rosso Esports team, who might be potentially making an overtake on a mistaken SimSport car who went wide through Puon, and potentially looking to try and find a way, but the SimSport is going to actually cross over the effect to the Ansys Fisher Motorsports team and put the pressure onto the green Porsche now, coming into the final sector up towards the back straight runoff to Blanchimont, and Rosso Esports getting a much better run onto the exit and entrance onto the straight. And great work for the red Mercedes to work their way up one more position and now chase onto the two Porsches up in front.
Yeah, lovely little move. And the Rosso Esports Mercedes-Benz has looked pretty good, hasn't it, at the opening stages of this race, while we have been green. And a good bit of green flag racing at the moment, which is allowing them, as we see there, a slide for the 33, hard into the wall through No Name, gets back going, which is great to see. But yeah, now that we've had a good amount of green flag running, Tristan, we're just starting to see these groups of cars and battles developing. And this is what I think lacked in that first hour due to so many interruptions that we had. But you can see there the 33, bit of damage on the front right of the car, and maybe on the side of the door, as we can see it just struggling through Puon a little bit. But back to the live action. Rosso Esports now looking on the back of the Fisher car at the bottom of Eau Rouge. I fancy my chances that he might be ahead of it by the time they get to Le Combe.
Yeah, definitely so, and we could potentially be seeing something happening there for that the SimSport SBR car, who's not very happy with the position overtake that's happened. And do not discount the WRT styled car behind in the background. That's the Delta Racing GTD BMW, who's just on the backside of this fight and could potentially throw a bit of a curveball into this as well. With consistency from the background, keeping it nice and consistent, could potentially try and pull a move on that SimSport car, or potentially the Porsche or the Mercedes of Rosso Esports. Here comes a little bit of a dive and a bit of a fake there on the Ansys Motorsports, the Ansys Fisher Motorsports car there from the SimSport, just pulling onto the inside here, and into No Name they will go, and trying to force the Porsche into a bit of an error, but fortunately the Porsche reads it quite well. But here comes a potential attack as well. Rosso Esports looking on the inside, coming down into Puon. This could potentially be an attack, as he's got the inside line over the Porsche, trying to force him wide. He's still got the wheel, the front right to the back left, and now side by side they come into the next couple of segments of corners. And and there's contact, and the front bumper's been ripped off of the Rosso Esports car. One small tap, and it's gone, and there's contact. They've made even further contact. The Project 91 car has been forced into the wall. That's the 191 who comes back onto track dangerously as well. And the Pax car from the Corvette makes contact, and also almost potentially the Double Stint Racing team. What on earth has just gone wrong there? A little bit too much pushing from the SimSport car on the Project 91. Full course yellow.
Yep, so Rosso Esports there just taps into the rear of the Project 91 car there, and really unknown why. The door was not open at all. It was a really poor rejoin there on the Corvette. You see a bit of a netcode incident to get that car tapped back around. But what a crazy bit of events that was taking place through that lap. Just some crazy incidents from everybody out on the circuit. That looks like it's a rear spoiler missing. They're laid on the grass. So somebody's missing a rear wing. But yeah, back to full course yellow. And wow. Has this race, just as I said, we're getting some good green flag racing, it all turns into chaos.
Yeah, it turns into chaos indeed, and let's hope this full course yellow doesn't last for too long, but man, that is so unfortunate to see. The Project 91 was having such a good recovery drive, and just getting knocked off track. You can see the front is a little bit warped from smacking it into the tyre barrier there, and potentially going to be pulling it into the pit lane here for some repairs. Not too sure how hectic the damage is, but we'll have to wait and see how that's going to play out. But just under 2 hours in, basically, and we'll have to wait and see how this is going to turn out for all the drivers. There's still 22 hours basically left to go for here. And so the decision of whether or not to fix damage comes highly down to the team strategy in this full course yellow segment. Remember that your pit stop is a lot less, and just judging by that tail flick, I think it was a good idea to come to the pit lane. And I think quite a couple of cars are going to actually utilize this full course yellow to get a reduced time in the pit lane. And we can see a couple of them coming in. Impact Simsport come in, Rossos comes in, Antis Fisher came in, so did Delta Racing, Project 91 came in, the Simcast Racing Team AM came in, Team Racing Point Red came in. So a lot of drivers really trying to benefit off of this full course yellow and get their pit stops done.
Yeah, wanting to just sort of get back into sequence, aren't they? Because like we said, you can just go over, you can go just over the hour mark in these GT3 cars and in endurance events. They're just trying to go over that hour just to try and sort of resync their strategy, if you will. And you'll start to see this throughout the entirety of this 24-hour event here, where teams will start to just take over and just get themselves back into that normal window and routine. The Project 91 car, the other 191, back into the pits as well, with some potential damage on that car. So, who takes full advantage of this? As we're back to green flag racing, Sahara GT Motorsport, 13 seconds out front from Team Racing Point. So they are the ones that didn't decide to pull the trigger this time around, Tristan, and carried on going on the circuit.
Yeah, decided to stay out and push the car a little bit longer. Yeah, we see the 397, and obviously, like we got from the virtual grandstand, the information that they already pitted in the previous full course yellow, and so it wouldn't really make sense for them to jump in again for the second time around, and so deciding to stay out. Up in front, Team Racing Point, though, has recovered its stance into second. The Lamborghini who started this race up in pole, and they'll sit behind that of the Porsche, and trying to catch up now as the full course yellow is officially done and dusted throughout the rest of this race. 21 hours and 50 minutes left to go. Team Racing Point of Gabriele Rizzoni back up into second and trying to push on, and hopefully trying to keep in this momentum, but the rest of the cars will also be trying to get up into this point. Rising Panda Racing GTC, Christian Kampfreger, I believe, who is in the third position slot currently, and trying to chase down. He's in the Pro-Ams currently, and there we obviously Quadish Racing, that's third of the pros, the obviously fifth overall, and he's got Bravo Snow behind him yet again. Nearly on pace, a little bit further behind, 14th position, currently holding back that Just for Speed car on the Delta Racing, and up ahead is the Project 91, who got knocked down in the previous sequence of events. And so lots of things have changed in terms of who's fighting who throughout this race, and that's kind of going to be the thing for the rest of this race, is that every single time something changes, it's obviously going to change who is battling who. And so for this moment, we've obviously got Just for Speed, who again trying to show their speed and dominance in the Mercedes, trying to put the pressure on the backside of the nearly on pace of Fabian Schmidberger in 14th, and he's really having to hold on there in that Aston Martin to keep the Mercedes at bay, but also at the same time trying to close in on the Project 91 team, but so much pressure from behind, and looks like he might potentially be under a bit of a threat here coming up towards Blanchimont.
Yeah, indeed he is. So at the moment, we'll see what happens in this little battle, but a good three-way scrap between the Aston Martin, the Mercedes-Benz and the BMW coming through towards Blanchimont. They go once more, nearly nose to tail, as that Mercedes-Benz gets closer to the Aston, pulls to the inside line now and has a look up the inside of the Aston, and the 127 makes the move through and moves up yet another spot in this race. Just for Speed going quite well at the moment. They didn't qualify too well, but they're moving up the order pretty nicely so far, and that puts them up into P14 place overall in this race, and leading in the amateur class as well. Delta Racing all right there, though. That blue and red BMW is the second place in AM, so almost a fight on here in AM if Delta Racing can get ahead and nearly on pace Aston Martin.
Yeah, definitely so, and we'll have to just wait to see how this is going to go. On board currently Paul Bodding Motorsports, the 007 car, as far as his name isn't James in that car, but continuing to push is Fabian, as he has got pressure from Driving Lounge by PBM behind, and then Delta Racing up in front. That's currently an ongoing battle. The rest of the grid, unfortunately, split quite a significant amount looking at our timings tower, and we will try our absolute best to try and find any kind of fight that is across the circuit and presented to you live on the YouTube channel. We are currently in part 2 in terms of the live streaming, and obviously we'll go through the parts as we go through the hourage. Currently, we do have a minor battle that might be presenting itself down in 36th position, ERR by Dynarap, but we do have a bit of a replay. This is from Delta Racing down in 42nd position, who's fallen off quite a little bit. This is Felipe Pulse coming out of the pit lane. Was this possibly a bit of an exit error or a bit of a bump coming out of the pit lane? Remember that you do rejoin on the live line, and so he rejoins with a couple of other cars, and looks like just gets overtaken while coming out of the pit lane, unless something happens onto the exit of the Kemmel Straight. But it looks like nothing too much. Maybe the software just picked up a little bit of an artifacting issue there coming with that car, but it looks like we are all good. But back to that potential battle. We do have a battle potential for 36th position. That's ERR by Dynarap with Kitsune Racing Team of Vincenzo Stagnito behind. He's busy putting pressure on, and so we'll potentially have a look at that battle as it scales. But up in front, we have still Delta Racing with Paul Bodding and Nelly on pace. These three have been at it non-stop for the past hour.
Yeah, they have, and providing us with some great action at the moment as we are 15 minutes into the latest hour stint. And this now could mean that if the Delta Racing car gets can pick up some pace a little bit, it might get onto the back. It's only 1.4 off the back of that AM lead, so be interesting to see Paul Botting into the pit lane. It looks like on my timing towers they've come into the pit lane. The Pro-Am team into the pit, so they have obviously pushed quite hard towards the end of their stint. Into the pits they come. But what we're looking at elsewhere out there at the moment in terms of battles on the circuit, nice little fight developing for 11th and 12th in the Pro-Am category. This is 28th and 29th overall between the Welch competitions and the Gamma Sim Racing 235. The Lamborghini versus the Mercedes-Benz. We're seeing the Mercedes-Benz running quite well at the moment, and can it now manage to get onto the back and ahead of the Lamborghini?
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see how this is going to end up for that Lamborghini driver with the Mercedes behind. Obviously, of Gamma Sim Racing, and then Welch Competitions just up ahead of Matteo Benasci and Jesse DeShazia in the background there in the purple and black Mercedes, heading up into a Rouge now. And a big thing also about Spa-Francorchamps is just trying to keep that consistency at bay. I mean, we talk about endurance races and consistency, but some tracks are easier than other. And Rouge is one of those corners that really, if you start to drop your focus, and we've seen it before, where, you know, if you just take the corner entry wrong, you can really be thrown off completely to the left or right-hand side of the track, and you really have to be careful with the entry. And that's something we might be seeing as we head into the darker stages of the racing, both in person and on track. Obviously, in nighttime racing is slightly more difficult, slightly less vision, especially when it comes to racing drivers out on track. But nonetheless, when it turns dark for the drivers in real life, obviously a sense of fatigue and tiredness will also start to embark over them, and that really does allow for a bit of more room for error that we notice in endurance racing. And it's one of those things that unfortunately the human body is just built to do. It is built to require rest, and it's why we've got four-man teams that need to rotate. But sometimes that fatigue still creeps into that four-man team, and drivers just tend to make slightly smaller errors that could potentially be fatal to their race, or could potentially be easily savable, and teach them a bit of a lesson to try and focus up for the remainder of it. But that's something that will probably come a little bit later on. We're still very early on into this specific endurance race. As you can see, the timer still ticks with quite a large figure leading.
Yep, indeed it does. So we wait and see what happens as this race develops, and through the rest of this 21 hours 43 minutes, and as we get ready to go here for racing action at Spa-Francorchamps, the 24-hour. Been plenty of drama so far as we are approaching the first third of the race done, and yeah, well, let's see what we can do, or let's see what the drivers can do in this one, because this has now probably been the longest period of green flag racing where the drivers are just getting into that momentum and getting into that rhythm. We're starting to see lovely battles developing, and this is also now where you're starting to see the gaps developing, where the strategy is going to come into play in this race. So it's interesting now, Tristan. This is the stage where the engineers or team managers, the other drivers, are going to be looking at the strategy and thinking, if it stays green, this is what we've got to do. This is the target laps we've got to achieve. And this is where we've got to get to before we pit for fuel again.
Yeah, exactly. It's heading into that jurisdiction for second stint timers that will obviously have to come up, and the whole verdict again of having to come in and plan out the pit stop strategy again, and keep the consistency that we were just talking about. And so that's the main objective for the drivers. And that's also where we start to see a little bit more competitiveness coming in, is when the pit strategies repeat themselves for the second and third stints, and we potentially see drivers coming out, slightly different strategies allow for some drivers to put pressure in different ways. And then we have a bit more competition coming up. Currently for the Ansys Fisher Motorsports team, they really haven't gotten the breathing room that they would have hoped for, because Impact SimSport has just been putting non-stop pressure. I mean, we were looking on the back wing there, coming up to Blanchimont. This Mustang is trying to stick its 5.6 liter nose everywhere that it possibly can, and really starting to put pressure here on the poor Porsche up in front. But I do have to commend the Ansys Fisher Motorsports team, because really doing an incredible job at keeping the Mustang at bay and defending. Obviously the BOP comes down to it, but if we're not talking about BOP, raw nature of cars, the Mustang will typically be much faster on the straights compared to the Porsche, just based on actual car structuring, styling and chassis. But BOP is there in order to balance things out, and so not 100% sure how it looks currently for these cars. Obviously the draft behind for the Mustang is going to be a benefit to it, but I don't think it's going to be vastly huge. As you can see, the Mustang not catching up like something from a nightmare. It's definitely still in a standard wake that it will follow through for the rest of it. We do see obviously Gamma Sim Racing 238 come into the pit lane as well now, so that moves a couple more of our drivers up, and the rest of the grid still sitting pretty dormant. Team Racing Point is about 10 seconds off of Sahara, but they are dropping that gap incredibly quick, and so we could potentially be seeing a bit of a fight coming for P1 in a couple of laps time. I would call it maybe 8 or so laps, depending on how fast Team Racing Point can catch. But again, pit stops might come into play before we see an overtake, and that's always the biggest thing with endurance, is that those pit stops could potentially make or break an overtake.
And this is now down to the strategy, isn't it? It almost becomes that strategy of, can you extend that one lap more than the rival car that you are fighting against at the moment? But a great job here so far for the Fisher Motorsport Porsche, doing a fantastic job. Excuse me. In P9 overall, 6th in its class. So yeah, this should be an interesting race to see develop between these and Impact SimSport, who have been flying, but are 1 minute 13 off the lead. So Impact SimSport are obviously running a different strategy completely to that of the leaders, and I want to clear the Fisher Porsche to just try and have some clear air, possibly to put in some good lap times and good sector times to close that gap to the leaders as they come down towards the bus stop. You can see that Mustang looking left, right, didn't know which way to go, has a look at the bus stop, can't get the momentum through it, and the Porsche is just going to pull away on the exit with that traction. So Impact at the moment just kind of stuck where they are, Tristan.
Yeah, stuck at the moment, just not able to get past that Porsche. And you can see, we were just talking about being stuck, but tries to go for the inside dive, and it didn't actually work out for them. I think they lost the rear there, actually.
It did, yeah.
Yeah, you did. He's actually lost quite a bit of a distance there, almost actually hit the inside wall and knocked off a bit of the bumper, but fortunately able to save it, I believe, but lost a tremendous amount of a gap to the Porsche up in front, which is going to be critical to the chase that he's now lost out on, which is rather unfortunate. Back down to 13th, though, just for speed, is starting to feel the pressure as well from Lucas de Abreu. That's a little bit further down, and so we might be seeing something going on. Yeah, this is on board with Kronos SimSports. Down in 17th of Lloyd Remy, and him in a beautiful golden and white Mustang for Kronos as they head through a Rouge. But up top, we may be trying to see a bit of a battle there with Delta Racing in 14th as they try and close down the gap as well. Down in 40th as well, 39th actually, Gamma Sim Racing 238 under pressure from Delta Racing, GTD Felipe Pulse. So that's the battle for 39th as it currently stands, and a couple more also just switching as Rusty Spatulas come into the pit lane. So does the Ronin PT Red team for the second time for Renan Kachik in 29th position.
Yep, indeed. And this is back then that of the Impact SimSport car, number 6, 7th in the pro category at the moment, but 10th overall. Like you said, it just had that moment through La Source and it dropped it off the back of the Fisher car, which just allows the Fisher team to get themselves into a better rhythm without having to defend too hard from that of the car behind. So we'll keep our eyes on what they can do. But interesting thing to notice, Tristan, is that back markers going to start to play their part now. the traffic is just going to start to play its toll in this race, potentially for the first time while we're at such good green flag racing. These back markers could just start to become a nuisance.
Yeah, definitely so. They might start to really start to be placed a bit of under pressure from the drivers up in front. Oh, and you're talking about a nuisance. He just parks himself on the bus stop chicane, and that Impact team, SBR Impact, almost makes contact on the backside of that backmark BMW, but fortunately just misses out, which means that no contact on that front. A little bit further behind, yes, turn 1 of Kirk Heath. He's currently putting pressure on the 967 iRacing team of Fran Lucas. He's just up in front, and we could potentially be seeing a bit of an attack coming from turn 1 here, as that gap is, it was really close coming down towards Puon, but it did extend slightly through the past couple of corners. This is back up to the top though, and this is no, not backed up to the top, sorry, this is the other Delta Sim Racing team. And so Gamma Sim Racing 238, the battle I mentioned just a couple moments prior, they were under pressure from the Delta Racing GTD team of Felipe Rolls, but Felipe Poles, apologies, but now they have actually been succumbed by him and overtaken indeed, and now feeling the pressure as well from the I'm actually not too sure, because that's definitely not a Project 91 racing team behind, unless they also have that's the 191 of the Porsche. So definitely not in this fight. The Mustang behind there is not a part of this fight. But back up to the top, we will go with Ansys Fisher and Impact Sim Sport. These two have been non-stop, like we've mentioned. Huno Horchi and Stuart Ash, these two are continuously putting pressure on each other throughout the past couple of corner segments, and hopefully they will continue to keep it alive. 13th position as well, just for speed, of Pascal Eckhart. He's got pressure from the other Delta Racing car of Lucas de Abreu, which we'll have a look at to see how that fight is going. And yeah, just for speed's been doing an incredible job in 13th to try and keep themselves in the wake, but Delta Racing have really started putting the pressure on them. There we do see it indeed. So, a little bit of a bumper missing on that Mercedes. That's not going to be good for the longevity of that car. And then just in the background is the Delta Racing. They're also pulling onto, I believe that's the Pan PT car of the McLaren up in front, who's unfortunately a backmarker at this stage, just due to the amount of damage that he received on his car way up in front. So yeah, lots going on in this race, but still a lot of time to play for some change-ups.
Yep, indeed, and this is now going to be the interesting stage of it, as the Impact car looks for the move on the outside of Fisher, looks for the up and under, but the Porsche, nearly bumper to bumper, maybe a slight bit of contact there between the Mustang and the Porsche. The Impact Sim Sport Ford Mustang just tapping the rear of the Fisher Porsche there. Then into turn 1 they go. Is there any damage? Not seeing any on the rear of the Porsche there. So get away with that one. They do, as the gravel all on the circuit through La Source is incredible. That would make La Source exit rather slippy on the outside, but no damage, thankfully. The contact must have just been minimal, but how close was that? Over Radeon they go now. And is this the momentum that the Ford Mustang needs over the green and yellow Fisher Porsche car? And the Impact Sim Sport, look at the power of the Ford Mustang in the straight line of Lecom. And the straight line of the Kemmel Straight into Lecom. And finally now, car number 6 moves up another position and can try and pull away.
Yeah, let's hope that the Impact car can potentially try and get away from this, because the Porsche really did do a good job at defending in the number 44 there, and now he's going to do the opposite, try and chase back on that car and hopefully put some pressure. But that Mustang already trying to put some legs in between the two of them and get away. Apex Predators Racing, Dennis Castillo Sims, he gets himself into 16th position currently, as we have got a lot of people coming to the pit lane. We've got Double Stint Racing also moving up into 17th, but Just for Speed is in, Velch Competitions, DSP Esports, Rosso Esports, Summit Esports, they're all coming into the pit lane now. And so a couple of them in the background deciding that now is time to get those cars in and get the pit stops done. And Matthew, one thing I've really got to mention is that we really are not seeing the standard stints coming in. I mean, here comes Rousseau out of the pit lanes at 21.5 hours. And so I have a feeling we're going to see some really weird ending stints to this Enduro. I think we're going to see some splash and dashes, or some potentially just alternate pit stop strategies for the drivers to actually make it to the end of this race.
I think you're going to see strategies play out, and they maybe are going to balance themselves out. If we get a safety car is where the strategies might balance themselves out a little bit. But you're right, if it stays green to the end of the race, these strategies are all out of sequence, and it could be anybody's game. This is the beautiful thing about endurance racing, is you just don't know who's going to win it until the very end. So it's really hard to call at this stage of the race who looks like they're in a good position and who doesn't. But like we say, Tristan, one safety car and all of a sudden them strategies could all sync back up together.
Yeah, exactly. And that's always the stress about this, is that if we do get to the point where a safety car gets deployed, this entire grid compresses yet again. There might even be the whole overruling of allowing lapped cars to overtake, which then completely resets the entire lap, the gapping that's been built up by our current race leaders. And I mean, that would be quite catastrophic for the state of the race. So I don't think any kind of lapping would be allowed yet again. I feel like it was just primarily due to the weird incidents we had at the start of this race.
No, I think sorry, Tristan, I do believe that if there is a safety car, that they will be unlapping themselves again. I believe that is the ruling on the safety car, so yeah.
Well, I mean, it'll definitely allow for the racing to come back alive, but it does also mean that the whole lapping and unlapping will have to kind of be repeated, I guess, because I mean, our faster drivers will continue to just push themselves, and unfortunately, lapped cars who are slightly slower will probably be lapped again. So it might just end up being a repeated thing. Thanks for the correction there. So any of the lapped cars, obviously, if a safety car reappears, they will be allowed to obviously switch things back around. So we'll have to wait and see. But we're hoping that no safety car comes back, because I can't lie to you, Matthew, I don't think I can sit for another 5 laps watching GT3s on a speed cap. They're meant to be let off as unleashed beasts, you know?
Yeah, we've had enough of that today, haven't we, already at this stage of the race? But yeah, as that was one of the back markers, I think, just running a little wide and allowing one of the blue Ford Mustangs through at the back end of the lap. This is back on the Fisher car up in P10. And just looking at the gaps now of impact, they've already brought the gap down 2 seconds to leader Sahara, because it was 1 minute 17 when they was behind the Fisher car. It's now down to 1 minute 15. So just putting themselves now in a better window to get onto that lead, to close the gap, should I say, to the leaders. They've got 10 seconds till the next car they pass or start to battle with on track for position overall. And that is with P3 of the Pro-Am category, the Team HSK Motorsport car. So they've still got a bit of work to do, but unless there's any back markers between Impact and Team HSK, then they should have a clear run through. This is a replay of the car in, I don't know who this is actually. It was somebody coming out. Oh, it was a false replay. Sorry, our producer got told something on her screen that there was a replay to look at for an incident, and there was no incident. So it's lying to her, and Omid does a great job. As you've seen the drone cameras flying around, beautiful camera work, as we've seen already here at Spa-Francorchamps. 21 hours 29 minutes. A lot of tyre smoke at the top there. Has that yellow Ford Mustang just made a mistake, which looks incredibly slow? I'm going to assume, Tristan, that yes, it has.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it, and I believe that might just be one of the backmarker Mustangs, and I'm not really seeing him on the live timings board. That is the Summit Esports team of Lucas Santos. He's currently done 35th position, so maybe that little bit of a mistake up Rouge kind of actually assisted him to just let the 2 up in front go without any kind of pressure of the blue flags, because there was no imminent fight coming in there for him. But yeah, he does have to start watching out. Remember that we did mention the whole thing about fatigue, and those kind of errors, especially Upper Rouge, can be fatal to your race. And so for the Summit Esports team, you do just have to watch out there. Do not make any of those kind of mistakes. Looking into that rear view cam, what an epic little shot of what the drivers would actually be witnessing. And that was just a bit of a background shot of what's behind the Flight Devil Racing 747. Nice little Boeing 747 reference there, coming from that team. Jonathan Fodjic, he currently sits in that car. And then Drive Lounge with Josiah Annis, he currently sits behind in 32nd, and just behind again Gamasim Racing 238. I believe Sebastian Trujillo, another familiar name that I feel like I've seen somewhere. So lots of the big guns coming from iRacing. I've joined in for the GT Endurance Cup in Europe, which is great to see for the 24 hours of Spa. And don't forget that we still got more rounds after the 24 hours of Spa. This is not a one-time event. It is a cup for a reason, and it is an endurance cup with multiple rounds and events that happen throughout the year. So that's great to see. As we now see a couple of change-ups going on. That's, I believe, Driver Lounge allowing a couple of the Foster cars to get past, and indeed I believe it is. And so that's kind of what's going to be happening throughout the race. Unfortunately, with endurance racing, lapped cars do tend to become quite a big factor, as some cars remain consistent, others don't remain too consistent, and they end up meeting each other in the middle.
Yep, they do. And again, the beautiful enjoyment of endurance racing here then. So 21 and a half hours left on the clock. You've got half an hour left of Tristan in the commentary box. Sadly for everybody at home, you've still got me for another 3 hours after that one. But yeah, what an exciting race this has been, and it's great to see Tristan already. Such good green flag racing, allowing the race to now be flowing a little bit more, and just allowing these drivers and cars to get into them rhythms that we keep speaking about throughout the race. Because with the strategy so offset, it's still anybody's game with 21 and a half hours left to go. Just nobody knows what's going to happen. The longer this goes green flag as well, the more chance that the teams like Sahara, who are in the lead of this race, who pulled that fantastic strategy of pitting under the VSC, are now just going to be caught out by that green flag pit stops, and will be just started to be caught a little bit more.
Yeah, so I mean, with the distance of this race being over 21 hours, if we can give an analogy of it as to like trying to picture the end of this race, think of yourself as a pirate ship trying to use a telescope looking at another pirate ship that's like 19,000 kilometers away. You're going to either need a pretty long telescope, or you are going to pretty much fail from the get-go. It's incredibly difficult to try and preview this race in 21 hours time because of how long it is. I mean, looking at our live timings, our live timing software, it obviously gives us a predicted estimate of how many laps are going to be completed. So we've currently completed 58 laps. That's with the Rising Panda Racing up in front, the GTEC team, and there is a total estimate of 621 laps left. Total to go. So 58 laps out of 621, meaning that there's still roughly around 500 and something laps left to go. And around a 7.5 kilometer circuit like Spa-Francorchamps, that is pretty much impossible to try and guess what is going to be happening in those next 500 and something laps. It is a physically impossible task unless there's some major statistics work that you can try and do. But nonetheless, there's not a previous 24-hour event based on this that's just randomly ran that you can use that kind of statistics work to work off of. So there's not really a way to see where this 21 hours is going. All that you can do is keep your head down in the car, push the car to its absolute limits while keeping consistent and making sure that you can render all the most possible positive results that you can. Still back on board though with the Ansys Fisher Motorsports team, still behind that Impact SimSport SPR and just not able to get past at all. And these two have now pulled into 4th and 5th actually, so really doing a great job to keep up towards the top. They've got the Bravo Snow 23 car up in front. That's Rafael Oliveira in 3rd. But up in front, it is actually two of our Pro-Am drivers. That's the Rising Panda Racing team and the Vortex team of Christian Kampfreger, and then Vic de Kloot in 2nd. So very different to see the two Pro-Ams currently leading overall over quite a couple of pro drivers.
Yeah, and I kind of like this, Tristan, because the grid seems very jumbled up in terms of the categories of these cars, doesn't it? We saw it in qualifying. We're seeing it now in the race. The AMs and the Pro-Ams mixing it with the Pro teams. So great to see that this grid isn't just then Pro-dominant at the front with Pro-Ams in the mid-pack and AMs towards the back. It is a jumbled up grid, and that provides even more spicier racing as the race unfolds and goes on throughout the next 21 hours. And so as here says DCS Racing looking to make a move at the bottom of Eau Rouge, decides to bail out that quickly and tuck back in behind. Can't blame them as the Aston Martin in front really cuts the top of Radeon, but you wouldn't have fancied looking to make a move at the bottom of Eau Rouge there as you approach up it at great speed. Slow down, I believe, for that black Aston Martin. No, just covering off the inside line, and the Porsche down in 21st place, really starting to put pressure on that Mercedes-Benz at the moment.
Yeah, so more and more will come from the DCS racing team as they push on the backside of that Aston Martin. That's the Paul Bodding Motorsports AM team, I believe it is, the Garrett Spence, unless that is a back marker, which we obviously were talking about. Back up towards one of the top spots. This is the Quad Dash Racing with Tristan Engelstad, and he stayed out. They've pitted now 3 times, and he's still staying out. So really trying to push his limits here in the number 94 as he continues to going around. Currently putting pressure on the driver lounge by PBM Pro. That's Jordan Weeks up in front in that Aston Martin, and then SimCast Racing Team with Nick Damon behind in 12th, but quite a bit of a distance there that he's got to try and chase to catch up. That's an AM driver trying to catch up to the two pros of Pod Dash and Drive Lounge as they head around and out the circuit. Prism Motorsports Pro of Lucas Herberger, he also currently sits in a bit of a no man's land in 13th, another one of our pro drivers, and also just trying to manage the expectancies currently set out by them. In terms of fights on track, unfortunately, I think we are pretty much down to one battle that is remaining. Whether or not there's heavy storms or not, and it's the Ansys Fisher Motorsports versus the Impact SimSport SBR, which we have been jumping back and forth to pretty much this entire time. The rest of our drivers have really started to put the distance between each other, and well over 10 to 7 seconds of a gap between each of them, and so not too much of a fighting opportunity. The only really thing you're going to be seeing here in terms of overtaking is going to be obviously our back markers being overtaken by blue flags, and that's kind of all that we're going to get for the time being. Paul Bodding Motorsport Pro-Am, Joseph Akopian, he is catching up to Team HSK though. That's the battle for 16th, so we might be able to see something there with some time given for that car to chase down on.
Justin, I bring you some penalty updates. Car number 64 and 56 drive-through penalties for full course yellow and safety car procedure violations. Car number 31 has had a stop and hold for 30 seconds for an unauthorised tow. Car 127 and 38, again, drive-through penalties for causing a collision. Car number 16 has had a stop and hold for an unsafe rejoin. Drive-through penalty then for car number 64 for a full course yellow safety car procedure violation. Drive-through penalty for car 38 causing a collision. Stop and hold 30 for car number 191 for an unsafe rejoin, which I believe we saw that one earlier on, didn't we? And car 38, stop and hold 30 seconds, causing a collision during full course yellow safety car procedure. So, lots and lots of penalties. Race control being super busy at the moment. Tristan giving out these penalties for stop and holds or drive-through penalties, but at the moment, race control being rather busy, as we can see the 007 car here of the Aston Martin just looking on the rear of the Mercedes-Benz ahead of him. This is 4th and 5th in category at the moment. The Paul Botting Motorsport Pro-Am team looking on the back of the Team HSK motorsport car of Ryan Odo just further forward. So a battle on here for that of P4 and 5 as well in category. So a change here for the top 4 and 5 positions in the Pro-Am category.
Yeah, it's good to see the change up coming in for that category, and I really like you mentioned just like the diversity of all of our classes being mixed and matched. It really does just provide a newer element of racing action that we get to see, with all of them kind of just being jumbled up in their current seating positions. And so that's great to see. It provides a little bit more entertainment for all of you watching in our virtual grandstand. Make sure you do leave a like and subscribe to the GT Endurance Cup Challenge if you are enjoying the content. And obviously also if you would like to see all the rest of the Cup events that are going to be coming out throughout the rest of the year, or obviously also after the 24 hours of Spa running for this current time in play. But 19 minutes until we reach the next hour, and that'll be 21 hours left to go. Unfortunately, I do say goodbye after those 19 minutes for the time being, but then I do return at bright and early, midnight around about my time, which I believe is around 10:30 UTC time, as we see one of the Mercedes jumping into the pit lane there. I believe that might have been it looked like the Rousseau Esports. Yes, it was. And it's Andre Fajardo who's jumped into the pit box now for the number 38 Mercedes. And weirdly enough, I feel like they just came out of the pit lane, so not too sure why they've jumped back in, unless it's to serve a penalty, which that would obviously make some more sense. But the rest of the grid also still just working their way around, trying to keep consistent and make it towards the end of this race. Yep,
indeed they are. So Rousseau Esports back in, into the pit lane. Then, as this is the golden Porsche, we can see that we are on board with now. This is Sahara GT Motorsport running in P6, 4th in class at the moment, 42 seconds off the back, and he's not just watching telly in the car, he's just keeping an eye on his screen. Just see the virtual rear view mirror that he has in his screen on the cameras on the back of the Porsche to see where that Lamborghini, that of the Team Racing Point car, is out there on the circuit. That has had its fair shares of incidents today, or been involved in its fair shares of incidents, whether it's their fault or not. It's been caught up in a few, that or the sister car, out on the circuit. So, yeah, an interesting race for the Team Racing Point car there, but the Porsche going well at the moment. We are leading this race is the two AMs of the Aston Martins of Rising Panda and Vortex. Sorry, the two Pro-Ams of the Rising Panda and Vortex teams leading in this race overall at the moment. So doing a terrific job in leading this race as well at the moment. But is this a chance now for the Team Racing Point number 19 car to have a look on Sahara GT down the Kemmel straight? Going to pull to the inside line, is he? Staying into that slipstream, pulls out as late as he dares, and here we go up the inside. Oh, well before Lecombe, so doesn't even need to do it into the corner, does it under the braking. Good move from the Lamborghini up another place.
Yeah, great stuff there from the Team Racing Point. And if you do remember from the beginning, Antonello Bacchino and his team were the drivers to start up on the pole racks for this the start of the 24 Hours of Spa. And then obviously some things happened with the full course yellows and the safety cars, and they were unfortunately bashed a little bit further down, obviously also being disadvantaged through the pit stops by not pitting under the full course yellows. They did not get the jump on some of the drivers who took that advantage, and so they've had to work their way back up very hard to try and get back up. And currently they sit in 6th position, so still not within that top 5, trying to push up to 2nd, which is where they would like to be. That is obviously where they started. No, actually, they started in 1st. So they'd like to be right up at the top of the throne point, but that is going to be a difficult battle for them, as Team Racing Point currently 33 seconds off of the Ansys Fisher Motorsports car, who is now unfortunately 2.4 seconds away from the Impact SimSport SBR car. So unfortunately for the Porsche of the Ansys Fisher, they are just losing time to the Impact SimSport, and we did unfortunately say that once that Mustang got past, there was a high potential of it just currently disappearing off of track. And there you can see it, that there's even a back marker that's been placed in between them, and the green neon Porsche of the Ansys is going to have to work hard to try and recover that, though. A little bit further behind, that's going to be the Unitronic Fisher Motorsports car, and one of the other Fisher cars currently chasing down on Alpha Trout challenge of Jeremy Barber in that very colorful doodle, the BMW, and currently about 5/10 off of it. So we could potentially see a battle between these two. That'll be the battle for 33rd place. So a little bit further down on the racks, but still lovely to see the fighting continuing no matter where the grid positions are.
Yes, indeed. Where are we now then? 21 hours, 15 minutes left on the clock. An interesting livery on that car. And if you don't know me or Tristan, we do enjoy a good livery. That's an interesting one. The multicoloured leopard print livery on the BMW M4.
Full course yellow, full course yellow.
Okay. It's not my cup of tea, but hey, if they like it, they like it. It
looks like boba tea.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah, just right. If they like it, they like it. Hey, good for them. Do love a good living. Oh, it's slow. Oh, full course yellow. Full course yellow's just come out. It's right then.
Again.
So to end Tristan's stint, potentially, the full course yellow has came out. And why? I thought they was incredibly slow there. I didn't see the message at the top of the screen. Why is that out? Oh, no. Steady on now. Oh, that's the replay. That's possibly what's broke. No, that's the replay.
I was about to say.
That seems very minor to have brought out the full course yellow.
Yeah, I mean, both drivers got out of the sand and they're back out on track. So, I mean, usually we're pulling out a full course yellow for, some kind of major body incident. We are having a bit of a look through the replays. I believe this was before the full course yellow, so you can see it on the top of your screen, but that's currently active. You'll see in the top left, there's a shunt on the back. That could possibly be it. But again, I mean, it's very minor. This is from the full course, actually. Okay, so that one is during a full course yellow. They somehow find a way to make contact with each other. So really confused as to where the full course yellow got deployed from. I don't feel like it was deserved from those two who went off into the sand.
No, I'd agree. Seems a pretty strange one as to why that could. If it is that first one that we saw, that would seem pretty strange that that has brought out the full course yellow. Either way, we now have to turn our attention to this full course yellow. And the question now, here we go. There's the 007 spin. No, not in the wall. So
I mean, he did go into the pit lane, so I don't know.
Yeah, but he gets out of it pretty quickly. It's a tough one to see what they've called this on here, but I suppose the question is now is, if you're the leaders of this race from the Pro-Am teams, yes, they both have came into the pit lane. So they're trying to take that cheap pit stop in the full course yellow here for that overall race lead.
Yeah, so a bit of a strange one, I can't lie to you. I mean, so we've got the full course yellow out, and I'm just hoping it's not going to be for the last 13 minutes. I really don't want my stint to be ending in go slows, and hopefully we can see a bit of action before this comes to an end. And I believe it'll be Ron jumping in to take my mark, which is nice. But like we already mentioned, we've got the amazing voice of the number 55, Mr. Matthew Duffin, who gets to stay on with you for another 3 hours. And man, that's unfortunate to know that he's going after those 6 hours. He's not coming back, which sucks. So I mean, I'll be going at the end of this 12 minutes, but I'll be back for another 9 hours. So we'll meet each other sometime again if you're watching in the virtual grandstand. But a couple of our drivers are finding this as a good opportunity to jump into the pit box and get some strategies changed up. There we obviously the neon green Porsche, the Fisher Motorsport, the Ansys Fisher Motorsports team. The number 44 has decided to get that car in and obviously change up some things, and now exiting out of the GT pit lane, but obviously still the endurance pit lane rules still apply. So all the way down the hill, down towards Rouge is where they're only allowed to come out. And so that's obviously going to be quite a determining factor. Gamma Sim Racing 137 also come into the pit lane. Fisher Motorsports, as we already mentioned, are currently in. And that's currently going to be something that we might see as a bit of a trend, is drivers getting some pit stops done while that full course yellow is still active.
Yep, and the interesting thing to note here is how many teams do decide to take that pit stop under the full course yellow, because this now kind of, I said it a moment ago about the safety car, this brings them all back round to the same stint timer now, doesn't it? The same sort of stints that they would do in terms of pitting the next time round. This is a long full course yellow to say we've not seen anything major happen out there on the circuit. Just noticing that one, Tristan.
Yeah, it really is confusing me a little bit, I won't lie, as to why we have got it. And I feel like it's just maybe something that needs to be adjusted for the future rounds, is that just the limiting. And sometimes I just also feel like maybe these kind of things should be done by a human instead of done by, obviously, like the iRacing automation system, because sometimes it's calling these factors at slightly weirder times. And that's obviously what we've seen now with the full course yellow being deployed, which obviously we didn't get a look at every incident out on circuit. But I mean, if it was that incident with the two drivers going off at the end of the Kemmel Straight, like we both said, it really did not need a full course yellow. They both got out of the sand in under 5 seconds and were both back on track, and absolutely basically like maybe a little bit of bumper damage on the Mustang in front in that incident. So yeah, it's just a bit of a weird one as to see why that obviously happened. But all that we can do is just hope that the next ones are either going to be short, or even better, we just hope that it doesn't happen again.
Indeed. So Tristan will be with us for 10 more minutes, and will be taken over by that of Ron in the chat, who is in the commentary box now, ready to go, raring to get his stint underway in the box, while Tristan will get some rest before he comes back a little later on. Not seeing any other penalties coming through at the moment, so clearly drivers are doing okay, but still under full course yellow. Let's give a quick run through of the current order in this race. It is the 46 Rising Panda who leads the race in, not just overall, but in Pro-Am as well. Vortex are P2 and in Pro-Am. Impact SimSport, the leaders in Pros, are currently in P3 from the 23 Bravo Snow. The 44 Fisher Motorsport from the number 19 team Racing Point. The 397 Sahara GT Motorsport is P7. Double Stint Racing car number 57 is in P8. The 189 Velch Competitions Pro-Am car is P9. P10 is the 113 Drive Lounge by PBM Pro. Quadash Racing car number 94 is P11 from Prism Motorsport Pro, car 309 in P12. Simcast Racing Team AM is P13. They are leading the AM category as well, with the 77 Team HSK Motorsport in P14. Also, we are back though to Green Flag Racing, and for 8 more minutes, Tristan, we are back underway here at Spa-Francorchamps.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super glad to see that we at least get a little bit of racing before we hit the next hour border, and so hopefully we can see a little bit more competition coming between all of our drivers. Like we mentioned, there is quite a bit of distancing that's happened, but down in 31st, we do have nearly on pace with Ryan Gill. He's putting pressure on Gamma Sim Racing 235 of Matthew Zuckerman, That's going to be the battle for 30th as it currently stands. The rest of the cars, though, all evenly spaced out. We are currently on board with the drive lines by PBM Pro. Now switch back to Gamma Sim Racing at 235, and that was on the mention of the battle of Nelio and pace by Ryan Gilbert. He's dropped off significantly. He was about 6/10 and now dropped off all the way down to 2 seconds of a distance. So not too sure why he's dropping so hard. But that Aston Martin is going quite a little bit slow compared to the drivers up in front. That gap is just dropping as it goes. It's gone from 1.8 all the way up to 2.8, and so basically a second in just the last couple of corner segments. And so the Gamma Sim Racing 235, not too much more to worry about, and hopefully he can put some pressure. I believe that is the Just for Speed up in front of him, but back on board, that's the quad ash of Tristan Engelstad, and he just goes a little bit wide coming onto the back straight there, but unfortunate for him, and might get a couple of incident points logged onto his timer, but shouldn't be too much, or shouldn't be anything that he can't handle for the time being. Let's hope he can be a little bit more consistent coming into these last 7 minutes.
Yeah, let's hope he can be a little bit more consistent to see what he can get out of this next couple of moments. So for the teams that I've just pitted, we're all lined up now, back ready to go in terms of their strategies. So strategies for the front runners will all kind of be running together now. So this is going to be an interesting part of the race, where can the pro drivers closing on the 2 Pro-Ams up the leaderboard, or have the Pro-Ams got that pace to stay out in front on their own at the moment? This is going to be the interesting thing to keep our eyes on as this race develops and goes through. So far, though, it's of course just kicking up some more gravel coming through that of Stavelo on towards the back straight towards that of Blanchimont. It is the BMW who's looking to try and find a way through, and indeed he does. Still side by side, actually. Aston Martin holding its ground now, just bails out a little bit, and Paul Botting losing out to Delta Racing there. In fact, I don't think that was the Delta Racing 4 position as well, because the gap is 7 seconds. We have had a change. Vortex are down to 4th. I'm noticing the Pro-Am team in 2nd place, as we've got a yellow flag once again out there on the circuit. I believe we're at racing speed, so I just think it's a yellow flag flying. This is a replay. Oh, big tank slapper. Ford Mustang manages to avoid it, and that is what has happened to the Vortex car. That is why it's dropped down to P4.
Yeah, super unfortunate there for the Vortex car. That's Vic obviously de Kloot. He's lost out to Bravo Snow now of Rafael Oliveira, and going to have to work hard for that one to try and work his way back up. I'm still seeing yellow flag out on the track. I'm not too sure why it's holding as we go on board with the Rusty Spatulas GTEC, and that's with Henna Hakkinen. But back up on top, we do now see the Bravo, the Bravo Snow team getting obviously ahead. As it looks like Impact Sim Sport is blipping a little bit as they keep going 2nd and 3rd the entire time on the timings board. That's because they're in the pit lane. Apologies about that. So Bravo Snow has officially taken the lead of this race now, and back up towards the top we see that leading pack, who was sitting in 10th about an hour ago, now up into 1st position with Vortex of Vic de Kloot just behind. Even after his spin, he's been able to recover it, and he sits 2nd, trying to follow in the wake. Ansys Fisher Motorsports, that's of Tane Hodderson. He has they've decided not to pit and currently sit 3rd, so chasing onto that podium spot as well. But quite a couple of our drivers deciding to pit just before the 21-hour mark. So Impact Sim Sport have pitted, Rising Panda Racing have pitted, so have the Team Racing Points. But the Sahara XGT Motorsports of Rokas Poskevicius has not come into pit because I believe they went slightly earlier. That is an Aston Martin on the right-hand side with a lot of damage, and I think this is full course yellow. Yeah, it looks like it is. It's very, very slow around circuit, and I believe it's full course yellow. It looks like there's been something gone wrong again somewhere out on circuit.
Right. Oh, it's safety car. Safety car. So the safety car is out. There it is. We can see it at the front of the pack. I didn't see that a moment ago. Look at the front. Is out the Vortex Aston Martin. Looks really badly damaged on the front of that black Aston Martin just midway through this pack. There it is. Look, scraping along the floor. So something's broken on the front right of that Aston Martin. As our producer uses a beautiful drone camera, you can see the damage it's sustained. Yeah, that right wheel is not rotating. That tyre will be no good, Tristan, at the end of this lap. Oh, that's safe to say.
that is one cooked up flat spot. I'm not going to lie to you. That the bottom of that tyre is going to basically be turned flat. It's not even going to be a circle anymore.
Yeah, 50 pence piece.
Exactly. That's a bit unfortunate though for the Vortex car. I didn't think that the damage would have been so sustained on the front right of that car. But yeah, I mean, if you've got a locked front tire, you're not only losing full rotation of the car, you're losing, obviously, your entire tire is just going to cook up. But it's not from that incident. The Vortex car has had another incident somewhere. And I think this is why the safety car has been deployed. I feel like the Vortex made another incident somewhere. And I was also getting confused because I saw it for 1 second and then it dropped off somewhere. And I mean, I saw it. We saw it just coming up to no name there just before the full course yellow was deployed. So I'm wondering what on earth has happened to this Vortex car of Victor Kloot. He's made a couple of incidents, and I feel like he's getting a bit tired here because obviously he made the mistake there, and he's obviously made a mistake somewhere else. So we're busy fast-forwarding through the replay quickly, trying to have a quick look at where on earth this has gone wrong for Victor Kloot. As coming around now towards...
He's hit the pack.
Oh, there it is.
He's hit the pack. So has the pack have slowed down for the full course yellow or the safety car, in fact, he has hit the back of the pack. There. Oh, what a rookie mistake that from the Vortex team. Surely they would have known that the safety car was out on the circuit.
Yeah, this is not something you expect to see like that. That's very strange coming from the Vortex car. And I'm not going to lie to you. I don't think I'd be happy with him as a team member. I don't think he's happy with himself. He's going to get a penalty for that. You can't really do that on the pit liner, and he might just receive something for that, for crossing over the racing the white line to get into the pit lane. So a little bit sketchy coming there from Nick de Kloot. I think someone's going to get this man into a bed. He needs some sleep and potentially put someone else in the car. He's making a couple too many errors here, and the team's not going to be too happy about that one.
Yeah, they're not, and they'll be in to repair the car. And they was running second overall as well. Let's not forget, second overall, second in that Pro-Am category. So that's going to be a shame for them in this race. But yeah, it is what it is. They'll have to live to fight yet again another day. And we'll see what they can do in the rest of this race. 21 hours, 1.5 minutes. And I'm just going to take a toilet break while I'll let Tristan talk you through his final minute and a half.
Yeah, last minute to go here, and then Ron will be taking over for his stint duration. But for the time being, it is just a bit of a slower turn of events right now behind the safety car. And about a minute left to go before things get going. Well, not a minute left to go, apologies. About, well, we don't know really how long the safety car is going to be staying out. Last time the safety car got deployed, it stayed out for over 4 laps. And so we're really hoping that this time around, this is not the case, as we'll obviously have the rest of our drivers continuing to just follow in this line behind the safety car. Now, obviously, this is, again, going to bring in the whole situation about pit stops, because as Matthew mentioned earlier, there is the rule of this league that when the safety car is deployed, it is going to allow for any lap driver to try and unlap themselves. So this is going to be an extremely long safety car, because we've obviously got drivers from quite a distance back who will now have the opportunity to completely unlap themselves. And so we'll have to wait and see how this is going to work out and how long the safety car is going to stay out. But obviously, the longer this is going to stay out, the more boredom is going to start to encroach on our drivers, the more fatigue is going to start to become at play here for all of our drivers out currently sitting behind the safety car. So this is not looking too good. Especially if those lapped cars are going to only start coming through after a lap or two, like we saw in the previous safety car. It took about 3 laps of standard safety car driving. Then only after those 3 laps were the back marker drivers allowed to obviously unlap themselves. So yeah, we're not 100% sure how this is going to work, but that's officially it from my side for the time being. I'll be seeing you all on air in approximately 2 to 3 hours time. But back over to Matthew and Ron for the remainder of the safety car duration.
Yeah, Tristan, thank you very much. Hopefully you have a good rest of the race, because that's the last time I'll see you for this weekend. So hopefully the event goes well for when we see you back, and I'll see you obviously in the future in the commentary box once again. But Tristan Herbst there, bringing you the first 4 hours, 3 hours, apologies, ignore me, of this race. And we are now joined by Ron in the commentary box. Ron, welcome. First stint in the commentary box for today. It's been a crazy race so far if you've been keeping up to what's happening.
You know, I'm getting a little bit of flashbacks to the opening race of this season about 2 months ago for the 6 hours of the Red Bull Ring. That was a pretty wild race. Of course, this one, whole different kettle of fish. 24 hours for the length, a massive field of drivers. And so far, this track, while we know that Spa is a menace, but it's been biting at the jugular to many of these drivers and teams so
Never
far
mind.
throughout the first 3
Pit-
hours.
Yep, should be a good one then, as we are, I believe, about to head over to port number 3. So if you want to check us out on port number 3, go over there and do. Oh, we're staying on port 2. Apologies, we're staying on port 2. So if you want to see what's happening, stick with us, as we're going to also say goodbye to our producer of Amet Om. She'll be back later on in the race as well. And we're joined by our producer of Morgan Cook in the chat as well. You obviously won't be able to hear him. He's in our ear guiding us through what is happening in this race. We are under safety car proceedings, though, in this one at the moment, due to an incident we saw a little earlier on. And it's been a wild start to this race. So in terms of where we are, timings wise, I'll be with you for the next 3 hours. Tristan will then jump back into the box with Ron for Ron's final hour before Tristan and Lorenzo take over the commentary box. Ron will be back later on in the early hours of the morning if you're on UK time, or on UTC time, so sorry, should I say. Tristan and Jim will then be in the box for early morning with Tristan and Lorenzo finishing that. Jeremy and Lorenzo will take over from then Jeremy and Tristan. So I've got 3 hours left, Ron. And if this race has been anything to go by, these next 3 hours could be absolutely anything happening.
Yeah, definitely up in the air as to what we may expect. Certainly the safety car restart is going to be wild. Every single time I get the opportunity to cover an endurance sports car race, obviously the yellows are known for being a bit on the lengthy end, and that sense of tension just grows with every single lap. So as we're running under the safety car procedure, we have to think about how these drivers are going to be. It is going to be a very intense restart for these drivers. Some teams just looking to make some inroads as we go throughout the rest of this race. We are getting closer to that sunset in sim as well. And in these endurance races, teams always like to set checkpoints. I think that sunset period is certainly going to be one of them. So these drivers looking to get some moves done before we start dancing the night away.
Yeah, and this is the interesting factor now, isn't it? Is the track temperatures are starting to come down. The ambient temperature as well will start to come down. And drivers just have to be a little bit more cautious now in terms of their braking points, because they just start to visually lose their markers a little bit as the shadows creep over the circuit, the nighttime starts to roll in. Their braking markers just sort of change in terms of their visuals that they see out there. So a really crucial stage of this race with the nighttime coming in to really get a grip of what you're really doing in that cockpit of the car, because the minute you're into that nighttime and start to do some more laps in it, it becomes more the norm. But the real next step is the track getting cooler and the darkness coming in.
And talking about that as well, just how much this track is going to evolve. You know, one thing that I've always gone to experience firsthand, both from my time behind the wheel and getting the opportunity to cover these races, and something that I've been cued in a little bit more doing a lot of, this may be a dirty word to say, doing a lot of oval races, is track evolution. As time rolls along, you get to see a track that starts off one way, just completely shift in a totally opposite direction. And at the moment, we are seeing this track pretty much be as strained level as it could be. Then when that sunset goes, the track temperature is going to sink like an anvil push out of a helicopter. And when it does, these drivers are basically going to have to treat it not lap by lap, some would probably say corner by corner. You're never really going to know what to expect heading off into the braking zones. Yes, these GT3 cars do have the benefit of ABS and traction control, so that helps you out a little bit. But there's still a lot of driving that you have to do in these endurance sports car races to try and just stay with it, and more importantly, keep it on the road as well. Even with the remixed runoff areas around this track, adding a lot more runoff through Rouge and Radion a couple of years ago, adding more gravel traps, it is still a very unforgiving surface. It's been this way ever since this track was first used way back in the 1920s, for crying out loud. So once we get off into that sunset period and the track changes are going to be labeled lap by lap, it is going to be just so tense from these drivers' perspectives in the cockpit.
Indeed it is, and as we can see the shadows already through Stavelot into Blanchimont coming over and taking over more of that circuit as they go through. We are on, 20 hours, 53 minutes remaining in this race, and this is now turning into a pretty lengthy safety car period at the moment. And again, we're not quite sure why. We saw the Vortex car go off, didn't hit into the wall and managed to get out the gravel okay. Didn't have any damage until it hit the rear of the queue of the cars behind the safety car. So we're pretty... we're still scratching our heads a little bit as to why the safety car is out on the circuit. But it has been called. I don't believe we've seen the wave around yet for the drivers to unlap themselves, which means I believe we've still got that period to come in this race. In what has been a fantastic and frantic start to it here in this one. And I'm just noting that a few of the liveries, I've just actually received a message as well that a few of the liveries aren't showing up on some of the cars. That's one more for our producer at the moment, who I believe will be working tirelessly to get that one done, as all producers do. And there we go. There is the confirmation of the wave around. I do believe we just saw one car getting out the way and unlapping itself from the safety car. So the wave around is now taking part, and this will just give it a lap or two then, Ron, just to try and get these cars back into their positions. And it also gives teams who's only a lap down on the leaders a chance to maybe get themselves back onto the lead lap and again restart their race, if you will.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a rebirth, a good reset for sure, and I can't speak from the perspective of those teams, but that's going to feel like a massive weight lifted off of their shoulders when we do finally get them back on the lead lap. Even for the drivers and the teams that aren't getting back on the lead lap, but just getting a small little reprieve, that is going to be fantastic as well. So I think at the moment, many of these teams just happy for one small little break, whether it's a big break or just a tiny one of many that they need to get back in it to win it. We'll just have to see. But everyone, of course, taking advantage of this full course yellow to finally reset themselves.
Speaking of a break, we'll take a quick one and we're back in just a moment.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com. Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back then to the 24 hours Spa-Francorchamps here on the GT Endurance Cup Europe. We are live with 20 hours, 49 minutes on the clock. Matthew Duffin and Ron joining me in the commentary box for the next 3 or 2 and a bit hours now. So if you've just joined us, where have you been first of all? It's been a chaotic and frantic 3 and a bit hours of racing here at Spa. 5 formation laps, unknown why. Full course yellows, safety cars. This is the second safety car stoppage of the race. We are on the current wave around at the moment. But it has been a little bit of a frantic race. We've had a really big incident for one of the Gawain racing cars out there. The Ferrari had a tank slapper through Blanchimont and ended up upside down into the wall on the outside, coming back across the circuit as well. So a real big nasty crash that brought out the first safety car. Thankfully, only one car involved in it. And as it stands so far, if I am remembering this correctly, I'm just going to double check my timing tab. The race is being led overall. It isn't anymore. Actually, it was being led overall by one of the Pro-Am drivers who obviously have done pit stops, and drivers now are on potentially the same pit strategies in this race. But it is the Bravo Snow 23 car that leads the race at the moment. There it is, being driven by the Brazilian of Rafael Oliveira in the Ford Mustang. And this is going to be one to keep our eyes on. Ron, as the clock ticks down, we'll wait for the safety car to return to the pit lane, and we can hopefully get this race back underway very soon.
Yeah, hoping for a restart very quickly. I was just going to say, talking about the weirdness of the Pro-Am categories, I always like looking at the Pro-Am class just because of the strangeness of it all. And the results from the 6 hours of the Red Bull Ring about 2 months ago here in the opening race of this brand new series kind of reflected that as well. Kronos Simsport and the 120 cars were victorious in the Pro-Am category in that race. They ended up 12th overall. Rising Panda Racing and the number 46 car were second in class. They were 16th overall. So it's always a little bit odd just to see how that Pro-Am category goes, but I'm a fan of weird things. My commentary is more or less a reflection of that, but that's probably part of the reason why I'm such a fan of the Pro-Am category. It's just intriguing to look at.
Yeah, it is indeed. And I was saying to Tristan earlier on that the bonus with these AMs and Pro-Ams this evening is they've made it such a jumbled up field at the moment. They've not allowed it to be the pro-dominant race at the front of the overall field. It is such a mixed up grid right now that, yeah, exactly. One of the AMs 5th overall at the moment. It is a really mixed up grid. And that's what we love about this multi-tier system of racing, isn't it? Not multi-class where we see the two or three different classes of cars, but the multi-tiers of Pro-Am and AMs. It's just providing great entertainment out there.
Yeah, one of the series that I've covered for many, many moons here on iRacing is one that runs the exact same cars for the entire field, but different classifications of drivers between the Formula Fords, Formula Vs, Spec Racer Fords, now starting to run Mazda MX-5s. When you've got that same car, different driver class sort of dynamic, it always adds in just a little... It's just a little bit of extra spice. It's nothing major. It's not like sticking a Carolina Reaper pepper on top of a bowl of ice cream, but it's just a little something. It's like an extra dash of red pepper flakes that just, it gives it a little bit of kick. We talk about that in reference to the drivers trying to do well. Somebody also running off into the gravel trap here under yellow. That's not ideal, but no, it always throws in a different little dynamic. It's a wrench thrown in the works that us commentators always enjoy. And when we also get into the game of lap traffic, as we're seeing some of these drivers unlap themselves now, fitting segue, it gives it a little dynamic as well, because in usual, multi-class sports car GT racing, you're having to worry about a prototype, let's say a GTP, having to overtake a GT3 car and basically going by them as if the GT3 car is standing still. Here, you've really got to work at to get the lap traffic taken care of, even on a track that's as massive as Spa is at a tick over 4 miles. It is still the thing that these drivers are going to have to worry about consistently through a 24-hour-long race. So just another little extra spice added in with all these cars being pretty much the same outside of manufacturer affiliations and DOP.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's going to be the interesting thing, isn't it? See what these drivers can do in these different cars. And given the different weather conditions that we're going to obviously be expecting to see in terms of the night time with the temperatures cooling and then rising again come the morning, it looks like we're still getting a few cars just unlapping themselves at the moment. So the safety car is still going to be out for just a little bit longer. Not quite sure what this red BMW is doing in the background. Yeah, I believe it is unlapping itself. So we're still going to be under the safety car banner for the time being. This is all just working into that fuel strategy as well, isn't it? Of saving the fuel, saving the tyres as well to go a little bit longer into this race while that track is cooling down. And the track was at, I believe, 44 degrees track temp earlier on at the start of the race. It's now down to 32. So it has dropped quite significantly as this race has already gone on already. And we're seeing now how many cars are not on the lead lap. I'm just going to double check that on my screen. Oh, there we go. So we've got the top 42 on the lead lap. So Project 91, the 191 that's had its fair share of dramas at the moment, is on the lead lap now. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars who are a couple of laps down. And 2 cars are two that are out of this race. Delta V didn't actually take to the start of this race with the looks of things. And then the Andromeda Racing by 0 to 1 race, where the Triple H car is also out of this race, 21 laps down. So, 42 cars on the lead lap. This is giving everybody that chance just to get themselves, again, like I said a moment ago, that restart in this race to get back going as they would as if it was the start. Because there's still plenty of time in this race to go.
Yeah, still a lot of time left. You cannot get down in the dumps about what has happened in the first 3 hours of a 24-hour-long race. That would be hard to justify even at the Red Bull Ring when it was 6 hours in length. Now, granted, in the remaining part of this calendar that we have for this inaugural season, that will be cause for concern at Monza, the Nürburgring, and Portimao, because those races are only going to be 3 hours long. However, here, you got to go about it in a very long race. The old phrase, it's a marathon, not a sprint, is one that pops into my head.
Yeah, and I think in that, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but in that first hour, from my point of view here in the box, it definitely felt like people was treating it as a bit of a sprint to jostle for positions early doors, especially that opening lap incident with the 91 Porsche and the leading Lamborghini. Felt like it was treating it more of a sprint than that 24-hour race on the opening lap of it. Which just caused a few bits of chaos. It seems to have slowed down since then. It seems to have mellowed out a little bit in terms of the racing action and wheel-to-wheel action since then. But you're right. It is a marathon, not a sprint, and there is still 20 hours left to play in which any little drama for any team out there could put you in a good position.
This is an odd comparison, but that's kind of my motif on these broadcasts, so I'll say this anyways. This kind of race, the way that you have to tackle a 24-hour-long race, it's like going to the grocery store in a way. It's calm, it's relaxing, it's low cortisol when you just go through a grocery trip, being able to wander, do your own thing, work at your own pace, be able to grab what you want when you want. It's a lot more difficult to try and go through a grocery run while still having some degree of sanity if you're running around like a chicken with your head cut off. There have been some teams, and I will admit it's only some, that have gone through this race like a chicken with their head cut off already. However, it's those teams that are going to be playing the long game, think, okay, we just need to have a clean race car here at the end, get into a good groove here in this race, and also do well with the strategy. You talked about the fuel-saving game that's going to be going to be played already here under this yellow flag procedure of drivers saving some gas, trying to set themselves up well. If you can get a good strategy rolling, it's going to be a snowball effect throughout this race. You're going to save time. It's just going to multiply from here. And the inverse is true. If you have a bad strategy, it's just going to get worse. As I believe the lights are out on that iRacing pace car, we may be coming back to green here.
Yep, we're about to get ready to go green here. Thank you very much, Tristan, if you are still listening. He's put in a new updated sheet for all those commentators and producers to go off the new timings for this race. Otherwise, we'd have ended about 16 minutes shorter with no one in the box to bring you the end of it. But we are about ready to go. Bravo Snow lead the way from the Fisher Motorsport Porsche, the Quad Ash BMW, and then the Paul Botting Aston Martin is about to get underway here as we resume at Spa-Francorchamps for the 20 hours, 40 minutes left on the clock. And it's a decent getaway from the Ford Mustang out front, but we've got to tackle that of Eau Rouge and Radeon again while the pack is all bunched up together as through turn one of La Source the leaders go. Looks all good from the leading pack, the safety car coming down the pit lane, and I believe actually we've not gone green till now, so now we're at green flag. Now we can overtake, and there's a car already into the pit lane at the end of the safety car lap, so a catastrophe for them. They're going to lose out quite a significant amount of time as up Eau Rouge and Radeon they go, first time round. Back under green flag racing, 2 hours 40 minutes. The Fisher Motorsport Porsche must have had an almighty run over the Ford Mustang as it looks to the inside in towards Lecombe. Up the inside goes the green and Dago yellow Porsche Fisher Motorsport car and into the lead of this race with a fantastic move on the opening green flag lap.
And shocking to see the grunt of that Mustang not be able to pull some legs heading down the straightaway. Now that Mustang is in trouble. Bravo Snow behind the wheel, the number 23 machine. That team is going to be in trouble. You got Quad Dash Racing right behind the 94 BMW. And if there's one thing we know, Matthew, about the BMW here on iRacing, despite having the aerodynamic properties of a brick, it is a mighty car down the straightaways. Hang down the Camel straightaway, it's going to be insane as we're slowing down.
Yeah, I just noticed in the background the course behind the three leaders was very, very slow there. Is this full course yellow?
I believe this
Now,
may be full course yellow procedure. I'm not seeing a yellow.
I'm not seeing a yellow at all. Half a lap of racing speed here. We've not seen anything to suggest this is a full course yellow at the moment or another safety car. But at this stage of the race, I tell you what, if this is another safety call, that really helps getting pretty much everybody back onto the lead lap that is still in this race. At this moment in time, though, we are uncertain as to what this is, whether it is yellow or safety car. And we've only done half a lap here, so, again, not seen the incident involved, but that BMW in third place nearly got caught out and nearly overtook the two leaders.
Yeah, and they nearly came to blows as well. Got very close, not only between your top three, but as well as those drivers farther in the back. I'm thinking at the moment this is definitely full course yellow procedures. Drivers all slowing around, running around this track at a slow pace. Not seeing a actual yellow flag here. So this is full course yellow procedure. This should be temporary. But getting to the point that I was raising about this issue that Bravo Snow is going to find themselves dealing with, they've now got Quad Dash Racing in that 94 BMW right behind. And if we get this race restarted heading out of what is technically the final turn, since we're running the GT Endurance layout with a start-finish straightaways after the Grand Prix first turn, that is going to be a horrifying prospect heading off into the Lake Holm chicane. That BMW, coupled with the draft of two rather big race cars up in front, punching a huge hole in the air, that BMW is going to come at those two drivers like an Exocet missile.
Yeah, it really is. And you fancy its chance going into the Le Combe chicane, don't you? Especially off the race start. It's pretty close, that Ford Mustang just in front. So if anything changes and we end up under safety car and it can get even closer, it's got to get that run out of La Source, though, hasn't it? To make sure it can be right on the rear bumper of the Ford Mustang going up through Eau Rouge Radion onto that of the Camel Straight. That's going to be absolutely crucial to get that one right for the BMW. But what's its chances of getting ahead at Le Combe? Pretty comfortable. It's also pulled a decent gap over P4. So the leaders in that half lap got a good breakaway over fourth place on the road at the moment. So are sitting pretty comfortable. Now, obviously, this is all just for the racing action at the time being. There is still 20 and a half hours to go. Anything can happen in this race still, as we know with endurance racing over the years. But it is going to be interesting to see what this BMW strategy is. It's already looked trying to take a different line. And are we back to green flag racing? I believe we might be. And has it just caught the Ford Mustang napping in towards the source? I believe it has. The BMW there catches the Ford Mustang half asleep. And up the inside he goes, second place overall.
Yeah, I think that may have just been a blessing in disguise. There's trouble further in the back. That's a Lamborghini around in a very precarious situation heading out of the final chicane. Contact being made.
Big damage. Big damage. I believe that's on the Gawain Ferrari once again that was upside down earlier in this race. That could be back to another full course yellow due to the debris on circuit at the moment. And was everybody, look, they've just been caught out by the fact that the full course yellow ended into the braking zone at the bus stop chicane. Spins around, looked like it was possibly all on its own. It spun around there. Majority of the field do well to avoid it, bar that one BMW, and then wait for the Gawain Ferrari to come through, who is just going to collect the Lamborghini, and it's pretty unsighted by the black and grey car in front, and then gets rear-ended as well. So are we going to be back under full course yellow when we go back to live screens, because there is some significant bodywork damage out there? No, we are still at racing speed, but that Lamborghini is got some significant damage on the front end, and I'm not surprised if we see that one in the pit lane at the end of this lap. But here's your two leaders, Fisher and Quadash, going at it. Paul Botting's Aston Martin Pro car there has got onto the back of the Ford Mustang. So the Bravo Snow Ford Mustang hasn't had the opening green flag lap it would have wanted in this race.
And Paul Botting Motorsports already victorious earlier on this season, that coming in the AM category last time at the Red Bull Ring, looking for a bit more success here in the Pro class as we look throughout this pack. Although that chaos went on behind, up towards the front of the field, it is pretty routine, pretty normal, fairly tame for now, he says very tentatively, as there are some battles throughout the pack, though. These drivers taking this opportunity to finally stretch out their legs and get the moves done. I said that these drivers had to tackle this race in a methodical way. Don't run around like a chicken with your head cut off. Well, after that messy restart to this race, I think all logic has been thrown asunder and these drivers are going to go for it at every single opportunity.
Yep, indeed they are. As we can see in the midfield already here, there is a lot of cars jostling for positions coming down towards Blanchimont. They head now. The Porsche, the Project 91 Porsche, on the rear of one of the BMWs there, gets the run to the outside line. A couple of the cars trying to follow suit as well. Further forward, I'm behind, that's the Rosso Esports looking around the outside. And the Project 91, who had that damage from the lead of the race on the opening lap, moves up yet another position and comes towards, or is starting to move towards the front of the field. But here we go, lead of the race, Bravo Snow, number 23 at BMW M4. As we look on behind now of the Fischer Porsche, is trying to fend off the BMW, who gets closer and closer, brakes a little bit earlier, isn't close enough to make a move in towards the Lecombe chicane at this moment in time, but is putting pressure on. The Paul Botting Motorsport Aston Martin behind, though, has taken third place away from the Bravo Snow Ford Mustang. So Paul Botting team there, the pro team of Chad Dalton, running up now on the podium spots ahead of Bravo Snow. So a good move there from Chad Dalton at the Lecombe, at the end of the Kemmel Straight, and the queue of cars behind. P5 just behind the Ford Mustang is your leader in AM, the 967 iRacing team, and then behind him in P6 is your Pro-Am leader of the Kronos Sim Sports team. So a real mixed bag up in the top 10 already, but great fights no matter where you look.
Yeah, some awesome fights throughout the pack, but this one for the top spot is starting to get really dicey. You can see that BMW hounding the back of the Porsche as they head their way off through the middle sector. This is going to be only a matter of time before that BMW can use its muscle to push in front of that 911. The Porsche 911 is a strong car. It is a driver's and team's favorite here on iRacing. It's consistently strong everywhere, but it's a jack of all trades, not really the master of any. It usually gets some success and gets some wins just because it's so good in everything and not really bad in any specific category. But that BMW is strong. Team Redline used it to the Spot 24 win over on the real officials just last year. It is a strong car here at Spa, so Quad Ash Racing is going to lay that icing on as thick as icing on top of a wedding cake.
Yeah, the BMW, a pretty well-rounded car, isn't it? And that's why it's quite good at Spa, because Spa provides you a bit of everything out there on the circuit in terms of medium speed, low speed, high speed corners, heavy braking zones, quick straights. The BMW is sort of an all-round machine. And that Porsche, we know it struggles in its straight line, but is not too bad out of the slower corners through La Source there. Would have just been able to get the better traction than the BMW, but heading up through Eau Rouge and in towards Radion, you fancy the BMW. Looks a lot closer this time around. Whoa. On that of the Fischer Motorsport. Did have a little wiggle. Whoa. Car exit in the pit lane. That's just going to block the BMW from making a move for the time being. The Porsche Fischer goes on the defensive. The BMW is going to go round the outside. I get the feeling move could be done under the braking. Can he hold it round the first part of the Lecombe? He tries his best, and here comes the BMW. Through he goes, middle part of the Lecombe chicane. Great manoeuvre, and into the lead.
I want to give some love there to the Porsche as well. That Fischer Motorsports driver playing ball in that fight. He didn't squeeze him too hard there on the outside. Actually ran himself off into the inside gravel trap, trying to give that BMW as wide of a berth as it could. And that BMW is a massive car. The old BMW M8 memes from a couple of years ago proved that. But that car and those two drivers going side by side through there, that was asking for trouble with any lesser drivers behind the wheel. I want to give props to both of them. It takes two to tango, and those drivers put on a dance.
Yeah, they really did indeed. So that BMW now leads the race. That is the Bravo Snow 23 that is in the lead of this race as they come through one more time to... who is this? This is the number 6. This is the Impact car. Down the order a little bit as my timing tower has just gone off. So I don't know if Morgan, if you could get us an updated timing tower, please. And we'll get back to that one. But the Impact Sim Sport car running P5 in that Pro category at this moment in time. And so far, this has been an absolutely fantastic race to keep our eyes on and keep watching in this race at the moment. But like we say, that Bravo Snow car leading the race here at Spa-Francorchamps with 2 hours 29 minutes on the clock. Still a lot of cars bunched up together here and jostling for position, as trying to look up the inside was the M4 on the Porsche, and the Lamborghini fancied a move on the M4 there.
Yeah, so there's a multifaceted battle, various different race cars in this fight. Cars with different strengths trying to go for it at every single point in time. That duo of BMWs trying to hold on, though, as the Lamborghini going for the dive, heading off into turn number 1. Good spot to try and make the move, but I think it will ultimately be fleeting. Those BMWs, the both of them going to tail together. It's going to be like a freight train getting past them as they head their way off through Eau Rouge and Raidillon right now. That Lamborghini may have the benefit of some cleaner air on the nose of that machine, but as soon as they head onto the Camel straightaway, look at that BMW already blinking the headlights, trying to get into the head of that Lamborghini, as the Lamborghini trying to get a move done on that Porsche right up in front as well, as look right behind an Aston Martin trying to go for the move on that tail BMW, not able to make it work.
Yeah, not able to make it work, and this was the number 19 Lamborghini that was leading the race in the early stint before the first couple of rounds of pit stops then. Down the order, just trying to find its way back through in this race. It looks for a dive down in towards the hairpin on the Porsche ahead. The Porsche goes a little bit deep. Not the worst thing in the world, because the Porsche should have that inside line going in towards No Name, and does indeed. Bit of contact between the two, forces the Lamborghini wide. That gives the momentum now to the two BMWs and possibly the Aston Martin as they approach towards Pouhon. They all get past. The Aston Martin hasn't got the move done just yet. Little wiggle mid-corner, and the Lamborghini gets out of it and loses 3 places there.
Yeah, so unfortunately that plucky little Lamborghini, one of the oldest GT3 cars here on the iRacing platform right now. It's strong, it sounds absolutely awesome, and it looks like a old race fan's dream. However, I can't say it's exactly the strongest car in the world. Although I say that, last time at the Red Bull Ring, Team Racing Point were on a tear with that Lamborghini. It was probably the strongest performance I've ever seen from the Lamborghini Huracan here on iRacing and GT3 spec racing. However, here maybe a bit more of a struggle trying to get those moves done at every single opportunity. Currently running though in 9th for the team that captured the overall race win last time at the Red Bull Ring. Bit of an uphill climb.
It is a bit of an uphill climb, as here comes the 113 Aston Martin around the outside, up the inside. The BMW dives into the pit lane then. So just trying to get their strategy all hooked up and back in working order at the moment, as the BMW strategies may all be out of sequence at this moment in time, as they have obviously had several stoppages in this race to try and contend with. And at the moment, everybody just coming through the field and doing a fantastic job of it so far. Been a good restart here since the green flag has gone after the full course yellow. We've really been able to get some good racing under the belt, and drivers now just starting to get into that momentum and into that rhythm of this race.
Yeah, finally settling into a groove. When you lock in behind the wheel, things are going to be a lot easier compared to how things have been so far here in this race. A little bit of stop-startiness throughout. That's when these drivers are always a little bit, there's a bit of tension in them. They're always a little bit nervous, and that's when the mistakes creep in. As side-by-side racing here, 2 Mustangs squabbling up in that battle right now for 4th Impact Sim Sport. Able to get that move done. Bravo Snow have sunk down a little bit. Remember, they restarted this race up at the front. Ever since then, though, they have really dropped back, as with one driver sinking down and one team sinking down, we've got one driver and team that is rising up. Quad Dash, ever since they've taken the race lead, have now checked out. 3 seconds the margin between themselves and that number 44 Fisher Motorsports Porsche. That is an incredible drive. Tristan Engelstein behind the wheel of that 94 machine right now, putting on a fantastic performance there in that BMW.
And Tristan Engelstad, a very capable, competent driver to win a race here, but don't count his chickens just yet, because the race is far, far, far from done. But I tell you what, he's got the restart he absolutely would have wanted here. As we can see one of the other Fisher Motorsport cars there, the green and white, in the middle of this long, long train of cars, with cars all over the place at the moment. A bumper's just come off of one of the Mercedes-Benz there, as maybe they've all just got a little bit congested up in a bit of a domino effect. One by one, they got closer until one hit the other. So the Mercedes-Benz, I believe it's that silver one, second from the back of this queue, has just lost the front bumper of his car. Oh, it is back. It has reappeared back. So maybe just momentary damage for it. That's more visual that you see on the stream over what it actually is suffering with on the car. But at the moment, everybody still jostling for positions. And like you said earlier then, Ron, it's more, it's a marathon, not a sprint. The way these drivers are really hustling each other, they may feel that this is the last hour of the race and not 20 hours left to go.
Yeah, I will say this, and this is honest, and I mean this with love to all the drivers, incredible talents out here. Racing drivers aren't exactly the brightest in the world. I say this as somebody who spent 10 years in karts himself. Whenever you're behind the wheel and the red mist descends, you think that every single turn is the final turn on the final lap of the race, and you're in it to win a championship. Whenever you've got that dangling carrot in front of you, no matter whether it's there or not, you're always going to try and go for it. So at the moment, we've got many drivers going for it, many drivers pushing the envelope. Now, granted, some drivers have given themselves a paper cut, but hey, you gotta crack a couple eggs and make an omelet, I suppose.
Yeah, you try telling a racing driver or an esports driver to not go for a position, even though that with 20 hours left on the clock, they're probably going to ignore you and do it anyway. But that's the beautiful thing about motorsport and esports motor racing, and that's why we enjoy it. As here we go down the inside, looks the Mercedes-Benz, the number 87, can't get the move done on the 007 Aston Martin at this moment in time. I believe that's one of the Paul Botting Aston Martins as well, and so far. It's been a pretty good restart to this race at the moment then, still jostling for position all up and down the field, unless you're Quad Ash out front, who is absolutely checked out in this race at the moment.
Yeah, so Quad Ash putting in good lap after good lap, now blowing that gap out to now 4.5 seconds currently as we look now, side-by-side squabble. That's a Mercedes and an Aston Martin. Paul Botting Motorsports losing out on that spot as they're currently right now running. Is a fight for 15th on the road. Gamma Sim Racing getting it done. Paul Botting Motorsports right now third of those Pro-Am teams. So putting together a good performance as it stands right now in that Aston Martin. While the newest GT3 cars here on iRacing, one that I personally think is the absolute prettiest, and one that is also a very strong contender as well, as we can see that Aston really digging all through the bus stop chicane as this battle is starting to get real dicey side by side, heading down the Grand Prix pits, looking to get a move done. That Lamborghini has been through the ringer so far in this stint, just looking to hold on. That's a 19 from Team Racing Point, trying to get the point right now as they are still side by side, heading down the start finish straightaway off into Rouge and Radion. They finally single file out, and smartly so.
Yeah, smartly so indeed. So this is now the stage of the race where the darkness is starting to descend. You can see the lights just starting to come on from the cars in this race. And what is going to happen to the drivers as they go through? This is going to be the interesting point of part of the race in which we see who can do what in it. But yeah, definitely drivers now just starting to think of that darkness coming in.
Yeah, we're starting to see a little bit of an orange haze around Spa-Francorchamps right now. So we're getting to the point now where the headlights are starting to burn brighter. That sunlight is starting to dim down, and this track is going to start to cool. I talked about that transition from day to night and having to worry about it. Although we ran off into the night at the Red Bull Ring for the 6-hour race just 2 months ago, the main difference with that race is that it was shrouded in overcast skies and really misty, cold conditions. So when that sunset came around, the track only dropped down by about 1 degree Fahrenheit, which is basically nothing for race car tires. Here, though, beautiful sky, no cloud in sight. This is going to be much more of a transfer when we go off into the night.
That's the Porsche Fischer car there, then losing out to the towards the, is that second place as well? I do believe, yes it is. It's the Impact SimSport car with the Paul Botting Motorsport. Aston Martin now looking to try and get past the Porsche. So the Porsche that was looking pretty comfortable, the Impact SimSport, who lost out to Paul Botting earlier on, has started to now come back through. It's up into second place, and the Fischer Porsche has dropped down into P4. And yeah, interesting to see that from them in this race. As we come through the final couple of the final corner, the bus stop chicane, what will be the case in this one then for all these drivers? As there is 20 hours, 19 minutes left, the Porsche car has just fallen back a little bit. Believe that Mercedes-Benz is a lap down, so not to worry about that Mercedes-Benz too much at this moment in time. And this should be an interesting little battle here. The Porsche had good pace early doors, has just started to slowly fall off the back even more in this one at the moment, and just looks like it's lost its pace advantage over the cars around it in this race. But the Impact Sport seems to have had the opposite way around in this one, though. It started off, looked like it was struggling to get going after the restart, and now has found its feet. Has that allowed Quadash to get too much of a gap, or what is the situation there? It's an interesting race to keep our eyes on in this one at the moment in time. But all we know is Paul Botting running P3. They seem pretty solid in that Aston Martin, leading in the Pro category as well at the moment in time.
Yes,
So 20
right
hours.
now on the road.
Oh, sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, right now on the road, everybody rocking and rolling a long green flag run that we've got going on right now. And I think we are starting to see this race settle down just a little bit. I'm definitely not going to say it is calm, but it is certainly a bit more relaxed and a bit less stressful as it was a little bit earlier on in this run when the drivers were going for the capital J jugular on each other. Still got little fights out on the road. Here's one for, this is currently 7th overall, and it's very intriguing to see a battle between the Drive Lounge by PBM number 113 Aston Martin right in front of Delta Racing in the 4 and the 967 iRacing team currently running in 9th. Now you see these three drivers, of course, different classes with them as well. One's a pro, two of them are AM. Getting back to the slightly jumbled up way that this field is currently, it is fascinating to see exactly how these drivers are having to cut it in their own little battles.
Yeah, and that's the interesting part of an endurance race, isn't it? Especially a 24-hour one, is you are going to have these different battles taking shape and these different fights playing out. Even if you think you're quicker than that car around you, you've got to almost manage the battle that you're in through whatever circumstance to the best of your abilities, haven't you, to get back to where you think you should be in this race. So as the race progresses, we're going to start to see more and more of this, I reckon, as here comes the Mercedes-Benz. To just have a look there on the Porsche. That is the 137, the Gamma Sim Racing Mercedes-Benz. Just looking on the rear of one of the Porsches, the golden black Porsche in front of him as they come down towards El Rouge once more. That sun definitely starting to set though, and seems like there's more of a glare on the circuit now than what there was a few hours ago. So the driver's vision just starting now to really have to take more focus into the braking zones, into these corners.
Yeah, when we throw in the glare as well, it is going to be like juggling chainsaws for these drivers as Gamma Sim Racing getting that move done there on the Sahara X GT Motorsports Porsche. That was heading off into the Les Combes chicane, even though we've seen drivers go for moves at many opportunities at Les Combes chicane. So the premier overtaking opportunity for these drivers here in this race. We're going to see the heavy braking zone through there get used more often than not, but I will commend the bravery of some of these drivers, the fact they've been going for it in some slightly atypical sections of the track. Through the second sector has really fascinated me. Can't be too surprised about the bus stop, even though it's a little bit fiddly to go through there side by side. But I gotta say that it has been a pretty competitive race, and these drivers, I gotta say, when they have been going for the moves, it's been pretty smooth, at least for my time here in the booth.
Yeah, it's been pretty smooth, and it's an interesting... Some of the overtakes have been really interesting, because we've seen overtakes at times where drivers look like they're diving for a move at the last moment, and all of a sudden then we'll see drivers just make such nice casual overtakes that it's absolutely brilliant to see. So your running order at the moment is Quadash lead the race from Impact Sim Sport, Paul Botting Motorsport or P3, with Fisher Motorsport still on the rear of them in 4th place. Your leader in AM is 8th place overall. That is Delta Racing. 2nd place in AM is P9 overall. That is the 967 iRacing team. There they are, just a little further back. Your leader in Pro-Am is the car actually right behind him, which is out of Welch Competition, the 189 Lamborghini. 2nd place in Pro-Am is P12, that of Kronos Sim Sport. And 3rd place now is the 007 Paul Botting green Aston Martin. You can see there in the background. 3rd place in AM is Flight Level Racing 747, the 747 car, which you can see just there. So that is who is doing what in this race at the moment. We are sort of pro top heavy now at the start of at the top end of this race. But this is where drivers have got to work out their stints and strategies. Due to the fact we've had so many yellow flags and full course yellows and safety cars, pit stops might be thrown out of sequence. So it could be a case of, if there's another safety car, do we all get back onto sequence, or do we just keep running what we're running at the moment?
Yeah, and that is the real question. In a lot of these endurance sports car races, the teams tend to be so set in their ways and locked into a certain strategy. They don't want to differ. They don't want to vary. It's like train tracks. They set up the train tracks before you head off into the race, and no matter what goes down, they want to stay on formula, which, you know, fair enough. I think it's good for a driver not to think about all different strategy permutations throughout their stint, especially when they find themselves in side-by-side battles. However, I think what can make the difference through a race like this that has seen a little bit of craziness just in the first 4 hours alone is being able to think on your feet and be able to say, okay, look, this may be going down. There may be a little bit of chicanery going on right now on track. Let's maybe differ away from our strategy, come down pit lane, do something a little bit different. It's good to have that little bit of improvisation to be able to say, okay, look, we're going to do something different because this race is going different.
Yes, indeed, and this is, you know, this is why these teams have team managers. They'll have engineers. They'll have everybody in the background to work out these things for them in terms of this race, what they've got to do, target laps they may have to hit, and then the drivers have just got to do the driving on the racetrack. They're approaching 4 hours into this race, which means I'll be left in the box for 2 and a bit hours at the moment. But Tristan will be back to take over with Ron once again when we go back. When I leave the commentary box, sorry, in 2 and a bit hours time. But it has been a chaotic, interesting and brilliant race so far. I think we've covered all bases on what this race could have been, and there's still 20 hours left of this race to go to see what else will happen in it. As this is the number 27 Lamborghini, that of the Team Racing Point Lamborghini, currently running down in position number 25 at the moment. Car in the pits. The Kronos car is in the pit lane, so they might gain an extra place here. As the Kronos car, you can see they're going down the pit lane, so that'll put them up yet another position and up to 6th place in the category now of Pro-Am. So Team Racing Point Pro-Am's car up into 6th in class and 24th over. But has got to be careful here because it's trying to get past the Fisher Motorsport 84 car ahead. It's got that in the Gamma Sim Racing Mercedes-Benz just behind it, so a little three-way fight started to develop.
Yeah, a little three-car battle, though. We've got drivers closing up on one another, and I will say another part about GT3 racing that I do enjoy is seeing drivers with various different cars try and battle it out. We can go a little bit more in-depth throughout the remaining 20 hours of this broadcast to really go in-depth about the differences between just these 3 cars that we've got on screen right now. The old venerable Porsche, that Ferrari that's becoming a veteran in and of itself, and the Aston Martin still looking to burst onto the scene. Around a track like this, you get tested with every single thing as a driver, and your car gets tested across every single metric as well, between straight line speed, braking performance, speed through the high speed sections. Being able to go through these turns side by side is definitely a test, as well as look at that move. That was brilliant, heading down into Blanchimont. Don't usually see a driver go for a move there, and that wasn't into Blanchimont, that was into Pouan, but what a move there either way.
Yeah, what a move either way there, and like you say, a lovely little overtake in towards Pouan, and the Paul Botting Motorsport, the 007 car, moves up yet another position. Car into the pit lane. I believe that's Paul Botting Motorsport that was 3rd place overall in this race, comes into the pits. So with 20 hours, 10 minutes left on the clock. That was a Lamborghini, it looked like, round at the final corner just there. A lot of smoke being kicked up. There's the Ford Mustang then coming through, and there is the Lamborghini that had the spin. And let's take a look at what has happened here in the GT Endurance Cup then. So this is on board with the number 56 car, the silver and black. There was a slow BMW. Oh, who did eat the BMW? What was... I don't know if the BMW jinked to the right there, trying to get into the pit lane or what, but it caught the rear of the Lamborghini, and the Delta Racing BMW spins around that Lamborghini. And there'll be questions to be asked about that one for sure.
It certainly is. That section is just so fiddly in these GT cars. It's bad enough in a single-seater. You try and go through there in a lumpy sports car and forget about it. It is about as hard as trying to pick up antimatter with chopsticks. You can't really do it, especially with drivers maybe eyeballing a pit stop. Yeah, forget about it. So, unfortunate to see that contact, but I cannot say that I'm surprised. It's just such a tough prospect to try and go through there with any bit of overlap whatsoever.
Yeah, indeed. So, their race may have just taken a little bad turn, but there's still plenty of time for them to come back into it in this one. This is running up with the double stint racing in P11 in that pro category at the moment. I believe 18th, 19th overall, yeah, I believe, because it's on the back of... No, it is 18th overall, apologies, yeah. As it's on the back of one of the, what looks to be back markers here, unless my timing screen is telling me different. But turn 1, running well in P4. They're just up the road on the back of Ronan. No, this is Ronan, sorry, so I'm reading the wrong team name here. This is turn 1 on the back of Ronan for P18, not double stint racing at all. Apologies, read the wrong team name. Yes, apologies, I read the wrong team name there on the screen. Either way, this is battle for podium in the amateur class at the moment. This is for P3 in amateur class, 17th and 18th. The car behind is double stint to his 11th place in pro, 19th overall. They've got a lot of work to do to get onto second place in that amateur class, but this is a fight for that podium. Early doors in this race, it's about making a marker and a statement and trying to set yourself up for that very last couple of stints.
And absolutely, I talked during that previous full course yellow period about setting yourself up through one of these races to, not end up in failure later on, as pit stops going on right now. That's a number 64 McLaren peeling away to come down pit lane. But going through one of these races, just getting a little bit more out of every single stint, it will set you up to be golden later on. It is the art of delayed gratification that you need to study and master in a 24-hour-long endurance race. If you can do that well, your team and yourself, you are going to be in for a shot of glory. If you're going for instant gratification, though, just trying to do everything that you can to improve your spot at the time, it's not going to work out later on. So if you could just have that snowballing effect, have one small little penny rolling down a snow-covered mountain, turn it into the size of a boulder by the end of it, you'll be good. As that Porsche getting the hip check big time there in a little side-by-side battle, hang out the Lake Home chicane, nearly ended in tears.
It did indeed. The Project 91, number 91 Porsche has had its fair shares of dramas in this race so far today, and that's just another one being pushed out the way by the pole botting 007 Aston Martin there then. So Project 91 was driven by Michael Fry earlier in the race, who had that moment in the wall on the opening lap for the lead of the overall race. Their team on a recovery and have done well to recover. And every time they seem to start to recover pretty well, they end up having another moment. So they'll be looking to try and just settle into a rhythm and make up places at a slower rate, maybe, to challenge towards the end of this race, because they keep seeming to get into dramas as they go through. But yeah, good race so far. Approaching that 20 hours remaining on the clock mark here at Spa-Francorchamps, the heart of the Ardennes Forest in Belgium, for the GT Cup Endurance 24-hour race in the championship. But the leader are the leaders. The Impact SimSport car has gained over Quad Ash. So remember, this Ford Mustang seemed very, very slow on the green flag lap as we resumed the racing after the full course yellow. The Quad Ash BMW seemed almighty at the start of the green flag lap, and now it's roles reversed because Impact are closing in on the race leader.
That's fascinating to see. I'm curious about the lap times, looking to see exactly what these drivers have been able to do as of late. Hunter Honchi behind the wheel of that number 6 Impact SimSport machine, running in second on the road right now, was able to set his personal best lap of the race just a few laps ago to 2:17.1. He has been militarily consistent over the past few laps ever since he set that quick time. You can see 2:17.5, 2:17.3, 2:17.7, and he can could see how he's been able to take, those are not small little nibbles, those are chunks being bitten out of that gap, 9/10, 4/10, a full second last time around. As much as that Quad Dash Racing number 94 machine was a man on a mission earlier on, Tristan Engelstad may be feeling a little bit of fatigue. After all, he has been in that car ever since the drop of the green flag. He's pushing nearly 100 laps here at Spa and nearly 4 hours of racing as well. Gotta wonder whether fatigue is potentially getting the better of that BMW driver.
And as the late, great Murray Walker once said, catching is one thing, passing another, but passing with 20 hours left on the clock might be a little bit easier for him to set him up over the course of that time. Well, here we go then. Battle for the race lead. Quadash versus Simsport. They have pulled away and cleared the Fisher Motorsport Porsche by 7.5 seconds. And look at the run through Stavelot the Ford Mustang gets. Here comes the Impact Simsport Ford Mustang over the Quadash BMW. Is the backmarker going to pave its way and become a nuisance? No, it's not, because before they get to Blanchimont, the Ford Mustang pulls ahead and through it goes. Now, the other interesting thing to notice about this, Ron, that me and Tristan never actually picked up on, and I've just thought about, the tyre strategies. Could Quadash be on an older set of tyres, whereas Impact might be on a fresher set that just took that little longer to get up to temperature, up to pressure? 7 laps difference, we're being told by our producer there, in terms of tyres. So Impact, fresher tyres than Quadash. That could be, is that the difference in terms of pace, as well as obviously the fact that the driver has just been pushing hard?
Yeah, last time that Impact Simsport car came down pit lane was back on lap 71. We're pushing the start of lap 86 right now. So definitely a little bit more life on the tires. I still think there's a little bit more life just in the driver there as well. You can be the best, most fit racing driver in the world, but 4 hours of Spa is going to wear away at you incredibly quickly, as now we're beginning to see the battling continue once more, side by side, squabbling, heading down into the Lake Holmes chicane, trying to comb through this traffic and just stay with it. The worst thing for Quad Dash would be to lose out on a chance. You can't go for glory. You're more likely to lose the race at this point than you are to win it. However, you've got to keep that number 6 car within an arm's reach. Even though they're on an alternate strategy, that should be enough of a dangling carrot up in front of you, or in my case, considering I was larger as a child, a dangling Twinkie in front of your face to say, okay, you need to chase after it.
Yep, indeed, and we'll see what's going to happen down in P14. This is the 91, Project 91 Porsche in the fight with another Porsche in front of it then. So it lost out earlier. Oh, we saw it got shoveled out by that Paul Botting 007 Aston Martin. It looks up the inside at the hairpin as they approach towards No Name, trying to hold the inside line rather tight. Manages to do so, but the outside line for No Name, round it goes and through it goes, up another position for the Project 91 car there then, and it can try now to have a take 2 over the 007 Aston Martin as they approach down towards Pouhon for another time around. 20 hours, 1 minute left on the clock in what has been a fantastic start of this race. If you missed the start, if you're only just joining us now, don't go anywhere, because this race, you get the feeling, is just going to get exciting as the darkness starts to descend here at Spa-Francorchamps.
And looking at a battle right now here for 19th. Some of these drivers may be thinking about how things are going to go throughout the rest of this race. Hitting that 4-hour mark is going to be big. And of course, a 24-hour-long race in a season is going to be a huge one. It's a crown jewel. Certainly here in this championship it will be. But this is going to be a fantastic haul of points for these teams as well if they can perform good here today. It's only a 5-round championship. We had the 6 hours of the Red Bull Ring about 2 months ago. We've got the 24 hours of Spa here tonight, and then 3 more 3-hour-long races at Monza, the Nürburgring, and Portimao to round off this inaugural season. So this is going to be a very important race for several reasons, not only to get the good runs, try and be impressive, but also get a fantastic haul of points out of this race. Talking about not being able to win the race at this point, you may not be able to win the championship in this race, but if you do damage here, that will be unrecoverable. Yeah, And so at the moment right now, looking through the field, seeing these battles as drivers continue to come down pit lane. These strategies have been very split, now taking over to the 5th hour of this race. 4 already in the books, 20 left to go. I want to thank you all for tuning into the action here on the GT Endurance YouTube channel. Don't miss out on the rest of the coverage that we have throughout the next 20 hours by hitting that subscribe button and the notification bell, because we have got some more fantastic racing for you, not just in this race, but in this season as well. Team Racing Point have come down pit lane. Going to see what sort of strategy they try and pull off as we ping pong throughout the field. Look a little bit farther up the road. This is Drive Lounge, currently holding on to 6th currently. They find themselves in a good spot. However, gotta wonder if they're looking for a little bit more right now. There's a fantastic battle between themselves and that Aston Martin and the Rosso Esports Mercedes that's currently duking it out right behind there as well. Really intense with, I believe that may be some traffic that they're having to contend with currently, but either way, it's something that these drivers are gonna have to worry about, so you can't get too down in the dumps about having to deal with it right now. Keeping our eye on this pack as pit stops continue. Team Racing Point still in the pits. Team Racing Point running that Lamborghini incredibly well, and again, folks, they won in the pro category in the number 16 machine last time out at the Red Bull Ring, so they are going to be very quick, as they have proven so far here today, as this Aston Martin is still all over the back of that Mustang. We ride on board with it right now. That's Bravo Snow, the number 23 machine. Talked about them having a fantastic restart to this race, but since then, things have not been good. Rafael Oliveira is behind the wheel of that number 23 machine, being hounded by Jordan Weeks in the 113 Drive Lounge by PBN. The pro drivers currently squabbling for the final spot inside of the top 5, essentially on an island of their own, as you have to go about 3 seconds farther up the road to find Team Racing Point and the number 19 and Tonello Bucino behind the wheel of that effort, and then you have to go 3.5 seconds back to Rosso Esports there in 7th. So gonna see as actually there it is, Rosso Esports right there in the back of shots. Still keeping with it, the Brazilian behind the wheel of that Mercedes right now. That currently in that effort is Andre Ferrado. So keeping an eye on this battle, as it's pretty much a 2-1 at the moment, although a bit of a squirrely approach heading through that section. Not going to be music to the ears of that portion. That right there is the number 84 lap traffic involved in that, excuse me. That's one of the Fisher Motorsports efforts that's involved in that currently. So still 2-1 in that fight, battling for the final spot inside of the top 5. As we look a little bit farther up the road, this pack's getting a little bit hungry. That is very dicey, trying to cut through the lap traffic as these drivers continue to fight that Aston Martin, being able to position itself very, very well right now, and setting some good lap times here as well. Last time by, they was at a 2 minute 18.5, which compared to the drivers farther up the road, the Bravo Snow machine, has a 2:19.2 for Rafael Oliveira. So really interesting to see the pace difference between those drivers. I'm looking to see right now, because I am curious about Oliveira behind the wheel of that effort. I had a feeling that he had been in that car ever since the drop of the green flag, and he has, and Thiago Melo drove the first 46 laps. However, that is still a marathon stint here at Spa. You think about those laps, it doesn't tell the full story of a track that is nearly 4.5 miles in length. So definitely pushing a lengthy stint out right now, trying to do everything in his power to hold on, although Rafael Oliveira just, I wouldn't say it's a losing battle right now, but not really a winning fight either, as Oliveira being hounded by that McLaren lap traffic heading down into turn number 1 once more. Up at the front, I will say things have continued to shift in that battle for the top spot. We saw how far drivers were sinking down, and that has certainly been the case. Impact Sim Sport, though, very good, as we're hearing penalties. That's a 46. Stop and hold 30 seconds for entering a closed pit during safety car procedures. That is going to be a stinger. Not only is it a 30-second penalty, it's a stop and hold on one of the longest pit lanes on the entirety of iRacing as well. That's going to leave a mark. That will leave a mark for sure. Ronnie Richter behind the wheel of that number 46 effort currently. As it stands currently here in this race, that car finds themselves running in 20th overall here in this race. So Rising Panda, off the back of a very good result last time out at the Red Bull Ring, ended up second in the Pro-Am category. They are not going to have a good race here. Running sixth at the moment in that Pro-Am category, just looking for a little bit more. As I can welcome back Matthew. Didn't miss out on too much, although we still have the battles as we usually expect.
Oh, for second place then, with the Lamborghini and the Porsche Fisher car, excuse me. Sorry, I had a bite of an ice cream there. Porsche Fisher car.
What kind of ice cream?
Of the Lamborghini, just a Mars salted caramel ice cream bar. Because in the office at the minute it's 30 degrees and the fan's doing nothing, so I needed something to cool me down while I grabbed a quick drink just a moment ago. But yeah, the Porsche car here, I don't know what's wrong with this car. It seemed to have a great start to its stint after the full course yellow, and it's slowly just dropping back at this moment in time.
Yeah, that is an interesting point that you bring up right now. The driver behind the wheel is Tane Hodgson, and again, going on with the discussion about driver fatigue, not really something that should be a factor here, because Tane Hodgson only got behind the wheel of that car at the start of lap number 63, so hasn't been a marathon stint, so can't really bring driver fatigue into this. I wonder if that car is just not exactly firing on all cylinders like it was earlier on. Of course, talking about what cars may be strong throughout this race, we're going through a very big transitional phase right now as we run farther off into the night, currently 8:48 p.m. in sim time, and the track temperatures have fallen just 2 degrees over the past roughly 20 minutes, 2 degrees Fahrenheit, about 1 degree Celsius, I believe, down to about 31. However, what is really coming out in all this is some of those drivers and some of those teams that we saw being strong, they are sinking down. I'm not sure if some of these cars are really enjoying these changes in track condition. It may be minor, but race cars are tuned to the nearest millimeter and tuned to the nearest thousandth of a second. So whenever you change the temperature, even by a couple of degrees, that will make some difference.
Latest penalty coming through on my screen. The 46 car, stop and hold for 30 seconds. Oh, you covered that one already. No. There we go.
I beat you to it.
Yeah, well done. Good. Glad somebody's keeping it on the penalty record. Right, let's go. Where were we? 19 hours, 52 minutes left. You can definitely see that darkness started to come in. The artificial light will soon start to take over. And the Fisher Motorsport car obviously running now in P3. The Quadash car, I assume, has been into the pit lane because it's down in now 23rd place in this race. So I assume it's been in for a pit stop. But 90 laps done in this race, in this first 4 hours of it. So plenty of laps still left in store for the race. Here, but it's Impact SimSport leading from Team Racing Point and the Fisher Motorsport, the green and Dayglow yellow car, running your top three at this moment in time. There is the 007 Paul Botting car. It has been overtaken by the 91 at the Project 91 car. As off track goes the 007 Aston Martin there, and that is down in, I can't even see the 007. 10th place, there we go. So 10th place, that's Ladazara GT Motorsport that was leading for a while earlier on in the race, threw up into 9th place, and now puts the Rusty Spatulas G-Tech car on the within a second of it for the second place overall in that Pro-Am category between the two Aston Martins. So little mistake for Paul Botting there as Bravo Snow enter into the pit lane, car number 23.
And so Bravo Snow, who were running in the top spots, now coming into pit lane here, was talking about the other situation with this number 23 car just a little bit earlier on here in this race. Rafael Oliveira behind the wheel of it. Thiago Melo wasn't it earlier on. Would not be shocked if Oliveira does pull off a driver swap here, although that would potentially be a bit on the early end. We'll just have to see exactly what he is planning out right now. As thing that I was going to bring up about some of these drivers coming into the pits, with it being so disjointed, it creates a bit of disjointment for the drivers out there on the road as well, because they never really know what the situation is for the drivers around them, whether they're on new tires, have a new driver behind the wheel, whether they're low on fuel, good on fuel. It just, I've talked about this race being a matter of, juggling chainsaws already, and while that is true, you throw the strategy being so up in the air for team to team, it just adds in another factor. It's like an onion here, this race. There's a lot of layers to it.
Will you imagine being one of the strategists or team managers for the teams, or even one of the teammates who is trying to just work out the strategy as you go play by play? You're really being thrown off here, and I suppose this is what makes these teams some of the best teams in endurance racing, is the fact that they will know what to do in these situations. They'll have a plan A, possibly through Z, all of the alphabet to cover any possible scenario. One thing that teams might be hoping for is that safety car, just to kind of bring everybody back together and everybody onto that same strategy. That could then lead us to having drivers, them fighting for positions on exactly the same strategy, on exactly the same sort of freshness of tyres, or using an old set of tyres, because we get into also at that point of the night where the tyres are going to be double, if not possibly triple stinted in a race. So it's going to be crucial to see what will happen in this one. Fisher Motorsports, though, pitting from third place on the road. They come into the pit lane and they are in for their next latest stop in this race then. So we'll see if they've got some pace after, if they're putting on a fresh set of boots or not in this one. Best not mention boots, actually, seeing as I'm in the commentary box with two Americans. Best not mention boots and football and World Cup, because it wasn't it was sort of talking point at the moment, isn't it, with given America went out the other day. But oh, you're Canadian. Oh, there we go. Don't worry, I'm Welsh. We didn't even qualify.
Yeah, see, I thought I was going to say something odd here. I was going to say, off the back of you mentioning a few moments ago, Matthew, imagine the perspective of the strategist here for these teams. Yeah. I get confused by a piece of paper that says turn over to other side on both sides of it. So I would not be a good strategist for these teams.
You'd be flicking back and forth, just double check. And imagine being the one strategist and you've got three teams on the grid like the Project 91s or pole botting teams. Imagine working out the strategies for all them cars. That'd be some doing.
Yeah, that is absolutely like juggling chainsaws there. I would not be able to do it. What are you saying? The drivers need fuel as well as tires?
Yeah. I mean, we've got to change the drivers at some point.
You want me to check the driver's cholesterol level as well?
Do you guys need a drink, or is it just me that's making a cup of coffee, or what's the situation here? But yeah, no, look, these teams, they know what they're doing. They're fantastic teams. So yeah, this is the battle for the podium in the AM category at this moment in time, and what a battle it's developing into. We can see the four cars there all duking it out for that podium in AM. But if you remember rightly, two of them are in that AM category, and I believe two of them are back markers, if I'm correct by this timing standard. So they've just had to negotiate a little bit of traffic, and the amateur class now down in. Is this for the podium, actually? Because no, this is for fourth and fifth. There we go. Yeah, for fourth and fifth. So the 967 is into the pit lane, and then they will obviously get this podium position back. There is the 967 Porsche that is exiting the pits. P6 in Pro-Am. The DSP Esports Racing Team, they are now into the pit lanes. We're starting to see the pit lanes take shape now. More and more cars coming into the pits, and we've had a good amount of green flag running here in this race. But it is Impact SimSport who have a 15-second lead over Team Racing Point. We know, though, that they're on a different strategy to that of Quadash, who were back up into 13th place overall, and they was close to each other. I think Impact had just got past them before Quadash pitted in this race. So we need to keep our eyes on Quadash when the Impact team comes into the pits. Rusty Spatula is in from P3 in Pro-Am, and Sahara GT Motorsports in from P7 overall as well. As I believe Ron is just gone to grab himself a beverage. This is the Fisher car going side by side with the Paul Botting Aston Martin in this pro battle. And where is this for? This is 10th in the category, then 15th and 16th overall. And the Paul Botting Motorsport Pro car gets ahead. Chad Dalton piloting the Aston Martin there, gets ahead of Tane Hodderson in the Fisher car for P16. in this race, as if today wasn't bad enough. I'm just really feeling fatigued now. I've had to look after 3 kids all morning while my partner was at work, and now fatigue is kicking in at 10 o'clock at night. Jeez, it's been a long day, and I've still got 2 hours to go, an hour and 45 left to go. So stick around. Tristan will be back in the box with Ron in an hour and 45 minutes time. But Paul Botting moving up yet another position. These two as well, just trying to get back on that same sync as Team Racing Point and Drive Lounge by PBM Pro and the Impact SimSport number 6 Pro car. They've all pitted and are waiting for the others to pit. Impact SimSport now are into the pit lanes. The leader into the pits. Quad Ash running 10th place overall at the moment. Where will Quad Ash be by the time Impact come out the pit lane? This is going to be interesting to keep our eyes on now.
And the slow trundle down pit lane going on for at one point race leader, running on that off-kilter strategy, trying to do something. I think they did themselves a lot of favor setting very quick times on that last stint here in this race, but it's only a matter of time before somebody else is going to prove themselves to be the quickest car on the road. Drive Lounge going to take the race lead in that 113 machine. That's going to be a Swaparoo up at the front, but again, they're on an off-kilter strategy as well. I compare this to my experience commentating the iRacing Spot 24 last year, where everybody was pretty much fully in tune with the strategy, really no variations throughout the pack. This, in the meantime, far more exciting, far more interesting, and it is real fun from our perspective. For these teams, though, it is an absolute nightmare, but hey, I think broadcasters and racing drivers do have slightly different interests as we see a whole gaggle of cars coming down pit lane. If there's any point in this race where we're going to see a flood of racers come down pit lane, I think it is around about now. This is probably where the teams are the most unified on the pit call.
Yeah, completely agree. And like we said, the only two that's really out of sync with each other is this car on screen now, the Quad Ash car, who's being caught actually by the Delta Racing number 12 BMW M4 behind it. That is for 6th and 7th in class and 10th and 11th overall. But with Team Racing, with Impact SimSport still in the pit lane, these two just getting that little bit closer to maybe being close. As Delta Racing there, it looked like it pulled out to have a look coming into the final chicane. Doesn't do anything about it and stay where they are. Paul Botting's just moved up to 12th place overall as well, as Delta Racing now take the lead in the amateur car, and their pro cars looking to try and move up the order. Teams Impact SimSport back out the pit lane, but have lost out in the pit lane according to my timing screen to that of Team Racing Point. So Team Racing Point, I believe, are ahead of them on the circuit. There they are. So the Lamborghini has jumped the Ford Mustang by quite a few seconds in this race at the moment. 5.9 seconds is the gap difference between the two. So good stop for the Lamborghinis.
Yeah, very good stop. We're hearing 20 seconds quicker on the stop. I was wondering what sort of fuel saving they may have been able to do, and as it turns out, it worked fantastically for them. That is brilliant stuff there. Drive Lounge is now down in the pits, your current overall race leaders. As looking at the other pit stop times there in the box, Team Racing Point was at about 42 seconds in the pits. Impact was at 103.6 seconds. And those 40-ish second pit stop times, not very common. Paul Botting Motorsports had a pretty good one. Their Pro-Am effort, the 007 machine, clearly shaken, not starting their last run through pit lane as they found themselves at 41.1 seconds. You have to go back to find some really short stops. I think the shortest in the field was Rusty Spatula's GTEC, currently running 10th at the moment overall, second in class. They spent only 39.2 seconds down in pit lane. Pit stop time wise around here at Spawn, a 24-hour long race, that is basically a splash and go.
Yeah, that's a strange one. I'm also looking at the Paul Botting 007 car that leads in Pro-Am. They also only did 41 seconds. Delta Racing, I'm really unsure, unless the only thing I can think of here is they've just topped up the car while everybody else is pitting. They've topped up the car, kept on the same set of tyres, and are just trying to then eke these tyres out to the end of their next stint, which will then put them in line for that of pitting at the same time as everybody around them. That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, and I think that is a very good theory to have because, I'll just quickly rattle off some of the pit times that I can see from my live timing perspective here. I mean, it's like, you're either at a minute or around like 40-ish seconds. There's really no mediation in any of that. There's nobody coming down pit lane that's spending like 52 seconds down in pit lane. It is that 20-second buffer that makes a big difference, and that, I believe, is how much it would be for you to try and put tires on. So that's a very good theory that he raised there, Matthew. And these drivers will have to do it as well done work from Morgan in the production truck to pull this up. You can see the pit stop lengths, and putting it on full display right now, you can see 42 seconds, 38 seconds, 1 minute 3, 59 seconds. That's the only pit stop time really, either below well, it's still around a minute, so I'm not even sure if we can count that. Look through that page right there and try and find any times that really stick out from either the minute bracket or the 40-ish second bracket. There's only one or two that really pop into my head, and it's the teams that are spending a stupid amount of time down pit lane because of damage. Prism Motorsports there in the 309 running 47. They spend 2 minutes and 54 seconds down pit lane. Obviously, some extenuating circumstances there. But in terms of the regular, normal, plain Jane pit stops, I think the only one that sticks out like a sore thumb for good reasons is the Alpha Trout Challenge as 56.2 seconds. That's just an uncomfortable number to look at, but everybody else pretty much in one of two brackets. They either had the tires or had the fuel. Seeing more drivers taking tires than fuel though, but you're gonna have to beat on those tires a little bit more. That may be coming in the night.
Just seeing two penalties coming in. Stop and hold 30 for car 31 and 56 for causing a collision during the full course yellow or a safety car. So that is two cars that are penalties. The 31, the Delta Racing GT3 is 22nd in Pro, 48th overall, and the 56 is the Kitsune Racing Team number 56 car, 12th in Pro-Am, 33rd overall in this race. They have a stop and hold 30 for causing a collision. So then, where are we? Approaching 19 and a half hours left, and at the moment we've had a good amount of green flag racing, no real incidents to speak of, but we've also seen that action since we got back going on green flag racing one with me and you in the box. It all seems to have just calmed down a little bit as well. That's the other thing to notice. Everything is just calmed down just a tad, and we're not seeing people just sticking their nose in places where it doesn't belong.
Yeah, no, we haven't seen anybody put themselves in any real bad situations. So these drivers are running a good race at the current moment. As we're hearing troubles here for the 6. A black flag has been issued, and that's by race control. Stop and hold 30 seconds. Entered a closed pit during safety car procedures. We were talking about the alternate strategy that they found themselves in, having a much shorter load on those tires than some of the races that they were battling. As it turns out, that may have come with a cost, and it is a big one. Stop and hold 30 seconds here at Spa with this combined Grand Prix and Classic pit lane. That is going to be not a 30-second penalty, more akin to about a minute and 30 seconds. That is not even a kick in the shins. That is basically a kick to the eyeball.
Okay, get to the eyeball. I've heard some new analogies tonight, and I must say I'm in love with them. They're brilliant. Yeah. What a way to ruin the pace you had just before that last round of pit stops, isn't it, as well? What a way to put a dampener on that race that last stint that you've just done. But I'm looking for where that penalty is coming up, and I can't see it. So I don't know where you guys are seeing this penalty.
I'm seeing it on the iRacing chat. I'm seeing it
if that's
shared
an in-game iRacing penalty then.
I'm looking through right now. I can
from
see
the
it. It's a message from, I will not say the other steward's name, but I do see his name also sending out the messages that gave out the penalties to car number
there we go.
3148, and yeah, there we can see it.
Yeah.
Penalty finally being issued a little bit late on the penalty board that we're getting here in the broadcast booth, but that is going to be a real sting for them, but they may have a benefit. We've got a full course yellow. This is a safety car.
Safety car, so maybe not the benefit, because will they be allowed to take the penalty under the safety car conditions? So surely they'll be allowed before they get the disqualification black flag, obviously from iRacing itself. But safety car out. What for though? Just as we said, things was calming down. We are at a safety car with 19 hours 36 minutes to go. Tristan will be back in an hour and 36 minutes as well. So safety car now. And this really helps out a lot of cars here. Get back onto that lead lap once again. So everybody down to P38 is on the lead lap, so it'll then go down to P46, so we'll get even more cars back on that lead lap here in this race. No, not sure why. I've not seen anything to suggest what the safety car is for, but the safety car, I believe, is out there. I've not seen it at this moment in time. The 137 is showing us in the pit lane. That is the Gamma Sim Racing. Yeah, I've just noticed that one's also tumbling down. The 967 iRacing team, Fran Lucas driving that machine down in 8th place in category. So we'll see if we can find a replay of that and bring it to you. But the safety car is out on the circuit. Well, it has no rear spoiler, so potentially... say no more. It is upside down. We'll try and find out if we can get a clip of what happened to it at the start. And that is... yeah. Well, that's the second time a car in this race has been upside down. We'll try and bring you what happened to that car in this race. So here we go then. Side by side, coming down through into Le Combe. And he's with one of the BMW M4s. Lets the BMW go nice and easy through Le Combe. Pretty quick. It looked like it was on the exit of Pouhon as well, actually, is where it looked like it was upside down, on the exit of Pouhon before Pif Path. So let's see. So
I will say here real quick, sorry to budge in, Matthew, but it was Fran Lucas behind the wheel of the 967 car. He was really struggling, had just gotten into this car a few laps beforehand, and was noticeably slower than the rest of the pack. You can see him slow heading down the Camel straightaway, and this caught him at big time, heading off through Pouhon. Let's take a look to see when this happened and how it happened.
Everything looked... Oh, we had a little wiggle there. Oh, and then it snaps. Was there contact? He had a little wiggle in the middle of Pouhon. That's a big incident into the wall on the exit of Pouhon. Let's try and get an onboard shot of that if we can while we're under the safety car. So this is looking from the rear towards the Mercedes-Benz. Does this Mercedes-Benz touch the rear of the Porsche? Just watch for the little snap as it comes midway through that of Pouhon corner. Coming down towards it now. Just have on the brakes, down a couple of gears, into Pouhon. Watch for this little snap. It has a bit of a twitch. There, and then yes, does get tapped by the Mercedes-Benz. So I wonder if the Porsche just maybe clipped its brakes a little bit as it had that wiggle coming through Pouhon. Like you said, the driver not necessarily having the confidence in the car, did he just maybe stamp on the brakes a little bit as he come through. This is on board with the Porsche behind this of the incident. Oh, this is the incident. Apologies. This is that's a BMW in front, so ignore me. So watch for the wiggle. Just there as a little correction, and then bang, that's where the Mercedes hits it, and over it goes. I wouldn't have assumed he would have hit the brake there because it was only a small little twitch that he had, but resulted in a huge impact into the wall.
I will say one driver who did have to hit the brakes to try and avoid that was the car behind. It was Thomas Solers behind the wheel, the number 77 team HSK Motorsports Mercedes that did make the contact with that Porsche. I would be surprised if that did result in a penalty just based off how things were going for that 967 car. It's a shame for that team because they put together a strong performance last time at the Red Bull Ring, able to finish second in the AM class, but Fran Lucas, to kind of underscore the pace issues that car was having, Jesus Saez was behind the wheel of that car before the driver swap was done, was able to set the best lap of the race for that team at a 2:18.7, just a handful of laps before the stop. And then Lucas hopped in the car, set a 2:21.4, a 2:21.0, and on the lap before the incident took place was down at a 2:23.1. That is significantly slower than the car's best performance. So I'm not sure whether there was some sort of change that was done to that just caused that car to be handling very off. I'm not sure whether it was some sort of hardware failure, whether the wheel was not calibrated properly. I will say that Porsche, there's a very fine window in which that car wants to run, and if it's not in that, you will be in trouble. But that looked like even more so of a case. Every single section of this track, it looked like he was in trouble. Even at the start of that replay that we saw when he was heading down the Camel straightaway off through the braking zone into the Les Combes chicane, it looked like even hitting the brake pedal was an uncomfortable experience. So something clearly awry, and I will say, unfortunately, to come all out of all that, our P2 finisher in the AM class last time out, I don't think they're going to have a snowball's chance in hell of bouncing back from that.
Yeah, indeed. It'll be a big, long fix, that one, for the Porsche. We'll see it back in the race or not. Let's find out. But, yep, 19 and a half hours on the clock. We are still under safety car proceedings. We haven't yet had the wave around from race control. So when we get that, we'll know we'll be a lap or two away from getting this race back underway. And it is Team Racing Point who lead this race then. They pitted 4 laps ago. Delta Racing in second place, or the amateur team. Leading in the amateur class, obviously. They are running in second place. Delta Racing GTD, their sister team in Pro, are currently in P3 overall, but second place in the Pro Series. Quadash are running fourth place overall, but are on the podium. As the number 6 Impact Simsport comes in. Is this then for its penalty to be served, the stop and hold? In which case, probably the best time for it, Theron.
Yeah, see, I'm not sure whether or not they can come down and serve it under full course yellow procedures, under this safety car. I'm not sure if they can. We will see if they can actually get taken care of here, but that will be very fascinating indeed. If they can get that served, it's going to sting either way. It's a 30-second penalty that they did not want, of course, did not need. However, it's the cards that they were dealt with. If they can play them in a good way, that would be fantastic news for them. Either this is them coming in to serve that penalty, or maybe a little splash and dash just to increase their stint length just a little bit more. They're going to lose out on time anyways. May as well try and do something a little bit different. Stopped in the box, we'll see how long they stay here.
Yep, we'll see how long they stay here then. So let's see. In the blue on the right-hand side of the screen are the teams that are in the pit stop. They are stationary in their box. Remember, they've got to be stationary for 30 seconds at least to before they can move away. And it's already up to 25, so I assume this will be for their normal their stop, although it's a little bit longer, so maybe not here. Maybe this is a pit stop to get back into sync maybe with this race, possibly.
Yeah, so that could be interesting if that is the case for the 6. I'll be keeping my eye to see exactly what they are doing here out in the pit lane. Not seeing the car up on the jacks, and they did come down pit lane just a few moments beforehand. I am trying to remember whether or not they took tires during that stop. I'm not seeing the car up on the jacks. We'll say there is one change for that. This actually come pretty recently. Kevin Malliard is now behind the wheel of that effort. They're out and away down pit lane, but they're at the end of the pit lane currently waiting for the pit exits to open back up here. They have one more car, current 36th place runner, that they're waiting to try and get worried with here. That is the Alpha Trout Challenge number 78 car of Zachary Leibold. So once that car is dispatched of, they'll finally be able to exit, as they actually have opened up the pits manually, so they're able to get that taken care of beforehand, but still a little bit of lost time.
A little bit of lost time, but he'll be able to catch up to the back of the safety car pack, and when the cars do their wave around, he'll be able to get back into potentially his normal position. But yeah, still that penalty to serve though, so still got to come back in to serve that penalty, in which case, why would you take the stop now when you've only pitted 5 laps ago?
Yeah, no, I think it's maybe just trying to give themselves a little bit of insurance, maybe just doing something a little bit different. You got to try and go for something a bit off kilter at this point in the race. When you get set back by 30 seconds, they still find themselves in a good shot to do well here, but it's going to be hard to comb your way through the field even with 19 and a half hours of a race left to go. It's Spa. It's one of those tracks that can bite your head off if you look at one of the curbs around here the wrong way.
Yeah, indeed. Let's keep our eyes on what will happen in this race and as it develops throughout the rest of the evening. But just under 19 and a half hours to go. Plenty of time still left in this race for things to happen. And that darkness now just creeping in ever more. And this is just going to... This is a stage where you wouldn't really want the safety car because your tyres are just cooling down enough. Track temperature is now down to 29, so your tyres are cooling down because you're trundling around at pit lane speeds behind the safety car. And the darkness is coming in as the safety car actually bails into the pit lane. So I don't believe we've got a wave around this time as cars start to flood into the pit lane. So no wave around this time from the safety car. We're going to go back to green flag racing on the exit of the what is normally the first corner.
I think that may have been a slight miscue with race control because the lights are apparently back on. They have just now extended the caution out to some more laps. So maybe not expecting iRacing to try and force a restart here. So race control caught maybe a little bit with their pants down. But I will say there have been some black flags, I think, issued by automatically by iRacing to come out of this. Delta Racing's picked up a black flag. DCS Racing Blue with a black flag too.
They're all in the pits.
Oh, they may not be able to get cleared in time. That may gut their races.
Have they come into the pit lane and followed the safety car when they maybe shouldn't have? So, a miscommunication there for sure.
Oh, that is going to sting for those drivers. Nothing that they could do as iRacing wanted to get things up and rolling. They have now dispatched the safety car out again. They've extended it by some period of time, waiting for that safety car to rejoin, which it does now. So we will not have a restart as they try and get the field sorted out. But very odd set of circumstances here, among many odd set of circumstances that have gone on so far here in this race. May have just caught a couple of teams with their pants down their ankles. That is such a shame. Really nothing that they could do there. Their belt broke.
Yeah, it really did. And it's really strange and interesting to see on why that has happened and what the call was to make that one happen. So yeah, we'll see what... we'll see how long the safety car... I was going to say, I found it weird how there was no wave around this time. So, yeah, very interesting. But, yeah, for sure. Let's see what happens. We've got, what? I've got an hour and 24 hours left with you. So we'll hopefully get some green flag racing back underway during that time, to be able to go back to green flag racing before the end of my stint in the box, and of course for the rest of this event, because I'm not back in after this 6 hours tonight. But what an event it has so far been. It has had absolutely everything, Ron, and yeah, for those who's missed the start of it, you might want to go back and watch that at the end of this race, because it has been phenomenal.
Yeah, it has been phenomenal, but as we get towards the end of this in-race hour, we're entering a new stage of this race, one that we have been at for an extended period of time. This sunset portion, as I'm calling it, has been rather extended. Ever since I got in the booth a matter of about an hour and a half ago, we've been talking about the impending sunset, how this track was going to evolve. When I got into the booth, the track temperatures were about 4 degrees, I believe it was 32 degrees C for the track temperatures, 88 degrees Fahrenheit. Right now, we're looking at 29 degrees C for the track temp and 84 Fahrenheit. So this is, it's just a small little bit cooler, but this is potentially the hors d'oeuvre or the appetizer for what the true cooldown is going to be like in the night. It's in the middle of the Ardennes forest in Belgium. This isn't really known for having a lot of light pollution. When it gets dark, it gets dark. So there are going to be parts of this racetrack completely enveloped in nothingness. And if we have some yellow flag periods in the night, the track is going to be stone cold by the time we get back up to racing. This yellow flag period we're into, not going to help out those track temperatures either.
Oh, no, not at all. It's going to absolutely kill the temperatures in this race at the moment. So, yeah, for sure, everybody's just got to try and, get to do the stints that they need to do. That's going to be the interesting thing about this. But, yeah, let's see what's going to happen when this safety car does resume, and when the lap cars have been given the wave around and this race can resume, because obviously the temperatures are going to be key. It's about getting them tyres up to temperature as well. The number 6 penalty, we're just being told, did get cleared during that pit stop. So they was in for their stop and hold and then made a pit stop, hence why it was so long in the box. So they have cleared their penalty.
So that is going to be a blessing for them, able to get the penalty dealt with under yellow procedures. They've been sent towards the back, but they aren't totally out of it quite yet. And talking about the pace of that team that they showed when they had those new tires, they were absolutely going for it. Kevin Malliard, the American, behind the wheel of that machine right now. 3 drivers, I think, currently have already raced in that 6 Impact Sim Sport car. Hunter Horchoy was behind the wheel of it from laps 47 up until the latest driver swap done back on lap 93. And then at the start of this race, it was Daniel Stradzaka that was behind the wheel of it from the drop of the green flag up until the pit stop that brought Horchoy behind the wheel of it. So some very good drivers in this car looking to get the best performance they can out of it. And I gotta say, just the quality of these drivers, you have to speak about the quality of the teams as well. I've gotten the opportunity to cover many of them in many other series outside of just this here, between the Fisher Motorsports cars I've gone to cover. I've gone to cover Rising Panda many moons ago in a series I believe that both of us have covered, Matthew, the European Sports Car Championship all the way back in 2024. So very good teams up and down the pack, and with it some good drivers sprinkled in the midst as well.
Yeah, so I think I must have taken that over from you then if you did it in 2024, because I had it last year and this year. So I must have taken over from you. It's been left in good hands, don't worry. But yeah, Rising Panda, Impact Sim Sports, Bravo Snow, Delta Racing, a lot of these teams known for on there, not necessarily in the GT3s, but sometimes in the LMP2s or LMP3s as well, over on the European Sports Car Championship. But great to see them out here today, tackling the Spa 24. So yeah, great to see a few of them out here at the moment in this race.
And it is certainly great to see the talent pool here in this championship. I am curious if under this yellow flag procedure, we could potentially take a look at that number 77 Team HSK Motorsports effort. We saw them get involved in that incident that brought us under this yellow right now. They are stopped at their heading down the Camel straightaway, trying to get some of the lap cars worried about them, and Zachary Leibold currently just trundling down their Leibold, actually nearly bringing it to a conclusion. But the 77, Thomas Solers behind the wheel. But I do want to give some love to one of the other drivers in this effort, that being Ryan Odo, a driver that I've gotten the opportunity to cover for the past 3 seasons over in the Radical Americas Championship. Very young, very talented racer, making his GT3 racing debut here. Very good talent in the Radical SR10s, a coach over in that Radical Sim Racing community, and certainly very fast. So keeping an eye to see what he can do. And I believe he may have family racing for him as well. I'll have to reach out to see, because there's also Jacob Odo running in that car as well. Thomas Solers, as we have talked about, behind the wheel of it right now. Solers and Odo have alternated throughout this race. Solers, though, has put in a monster stint, did the first 57 laps uninterrupted, and then has been in the car ever since lap 73. We're currently pushing lap 101. Solers, despite that incident that put us under this yellow, part of that Team HSK Motorsports effort that were running up towards the front early, have had some setbacks in this race, but looking to get a good run of form here in that ever-reliable and ever-long Mercedes.
Yes, indeed. Safety car, Slough on circuit. If you're just joining us, we're all waiting for the wave around here in this race at the moment. As I believe it is actually taking place now. So the wave round is underway currently with 19 hours, 17 minutes remaining on the clock here at Spa-Francorchamps in the Spa 24 hour for the GT Endurance Cup Europe. Matthew Duffin and Ron Mounds in the commentary box. I hope I got you pronounced your surname correctly there.
As long as you don't do what the lady did at my high school graduation and call me Ron Mans, you're fine.
Nice, there we go. As we're getting the wave around through in this one, Tristan Herbst will be back in the commentary box with you, with Ron as well, in an hour and 16 as we. Oh, sorry, and we've got the producer Morgan Cook in with us in the commentary booth. He'll be with us, I believe, for a couple more hours yet. Yeah, he's got another 2 hours after this, so 2 hours 16 minutes for him, and then handed back over to Omet, who's just covered the final hour and a bit of the first part when we had that technical glitch. The loss of power for Howie, so Omet will be back in, and then Morgan will be back in the production seat at around about the 8 hours mark left of the race. So Ron will be back in the box as well throughout the 4 hours. From hour 12, he'll be back in the commentary box for that. Morgan's just told us he's got to cover an oval race in the middle of that. I've just had to do I've been multitasking, so I've just had to run a championship. Just keep an eye on the server to make sure it's all still running okay. So that's just ended, so I've been able to finish that one whilst commentating on this. And then I'm on dad duty again until midday tomorrow. Oh. Need a break.
Yeah, I gotta say, I will give some love to Morgan, because I know the Oval League that Morgan's going to be covering in the production truck after this, because I've commentated it with Morgan in the past, and that is full-length NASCAR Cup Series racing at Atlanta. I will say, Morgan, based off the sister series of that I covered just about 24 hours ago, that runs a NASCAR O'Reilly Series cars, the second tier, the F2 to the NASCAR Cup Series F1. It was very good. They're running some good regulations for that, so it will be a barn burner as you're taking a step away here from the broadcast booth. I'm going to say this, and this is honest for anyone tuning into this broadcast on the long haul. My later stint on this broadcast, I'm not sure how the times work out elsewhere, but I know for me on the East Coast of the U.S., I will be a little bit before midnight, leading up until 4 in the morning. So I will probably sound like an NPR host during that section of the broadcast. So we'll be looking to have a good time during that portion of the show. Either way, as Morgan, did you say 1:30 to 7:30? Is that AM? Mountain Time AM. That is. Oh boy, I feel like production work would be all right in the early AM. I think the PC would probably wake up some people, because my computer does sound like a jet engine from time to time whenever I am producing. But the commentary may be a little bit tricky. I can't scream about falling anvils at my usual length, because next door neighbor would probably break into my house and bludgeon me to death with the blunt end of an axe. But I digress. Under safety car procedures right now, still looking to get the lapping dealt with, but keeping our eyes locked on that iRacing pace car to see when we may get a restart here. The lights are still on, so we're not coming to green quite yet. I will say, though, I reached out to Ryan Odo about his team, and specifically his co-driver, Jacob Odo. Hearing that that's his brother, who doesn't race too often, but we'll be seeing the brotherly duo run as a part of that Mercedes operation there, the number 77. They, as I said, looking to have a good competitive run here in this race. As it stands, they're currently 32nd, back on the lead lap, so that was the target they had a bit earlier on. Actually qualified for the race 12th overall, which was a fantastic performance for them. So Solar is behind the wheel of that effort, just looking to cap off this stint of the race. Well, I will say they have an outstanding black flag that will likely have to be served once we get back to green flag racing. So despite the fact they're back on the lead lap, things may not go exactly to plan. As I got to say, under the safety car procedure, I'm looking around, and I'm not sure whether it's just my eyes deceiving me, which they could very easily do. These headlights are burning brighter around this racetrack. It is getting noticeably darker. The lights are now on around this racetrack. We're switching off into the night here on iRacing. Currently 9:30 p.m. here in sim time, so we're officially off into the night. And although we've talked about the track temperatures going down, the actual ambient temperatures are going to remain roughly the same. As it stands currently here on iRacing, we're pushing 80 degrees Fahrenheit for the ambient temperature. That works out to about 27 degrees Celsius, and that will remain roughly the same, only going down to about 77 degrees Fahrenheit by 11 p.m. in sim time. I will look to see any further, more updated and more far-reaching weather forecast throughout this race. There's that looming worry of rain and the looming clouds around the entirety of the Red Bull Ring ground just a matter of a few months ago. Thankfully, here in this race, the cloud cover Really not that bad at all. Right now in sim, currently about 12% for the cloud cover. Really not a cloud in the sky. It will go down even more once we get that sunrise a little bit later on here in this race, not too far away from the checkered flag. But the chance of precipitation, excuse me, is pretty much zero all throughout. Now, I will say, and this is honest, iRacing weather forecasts, very true to how the weather forecasts are in real life, whereby they are not accurate in any degree whatsoever. That could change between now and the checkered flag, but at the moment, not a speck of rain on the forecast. Not really a cloud in the sky, but for some of these drivers, there will be a noticeable lack of sun in a matter of a few moments. As I will say, coming up in a few moments' time, we will have one big thing, that being a restart. The lights are out on that iRacing pace car. We're coming around to get this thing up, rocking and rolling with Team Racing points up at the front of the field.
Yep, indeed. So the lights are out on the safety car, so we'll be getting back to get ready to go racing for the third resumption after the safety car. This is only the third safety car procedure we have had in this entire race at this moment in time. So far, yes, a few full course yellows, but it's been pretty good in terms of the safety cars at this moment in time, and we'll get to see that hyperactive. It's like giving a kid blue chocolate, or blue sweet, should I say, a blue Skittle or something with the high E numbers. It's about to get a little bit active and hyperactive for these drivers out there as they'll jostle for positions and try and make their way into wherever they can. But the leading Lamborghini from the start of this race is back in the lead. The number 19, back where it was earlier on. And the lights are out on the safety car as they come through Piff Path.
So heading through Piff Path, a fantastic series of turns, if I do say so myself. Probably second only to Knickerbrook around Alton Park as one of my favorite turn names in all of iRacing. That's a good one.
Do you know why it is called Knickerbrook?
I don't know. I always thought it sounded like the name of a discontinued cereal brand.
No. Okay. Well, let me let you in for something. The first time I heard this, I thought it was fake, and then I was commentating on Alton Park on an event, and I did some research, found out a little bit more about the corner names, and it was actually true from the person who told me. So shout out to Kelly Davis, who told me about this. Knickerbrook is named Knickerbrook because when the circuit was being built, a man and his partner was having a little bit of fun on where the corner was being built, if you know where I'm going with that. She left her underwear at that corner in which the builders found, and they called it Knickerbrook because it's right near a brook, and that's where her knickers was, and that is why it got its name, Knickerbrook. And I think that for that story is the best corner name in world motorsport.
You know, that is one thing I will always love about the UK. Y'all have some fantastic corner names and some fantastic stories behind those corner names as well.
When I first heard that, I thought that you have to be joking. That is not real. When I did some research, it was. So Knickerbrook will forever be the best corner name in world motorsport. So if you're ever at Alton Park or race at Alton Park and you go through Knickerbrook, just remember that little story there. We're about, though, to go, getting ready to go back to green flag racing here at Spa-Francorchamps for the final 19 hours, 7 minutes left of this race. And it's the number 19 Lamborghini who leads the way as we enter the 19 hours remaining mark. But look at them, like a pack of wolves waiting to pounce on the Lamborghini. We go back to green flag racing. The Lamborghini gets the good jump over the rest of the field. The Rosso Esports car moving up the order as well nicely. So the Rosso Esports car has had a good pit stop, a good strategy in terms of getting back up there for that final safety car at the moment. That car in second place, though, is the leading AM car. The Delta Racing number 4 in second place overall is the amateur car, and you can just see how what a difference it's made in terms of the temperatures dropping for track and ambient. Drivers having to warm up their tyres coming down the Kemmel Straight. And we look at that ball. We're about to go 3 wide into Le Combe here as the Project 91 Porsche just decides to send one up the inside of 2 of them. Great move there from, I believe that's the 191 Porsche of the Project 91 team. But a great move there. But everybody nice and calm at the moment. Lovely to see.
Yeah, so I gotta say, a smooth restart, all things considered, although these drivers still feeling a little bit nervous, about as nervous as a cat in a room full of rocking chairs right now, as they head their way off through the middle sector for the first time back to green. Drivers looking to get some moves done, looking for every single opportunity that presents itself. Side by side through Puan can work. You may end up with a little bit of poo on your pants, though. That may not end too well. They're keeping it clean, they're keeping it tidy, though. Just realized the pun in that as well.
Plenty of puns for this last 2 hours at the moment. As the the Project 91 Porsche team definitely trying to dance their way through this field at the moment. They are moving left and right, looking all over the back of the Paul Botting. One of the 3 Paul Botting Aston Martins. They get a great run out of Stavlo down towards Blanchimont. They're going to approach now. I believe this is the number 191 Project 91 Porsche. In fact, no, I might be wrong. It might be that of the 91 Porsche, and it gets through round the outside of Blanchimont, and it moves up yet another position into the top 10. Yes, it is the number 91 of the Project 91 Porsches. It's past one Paul Botting Aston Martin. It's now got to pass another Paul Botting Aston Martin, and when it gets past that Paul Botting Aston Martin, it has to pass the 3rd Paul Botting Aston Martin. So it's in a bit of a Paul Botting trio stacked up sandwich at the moment. Gets the run underneath. Rosso Esports, we're being told, has got a penalty coming their way. On Project 91, 2 Paul Botting Aston Martins down, 1 to go.
Yeah, looking at these drivers still very tight-knit as they head their way off through Rouge and Radion up the hill, about to head their way down the Camel straightaway, trying to get some moves done here. Paul Botting, I've talked about how strong they have been so far here in this race. So far, they've been very strong this season, period, as fanning out to side-by-side racing there in the back. A shot drivers trying to get some moves done. That's one of the Fisher cars feeling a world of pressure heading downtown into the Lake Holmes chicane. It's one of the few McLarens in this field trying to get a move done on that number 44 car side by side as they head their way out of that section. That's a fight for the final 2 spots inside the top 10 right now. ERR by Dino Rap diving it down the inside, heading their way off through this never-ending right-hander, finally able to clear by a matter of inches. Fisher Motorsports tries to look for it again around the outside of Speaker's corner, but not able to make it done. So that right there is Fisher Motorsports sent back down 1 more spot and now has 2 drivers, that being a Lamborghini and a Mustang directly behind them.
Yep, directly behind that indeed. So the Fisher Motorsport, they're moving up yet another position. The green and Dayglow yellow car moving up 1 more spot in this race at the moment. We are 19 hours 3 minutes left. The track temperature has dropped down to 28 degrees at this moment. It's predicted we're going to get 626 laps in this race, out of this race. We're on like 105, so that shows you, if the 19 hours didn't tell you how long you've got left to go, the lap time may do indeed. But we are green here at Spa as we resume after the safety car proceedings, and this is the Project 91 car trying to overtake the 3rd Paul Botting Aston Martin, and this is for 5th place overall. That Paul Botting Aston Martin there leads in the Pro-Am category, so they're trying to get past that one as well as they move in towards. So they're looking to attack Quadash. That's the Quadash car who's very slow into the bus stop chicane, and Paul Botting got ahead to go into P4, and the Quadash car may even lose out here because the inside, in fact he's already lost out before the inside of La Source, and Project 91 up into P5. So Quadash here, whatever happened, must have been something slow through Blanchimont, because they got caught by the 2 behind them quite easily.
And so Quadash, unlike the last restart of this race when they were cutting their way through and running up towards the front, is quite the different dilemma for them. They're still running just barely outside the top 5. However, they don't find themselves in the thick of it in a good way. They are constantly under pressure. However, they will have a front row seat to a side-by-side battle that could get dicey as we head our way down the Camel straightaway, looking to try and get the move done. This is a fight between Project 91 and Paul Botting, side by side there, and that's going to be the spot for the number 91 machine. That right there behind the wheel of it is Michael Herman Fry. It was able to get that move done on Oliver Clark, so that's a swap roof for 4th.
Michael Fry, commentated on him on previous series elsewhere around the world when he was travelled to Switzerland. Brilliant driver is Michael Fry back in that Porsche. He was the one in the car when it had that incident with the number 19 Team Racing point car on the opening lap of the race that brought out the first full course yellow, and it caused the Project 91 car to lose its rear wing. But it is on a charge at the moment. It's now gaining quickly onto the back of the number 4 Delta Racing P3 car. This is for the podium overall. but also well, it's already on the podium actually in class, but this will take the overall podium away from Delta Racing, in which I'm not too sure that Delta Racing will be overly bothered about that one, considering that they're looking to try and stay ahead of P2 in AM, who is all the way down in 15th place. Battle for the race lead, in which we do believe that Rosso Esports have got a black flag next to their name. In fact, I can see it on the timing tower. So Rosso Esports have got a penalty to their name, and Team Racing Point are looking to fend off here from the Mercedes-Benz. Not a clue at the moment. Nothing has come through on the Discord commentary booth.
Yeah, and so an odd set of circumstances here in this battle between the Lamborghini and the Mercedes. So, and there's going to be the pit stop there. That is the penalty for the 58 Rosso Esports. I'm looking through, I'm not seeing any calls for a penalty that could potentially be outstanding. And I'm going back quite a while here. So I think this may potentially be one of the remnants from that bit of drama during that full course yellow procedure. I believe this may have been automatically issued here by iRacing. Nothing that race control, in-person race control here in the championship did to apply this to this team.
I wonder if that's when it I wonder if that's the penalty they got for possibly pitting when the safety car come into the pits, if that's what he was referring to there. So yes, so maybe that one hasn't been cleared by race control in time before they've come in to do it. Well, that puts them down the order, and Rosso Esports, they've tumbled out the top 20 on the time screen without scrolling down. Right, Project 91 got themselves ahead of Delta Racing as well, as we're looking at them on screen. They are now going to be hunting after the number 19 race leader. The other Project 91 car, the 191, has just moved up into 8th in Pro overall and moved up into moved up to 8th in Pro and 13th overall. The side by side here goes that McLaren of the ERR by Dino Wrap. McLaren 720S. It's got the drive lounge by PBM Pro. Aston Martin back up the inside. The Fisher car also looking to come back up the inside of it as well. Doesn't get to do that. This car is running, the McLaren is running second in the Pro-Am and wants to try and clear some of these pro drivers, although the Paul Botting Pro-Am Aston Martin has tumbled down the order. He's off the circuit at Pooh on what has happened to him, because he was leading. He's now down in 4th or 5th as we get a replay.
Yeah, looking to see what happened. He was involved in this battle, but he wasn't going side by side, at least heading off into Speaker's turn. On the exit, running fine, looking good. The car seemed to be pretty stable and keeping speed. I think he may have just taken too much of that curb. Yes, he did. Flipped the grass a little bit there. Not only is it the grass, but it's also the angle of that curb. It's like a 15-degree angle that you're canted to if you run too much of that curb. So unfortunately, the bad weight transfer coupled with the grass going to be a cocktail of crud for him.
Little bit of a rookie error from the driver there, knowing that the angle of that curbing, you don't really tend to run it too much, knowing what can happen to the car. And yeah, they've got work to do now to get back to the front of the pack in that Pro-Am category for sure. But at the moment, what is the gap between the leaders? 1.2 seconds. Team Racing Point to Project 91. It's round 2 between them. There's the other Project 91 Porsche, the 191, moving up into 11th place over that of the Rusty Spatulas Aston Martin. As it is the move done? Yes, it is. He slots back into position now. So up into 11th. Project 91 at the moment are really on a charge with both cars. So watching this now, this is the Rusty Spatulas. Oh, we've got a black flag. Team Racing Point race leader, black flag for the race leader. Penalties for broadcast. I'm just seeing that pop up. And it is for a stop and hold for entering the pit lane under safety car. In the broadcast booth, race control penalty messages. There it is on your screen. Number 19, stop and hold 30 for entering the pit lane under the safety car. Well, I was about to say we're going to get round 2 between the Project 91 and the Team Racing Point, but I feel we've possibly had that battle taken away with us, because Project 91 and Michael Fry here should definitely just take it a little bit steady, knowing they don't need to fight them hard on circuit when they've got to come into the pits.
we're hearing as well the 32 with that exact same penalty as well. So multiple drivers being struck by this. That's the Delta Racing car, the number 32. Vincius Machado behind the wheel of that car at the current moment. Black flags coming out for both of those teams. Looking to see any other withstanding black flags that are going out right now. Those are the two at the moment. We're hearing that apparently the 63, this is according to the information that we're receiving right now here in the broadcast booth. Yes, it is DSP Esport Racing Team have been hit with the same penalty as well, entering pit lane under safety car procedures. That's Francesco Manuel Arena behind the wheel of that car, the Italian. He's going to be hit with the penalty. I gotta wonder, I'm gonna have to look back to see this fully to confirm this. I think there's going to be a litany of drivers. These may have been all the racers that came down pit lane in that odd miscue when we thought that we were having a restart.
Yeah, we see it. We're hearing the 99 is also getting a penalty. Well, in comes the 19 of Team Racing Point in for their stop and hold. So Project 91 lead this race. The number 4 Delta Racing AM driver is now back up into second. Who is the 99? That is Drive Lounge by PBM AM, who was running 4th place in the AM category. They also have a black flag to their name as well. And I've just seen the number 2, who is, as I'm just scrolling through, Vortex, yes, who was second place earlier before their incident under the safety car. They are 11th overall in the Pro-Am. They also have a black flag to their name. So plenty of penalties coming in at the moment.
And what's odd is I'm looking back on this. I'm saying it is only one case. I was looking at the DSP Esport car. Throughout that entire safety car procedure that we just had, I didn't see them come down pit lane at any point in time. So maybe this is from a previous yellow? I'm going to look right now. We do have Gamma Sim Racing in the 235 was just hit with a penalty as well. So the penalties continue to come down. I'm going to take a look at it from the 235 to see whether or not it was from that previous yellow, because really a red herring there in the case of the 63, at least from my perspective.
Yeah, well, obviously just problems as well. We're getting the 899 now as well. That's nearly on pace to a P5 in the Pro-Am category. They're also getting a black flag, stop and hold, 30 for entering the pit lane under safety car. So a lot of drivers, a lot of teams picking up penalties at the moment. But everybody's now just got to try and hold their nerve and continue doing what they're doing in this race. To keep it going out there. What have we got left? We've got that of 18 hours, 54 minutes left. So I'll be in the box with you for 4 minutes before handing back over to Tristan. The 50 at the 13, that is the Paul Botting, the 113, sorry. That is the Drive Lounge by PBM Pro, who is 4th place in Pro at the moment. Black flag to them as well.
Yeah, and so that is now not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, but 6, 7 separate penalties there. I just realized what I did accidentally. That's my bad. Whoops. But
good job.
they're actually hearing 8 as well. So that is, oh my goodness me, this has been disastrous. And just waiting maybe for a little bit more. Are we hearing that any more penalties may be coming around? We shall see. But it is just a wall of penalties that have been issued out over the past couple of moments. Such a tragedy for those teams. And they were all, drivers running and teams running very well in this race. Many top contenders. Our race leader got hit with that as well. So that wasn't just a slightly targeted attack at some of the drivers running in the back of the pack. No, that took out some pretty big heavy hitters as well.
Yeah, it really did. And it's also created the gaps now in the categories. So Project 91 have got 5 seconds over Quadash in the Pro race. In the Pro-Am race, that of ERR by Dino Rap, who now lead in Pro-Am, they've got 2 seconds over Chronos Simsport. And in AM, Delta Racing, who are second overall at the moment, have a 7.2 second lead over that of Turn 1 in this race. So absolutely chaos at this moment in time. And if you look at, if what I'm reading is correct on the timing table, yeah, just seeing that Meatball Racing for car 12 Delta Racing. Right, is this about to bring out a full course yellow or a safety car then? Right, into towards Lecom goes the Delta Racing car. Oh, there's a wreck in front, hit by the Lamborghini, and then they've caught the Gowan Racing car as well, the Ferrari 296. Gowan have been in the walls quite a lot of time. That's given them the meatball flag.
And that was a
seems-
pretty straight shot against the suspension. When we before we cut to that replay, you could see the wheel dragging off on the front right side of that car. So this has been messy for that team. It's disastrous. As we take a look at it, it was these two coming to blows right up in front. That Ferrari gets sideways, and nothing he could have done. Just pancakes into the side. It's actually a Lamborghini there, I believe.
Yeah, it's the Lamborghini. The Ferrari goes off. The Gowing car, look, the Ferrari is going off. So the Kitsune racing team of that was also off as well. But yeah, interesting to see. No more penalties coming in at the minute. The Paul Botting Pro team into the pits. We've got drivers into the pits as well. Teams into the pits for their regular round of pit stops. What a race this is turning out to me. This is absolutely fantastic here at Spa-Francorchamps with 18 hours and 51 minutes left on the clock. Ooh, one thing we can tell you is Project 91 of Michael Fry, who has been absolutely flying since the resumption of this race under safety car, leads this race by a pretty comfortable gap from the Delta Racing car in P2 that's the AM class, but has a 6-second lead over the next car in his pro field. So charging is the Project 91 car of Michael Herman Fry.
Yeah, that he certainly is up at the front of the pack. In the meantime, Douglas Souza behind the wheel of the number 12 Delta Racing car with that meatball flag and the broken off right front has now been able to pull it back into pit lane. So we will avoid the full course yellow procedure. At the moment, that car is back at their down in pit lane, having to get it prepared. Of course, here in this championship, to those tuning in for the very first time, no fast repairs. So once you pick up any sort of damage, you're going to have to repair that the old-fashioned way. That is going to be a lengthy stoppage to Delta Racing. One of their cars just got hit with that barrage of penalties. The other one gets hit with a falling anvil.
Yeah, indeed it does. What a shame. But the bonus for them is the Delta Racing AM team is still leading in the AM category in his second place overall, doing a fantastic job of this race at the moment. Its best lap is 1.1 seconds slower than that of Project 91 and is 3/10 slower than Quadash. So the pace is there for the AM drivers. And me and Tristan said this earlier, that because they're AMs, it doesn't mean they're necessarily overly slow. The pace is there. And this is why we're seeing such a jumbled grid between the Pro-Ams, AMs and Pro drivers. The fastest laps are pairing up on your screen now. So this Delta Racing team is able at the moment to just try and pull something out the bag. And the more cars he can keep between himself and turn one, the more he can start to pull away, the better for his race.
And that's certainly going to be true. Now, though, as we run off farther into the night and finally get this race back up into green flag racing, I want to keep you all updated on this. Track temperatures continue to fall down. They have gone down by a degree, even with this frantic green flag racing in the field, spread out like a piece of melted butter on some sourdough bread. Currently 83 degrees Fahrenheit for that track temperature. That's 28 degrees Celsius, continuing to go down compared to how it was when I got to this booth a couple of hours ago. It has gone down from 32C to 28. That is a massive drop-off for these cars. It is a big change, and it's only going to get worse from here. The track continues to cool off, and that sun continues to dip farther below that horizon.
It was 44 degrees when the race had started, so it's dropped dramatically in this one. From, like I say, from the moment it started to when you got in, but from when you got into now, it has dropped massively once again. Just been sent something from Ahmed. She's just tagged me in the broadcast chat. She'll be taking over in a few hours' time. She's got herself some Haribos, and she's not sharing. It's unbelievable in the commentary booth.
Yes, the Star Mix ones. I will say my thing with the Star Mix is, for some reason, the Star Mix gummies, they're all consistently like a lot harder than like if you just get a thing of like Happy Cola gummy, my favorite Haribo of all time, by the way, they're noticeably softer. When you get in the Star Mix, it makes sense. It's just a bunch of mix-ins that they couldn't put in other bags that they put in there. Very good. Love that variety. Love the spice of life. But that's, I think, the only problem I've ever had with the Star Mix. I'm really showing that I am an American right now. The fact that I have opinions on gummy candy.
Oh, brilliant. I'm not a big sweets lover. Chocolate, fine. Sweets, not necessarily for me.
I have a quick little thing that I want to share here. I'll make this brief of the story of mine. Yeah, Morgan bringing it. Yeah, I usually go on some long meandering tirades, but I'll make this brief. I used to be such a big fan of chocolate bars, and then I got a root canal done. For some reason, my root canal tooth does not like that. For some reason, it's very sensitive now. So I don't know why. I've all of a sudden developed an in-taste to chocolate. So that's my story of the day. As we did see our AM leader come into the pits a few moments ago. So the pits must continue.
Oh, no. That's a huge one. Coming out the bus stop chicane. Not sure who that was, but that was a huge incident. Sorry to cut you off there, Ron, but big one out the bus stop chicane. We are trying to find who it was. Bumper lying on the circuit. As Quad Ash Racing have actually just lost out to ERR by Dino Wrap for second place overall. We are trying to get a replay. This is the Just for Speed car. Let's take a look. No, that's in the pit lane. We are, I want to say it was a Lamborghini that I saw spinning around, but I could be wrong. It might have been a Porsche as well. I don't know, I've got them two mixed up. Yeah, that's all I remember, that they was orange as well. So we're not quite sure who that was, but yeah, there was a big incident at the bus stop chicane there, and that has ruined somebody's race. We'll try and find out if there's anything at the moment. 18 hours left to figure this out. Brilliant. What happened? Yeah, 18 hours 45. Tristan will be back in the booth soon, ready to take over as yeah, we'll see what happens, but yeah. Oh, here we go. We may have found it. Right. So it wasn't Lamborghini, it wasn't a Porsche, it wasn't there. Yeah, that's the chicane, I think, where it happened. Just try and take us back even more for you to try and find out exactly what's happened. So this is coming down towards Blanchimont then. You can see the Mercedes-Benz in the background gaining on the McLaren here. Coming in towards the bus stop chicane. This is the Ronin car as well. Just through the chicane they go. And so it isn't the McLaren. Either way, we'll try and figure out what's happened. Team Racing Point have just dropped down 3 places. The number 27 car, I've just seen on the time screen. In fact, another one, they're into the pit lane. So have they just had a moment before entering the pits? Who knows? In come the Ronin car as well into the pits from second in the amateur class. They're into the pits. But Project 91, 9 seconds clear now of Quad Ash in the Pro Series out front. And is there any more black flag penalties out there? No, look like they're all being served. Everybody's still going around in this race at the moment. But yeah, what a crazy incident there, Rob.
Yeah, I'm looking back to still trying to figure out what the problem was. I believe it may have been it was a 48 Ronin PT car that I believe was the driver involved in that incident. It's Carlos Cosino behind the wheel of that car. I believe it was contact with them. Actually, it was a very bizarre incident as we saw it just looped it around, heading out of the turn on power. Heading out of the bus stop chicane, excuse me, just lost it on the curb. Unfortunately, the number 99, that was Finley Sacker behind the wheel of the Drive Lounge by PBM car, running 41st at the time in the overall standings, one of the drivers in the M category. Those were the 2 drivers and 2 teams involved in that incident. Thankfully, it was just a 2-car collision, but that could have very easily ended in tears. I'm just trying to wonder how that McLaren snapped around, because talked about this a bit earlier on. These cars do have traction control, and of course you can change that here. This is an open setup series, so you can change however you want with the traction control settings. You can basically turn it down as low as humanly possible. You can crank it up to be as high as possible. Looked like that car nearly bottomed out as he headed his way out of the chicane, saw sparks, and then the car snapped around so quickly.
Yeah. Just noticed penalties coming through. Drive car number 235, the Gamma Sim Racing 235 Pro-Am car. Drive-through penalty causing a collision. Car number 77, 4th place in Pro-Am. Team HSK Motorsport, drive-through causing a collision. And oh, sorry, me slow down to our producer. He's got to type, but he's got to get them up all on the screen. So apologies. 77. Brilliant. And then we've got the 32 drive-through penalty causing a collision. which is interesting because the 32 car is 5 laps down and out of this race, it's saying, and it's in the pit lane in 49th place. So that must be an old penalty coming through for the 32 there.
Yeah, so 32, yeah, I'm looking through, yeah, causing a collision. So there's just been issued a matter of a few moments ago. So very, very interesting. I will say, live race control in an event like this with 51 teams that took to the green flag for the start of this event, it's about as hard to pin down as a three-legged chicken trying to stay with one of these races. I will give props to the folks in race control for doing as good of a job as they have done. As you can see, Rowan and bad sideways step as they headed their way through the turn. I'm not sure whether that was the 48 car, the 64 potentially there involved. That was the 64 machine, currently running 34th overall. That's another Code Brown moment heading off on a poo-on. We can add that one onto a growing list.
Yeah, we can add that one to it. I'm bewildered by these puns that are coming out tonight. Our producers wanted to know, Ron, is a three-legged chicken not slower than a four-legged chicken? Or a two-legged chicken?
Yes. Yes, I was thinking that maybe the extra force of having another leg would kick them off a little bit. Maybe the handling wouldn't be too great. It's like a Reliant Robin and it would tip over. But see, it's at times like these where you can tell that I ran too often full speed into the edges of tables when I was a child. You can tell.
I don't know where to go from that. We've got a battle on the track at the moment. This is for 29th position at the moment, I do believe, that we are seeing out there. This is the Paul Botting Aston Martin and the Team Racing Point Red, the number 16 car with the Team Racing Point Lamborghini's out there. He's going up the inside in towards Lecom. Through goes the Lamborghini up the inside, nice and easy on the Paul Botting Aston Martin there.
And that's how you got a move done. Very slick stuff at the end of the Kemmel straightaway, heading off into the Lake Home chicane. Talked about that being the premier overtaking opportunity, and I still think it is, although we have seen drivers go for many spots. The thing that makes that a slam dunk spot to get a move done is just how easy it is. You can, if you go down the inside through the first part, you can still hang around the outside through the second part of that chicane, and then as you swap back over to the right-hander, you're gonna once again have line dominance when that track chokes up a little bit on exit. That's the best slam dunk overtaking opportunity. It's the overtaking opportunity that I think has the least consequences, or at least the least disastrous consequences of any other part on the racetrack. You can get a move done down to turn number 1, but you're probably going to be overtaken once again heading down the Kemmel straightaway off to Lake Holm. You can try getting a move done through the bus stop, but you're probably going to be making some contact. You can go for a move into Eau Rouge and Radion if you want to wreck your race car.
Yeah, you've got to be very brave, haven't you? But yeah, I think you're probably right. That is the most safest option to do so, because the straightaways after just are non-existent. They are a little few and far between. Maybe into Piff Paff after Poo-On could be the best overtaking opportunity after. This is down behind the Fisher green and white Porsche, I do believe. This is down for 22nd place. So this is the Simcast team AM, who is third place actually in the amateur class, this car number 10. We're riding on board with Velch, so apologies on that one. We are actually a car ahead of where we thought we was. So this is Velch 7th place versus 6th place in the Pro-Am category. So that is the Fisher Motorsport car just down the Velch Competitions Lamborghini, who gets the move done going up into Piff Paff. Exactly where I said might be the next best place, gets the move done.
Yeah, so just like that, Piff Paff, oh boy, let me try that one again. Piff Paff proven to be a good spot to get a move done. Try saying that 5 times fast. I tried saying it once at slow speed and got my tongue wrapped around my teeth about 17 times. But as I try and knock my habit of drinking super glue, we move on and take a look at some pit stops going on right now. We follow one of your drivers that was running close to the top 10. It's Paul Botting Motorsports 007 machine. That's Oliver Clark behind the wheel of that effort coming into the pits currently. We've got some pit stops going on throughout this field, but some drivers staying out. Here's your current 5th place runner, Project 91 Racing Team, the 191 car. That's Nathan Kenneth Edwards behind the wheel of that race machine, currently running 5th on the road right now. And one driver that I do want to note here is our current 2nd place runner, ERR by Dino Rap. They are 2nd place right now, top runner of the AM drivers. That is an incredible performance from that Pro-Am, pardon me. Top runners of the Pro-Am, P2. Talk to that about that Pro-Am category being a little bit odd, how last time out at the Red Bull Ring, our Pro-Am winner finished in front of a medley of Pro-class drivers. We're seeing it once again. We've got a Pro-Am competitor running in 2nd. That would be brilliant for them if they can hold on to this result. So a long way left to go, but it's been a good drive for them right now.
It's been a great drive for them. It's been a really good drive at the moment. And the interesting to know as well, turn 1, the 101 car, the leader of AM is running in 8th place. So again, ahead of a plethora of pro cars in this race. So doing a really good job. And it's great to see the mix in this field, isn't it, between the Pro-Ams and the amateur drivers in this race. At the moment, the pros aren't just running away with it. They are, some of them are being fought very hard by the Pro-Ams and the AM drivers.
Yeah, it has been a very well-fought race. And going back to the storyline that we had a bit earlier on here in this race, Matthew, about the dynamic of having one single car class and, 3 different driver and team classes mixed into that, it creates that dynamic of pro drivers having to worry about fighting with Pro-Am competitors, Pro-Am competitors having to worry about battling with AMs, and Pro-Ams battling each other. It's part of the thing that I love about series that are set up this way. It gives us broadcasters a whole different set of storylines to talk about as a move heading down into the bus stop chicane. This is some of the spots just barely inside of the top 15. Rosso Esports, we're following them right now. Andre Ferrardo behind the wheel of that car, battling with DCS Racing Blue. Jonathan Petrie behind the wheel of that number 33 machine right now, still squabbling up as they head their way off through the opening sector.
I believe that Porsche was involved in that incident at the bus stop chicane, because I remember seeing that blue and yellow Porsche involved in that incident that we couldn't find. Either way, Rosso Esports, they're coming back from their stop and hold, if I remember rightly as well. So they're trying to work their way back through the field here after the penalty they served a few laps ago. They're on the back of the Porsche at the moment. So they're on the back of the DCS Racing Blue Porsche of Jonathan Petrie. In that one, to the inside line towards Lecom, there you go. I believe that's the Paul Botting Motorsport AM car just in front, the number 62 in the AM category. So good move from Rosso Esports, moving up another place. They've been so hit and miss today. They seem to have the pace. They seem to be able to try and get to the front. And then something hits them where they just tumble down the order.
Yeah, the thing about those falling anvils is that they are not only ruthless, they're also very smart. They will wait until you feel like everything is perfectly all right to lure you in a false sense of security and then have it come down on you. It seems almost similar to the falling anvils that came down on me back when I was in middle school, but I digress. But at the current moment, we still have that fight for P5. We were talking about those drivers battling, and Project 91 maybe dropping down a bit. They're now feeling some pressure from Len Einshurth behind the wheel of the Sahara XGT Motorsports car. That's the fight for 5th and 6th on the road right now, and gotta say, it's not too bad from Project 91, but last time by they did lose 3/10.
This is the wrong... you're thinking, I think, of the Project 91 race leader. This is their sister car, the 191. Project 91 do still lead this race, and this is their other car that has worked their way up from sort of mid-pack in this field all the way up now into P5. They are absolutely flying at the moment. Leader in the Pro-Ams is into the pits. Bravo Snow 23 as well are also moving through the field pretty comfortably. And yeah, Project 91 191 are looking to try and maybe get onto the podium and make it a double Project 91 Pro podium here.
Hearing about a good storyline developing here for a team that has bounced back big time. It's Bravo Snow. Tiago Mello got behind the wheel of that car. We noted the issues that the 23 had. They've been able to bounce back in a big way. Currently find themselves 6th in class, and what a bounce back it has been. Right now find themselves 7th overall, and will say they are rapidly closing up to that two-car battle with the Project 91 sister car, the 191, running fifth at the moment, and Sahara XGT Motorsports. So this could very easily turn into a three-car squabble here in the span of a couple of moments. Mello adding that Mustang onto that duo of Porsches right up in front, battling for that final spot inside the overall top 5.
Yeah, inside the overall top 5. Tristan will be back with you in 31 minutes, where I will say goodbye, and Tristan will take over the reins with Ron from there, going into the nighttime session here at Spa-Francorchamps, the 24-hour, the GT Endurance Cup here on this mid-July weekend. Beautiful weather at Spa. The artificial light has fully taken over from the natural light, and this is now going to allow these cars the chance to just fight even harder, because it's now going to become difficult, isn't it, to just spot your braking zones with your markers that you'd have normally used. You have to really pay attention to where they are, and then everybody else around you. It's going to be an interesting night session worth of racing if what we've seen throughout the daytime there's been anything to look at. This is the Ford Mustang currently looking on the back of, I believe, the Sahara GT Porsche just ahead. This is the Bravo Snow 23 that was 30. In fact, the restart moves up the inside, and is that going to be P6 for the Bravo Snow? Yes, it is. In fact, no, it's going to be even better. It's going to be P5 for the Bravo Snow overall. Moves up another spot. The Mustang is on a charge as Quad Ash comes into the pits.
And so Quad Ash coming down pit lane there, throwing another wrench in the works strategically, but nice move there from Bravo Snow. Only one more car left to overtake. That was actually for P4 at the moment overall. What a fantastic bounce back it has been for them. They've still got the 191 car right up in front. They're going to look to try and get a good result out of this, as their sister car, the 91, trundling down pit lane. Michael Fry behind the wheel of that machine. We'll have to see whether or not there will be a driver swap. Don't believe there will be, but Bravo Snow completing their bounce back. It's a temporary P3, but it's a P3 nonetheless.
Yeah, exactly, and this is now the stage of the race where if they are running a different strategy, they've got to utilise this opportunity that they've got. They're only 1.5 seconds from taking the net lead of this race, if you can say that, at this stage of it. We don't know what strategies people are running out there at the moment, so it is all over the place in terms of who is doing what. But one thing you know is that the Project 91, the sister team of the 191, is all over the back of the Fisher Motorsport 44 car, who is back in the lead after so many hours of not being even in the top 3. And all of a sudden, Project 91 have just lost the lead from pitting, could retake it back very, very soon in this race. But keep your eyes out for Bravo Snow.
Yeah, so this feels like an odd thing to say, but Bravo Snow seems like are doing well in the heat of battle right now. So looking to see whether or not they can complete the fight back. But I know the stable of drivers that they've got. I know that they're very strong. And that Mustang as well, I think, is a strong contender here at Spa. I'll have to look into it to see whether or not there's been any sort of extra additional BOP that has been applied to these GT3 cars. Looks to see whether or not we're just running the other regular BOP on spot. Get that information on deck here so I can talk about what may be going on here with the Mustang, but I believe it's only 2 drivers in that outfit. Thiago Mello has been behind the wheel of that car since about lap 90. Rafael Oliveira was in that car earlier on. Mello now gonna cycle out in front as he's gonna get the moves on the cars that come down pit lane. Fisher Motorsports, Project 91, Sahara XGT, a flood of racers coming into the pits now with 18.5 hours left.
So 30th at the restart from the last safety car to leading here in the Spa 24 at the moment. It is individual BOP, we're being told, for this series in this one. And not only do Bravo Snow lead this race, they lead it by 6.5 seconds at the moment. So this is a great race for Bravo Snow 23 in terms of their comeback in this one at the moment. Where is the 91 Project 91 car? They actually lost out to the Quad Ash Racing car in the pits. So Project 91, number 91, fell behind the Quad Ash car who pitted a lap or 2 earlier.
And hearing that Quad Ash was 41 seconds down in pit lane. So, as we talked about a bit earlier on with one of the later rounds of pit stops, I believe that means that they did not take tires. So that is fascinating to see whether or not that's going to work out well. This is the time, as far as I'm concerned, to try and save up your tire sets. Do it in the night, double or triple stint them. Tires are inanimate objects. They don't feel emotions like us, but you'll feel emotions if you're going to be stuck on the same set of tires for 3 stints under the glaring sun of the later stages of this race. So may as well do it when we're dancing the night away. 82 degrees Fahrenheit for that track temperature, still teetering around that 28 Celsius bracket. So track temperature is one of the coolest temps we've had throughout the entirety of the race. So may as well run the tires down to the canvas now when the pain isn't going to be as bad.
Yeah, and it's going to be a case now of who double stints, maybe even triple stints a set of tyres here, just to get through the night while it's at its coolest stage of the race, or going to be at its coolest stages of the race. That's going to be the biggest question, to see what drivers do in this one. As, like you say, we've got a good fight here. This is one of the Fischer cars with the Mercedes-Benz. I believe this is the battle for... This is the battle for 4th overall in Pro-Am. The Team HSK Motorsport Mercedes-Benz, I believe the 77 car, is going up the inside at Piff Paff, and a good move from the Mercedes-Benz there. There was a lap down earlier on in this race after coming out the pit lane as the leaders was coming through. Now back up into that P10 position at the moment. So the number 77 working its way to the front in Pro-Am. And the next 3 cars in front of him on the circuit are all Pro-Am drivers as well. So a chance here for them to maybe work their way to maybe start fighting where it allows the Fischer and the HSK car to come back into play. Pack Sim Sport GT in the pits from P5.
So we've got a battle for the lead that was maybe going to heat up in the Pro-Am category, but it's going to be a little bit disappointing to see those drivers come down pit lane, but we'll probably see those drivers battle a little bit later on here. I was just going to bring up, I finally got access to it. We were told, of course, the series does have independent BOP. However, it took me a while to actually find the BOP documents themselves, which that was a little bit easier to access. I'll post a little link in our broadcaster chat so people have access to it a little bit later on. But I digress. Looking at the BOP heading into this race and how it works out for the Mustang, they're kind of in the middle. They got the most power reduction, down 0.75%. It seems like a lot, but that was the exact same penalty that the likes of the Aston Martin, the Ferrari, the Lamborghini, and the McLaren all got there. There are only a few teams, a few cars that had only 0.25 of a power hit, and only one with 0.5, that being the Corvette, which, I don't know, I'm a GM guy, but the Corvette's never really been that strong of a GT3 contender here on iRacing. Mustang also pretty much down the middle, and maybe actually a bit on the lower end when it comes to weight. The one beneficiary, which I think is the reason why the Porsches have been so strong throughout this race, they were one of those cars that got hit with the least of an engine penalty at only minus 0.25% for the engine power, and they actually had 5 pounds taken away from their cars. So the Porsches are running lighter with a smaller power reduction. That's part of the reason why, looking through, you can see currently inside the top 25, there's a smorgasbord of Porsches, probably the most common class in your top 25 right now.
Yeah, indeed. Right, Quad Ash back up to 12th place, Project 91 up into 13th. That is the fight happening for the lead, or the net lead, when the round of pit stops all come around. This is Paul Botting Motorsport in 13th place, so going wheel to wheel with the Fischer car, who are just trying to see where they are in position at the moment. This is 20. I'm looking at the wrong Paul Botting car, so 20th and 21st here then. So going at it for 20th, 21st in this race. Paul Botting and Fischer, they both have been up on the podium and leading the race at some stage of it, and both find themselves obviously down there after their round of pit stop. So this is where the race is going to get interesting towards the very end, because as it stands, there are a lot of cars on a lot of different strategies out there.
Yeah, it's really been the indecision commission in terms of pit strategies here in this race. I feel like there are certain teams that are split from car to car as to what to do, when to come down pit lane, what you're going to do to try and get the victory here in this race, which, hey, it's all about the competitive edge, but it is basically a constant barrage of drivers coming down pit lane. Would there be a single point in time where you could, just stand in the middle of the fast lane down there in the pits and start jumping jacks? Well, there probably won't be a single point in time because I think security would probably take you out before a race car does, but I digress.
Flight Level Racing 747 there in the Ford Mustang, by the way. It's just got past the Fisher and the Paul Botting Aston Martin and Porsche. That is the AM driver who's made up 2 places over the 2 pro drivers there then. So the Flight Level Racing 747 has made its way through. So the Aston Martin and the Porsche just struggling at this stage of the big moment there for Paul Botting, the Paul Botting car out the bus stop chicane. This is allowing the Fisher Motorsport, Kyle Burney piloting the Dayglow yellow and green car in towards the source. Can't get the momentum through. Does he look for the up and under on that Aston Martin? He tried, had a look for it, but no good there. And the Aston Martin covering off the Porsche 4L Rouge, and if that Porsche has any common sense, he's probably just going to stay behind him, use that slipstream and drag up the hill. Over Radion they go, and now is this the chance for the Porsche to gain on the Aston Martin as they head towards Le Mans?
I think that Aston Martin able to catch just a little drift from that Mustang farther up the road, pulling them along, so that will work out well. Actually, contrary to what I was saying a few moments ago about being able to do jumping jacks down pit lane because there were no points in time where there was, everybody out there on the racetrack, I don't think a single car came down pit lane on that previous lap. So complete contradiction to what I am saying. I think we're now getting to the point where these pit stops are starting to merge within one another. We now have a penalty, the number 64 stop and hold 30 seconds, causing a collision under full course yellow and safety car procedures. That's going to hurt the Ronin PT team very bad. Luis Carmo behind the wheel of that effort currently finds himself in the middle of a 3-car battle, not going to find himself there for much longer. But getting back to the point I was raising there, Matthew, I think we're starting to see some of these strategies begin to merge in with one another. We think back to that last flurry of pit stops. How many cars did we see come down pit lane all around the same time? It was a lot more than what we were seeing a matter of like 2 hours ago.
Yeah, I think that people have pitted under the safety car to maybe get themselves onto that same strategy. Black flag for the 64. Stop and hold for 30 seconds for causing a collision under virtual safety, under full course yellow or safety car. I'll just pause for a moment. I'll let Morgan just catch up with the second one that's just come through. Go. Drive through for car number 33, overtaking under the safety car. That seems so silly from the 33 car, who is running 10th place in Pro, 18th overall, overtaking under safety car. Just, yeah, such a rookie error, that one.
Yeah, rookie error or not, it's an error that's going to give them a penalty, and now down in pit lane is Jonathan Petrie to come and serve it. That is going to sting. It is such a shame. Even this drive-through penalty, it may not be as severe as the stop and hold for 30 seconds, but it is a lengthy run down pit lane here at Spa. So you're just going to see race car after race car blow your doors off, and it is going to feel like a real sour experience. Heading through the inside of turn number 1 is going to give you a false sense of hope that you're just running the Grand Prix pits, only to go back into the classic pits moments later.
Penalty for the 120, drive-through penalty for causing a collision. So the 120 is down in 10th place. Chronos Sim Sport down in 10th place, 32nd overall. It's just moved up to 30th overall. They also have themselves a drive-through penalty for causing a collision. So there we go. Right, Bravo Snow out front, 9.6 seconds in the lead of the Impact Sim Sport number 6 car that was leading earlier on before it got its penalty. So that's worked itself back up into second place after that, but it did it under the safety car. So possibly the best time to do it, and it should just goes to show how much the Impact Sim Sport car has lost by doing the penalty under the safety car, because it's running second place. Yes, some 9 seconds off the pack of the Bravo Snow, but it is still there. As we approach... Oh, sorry, go on.
You know, car going off the track right there. That car does not look very good. Oh, We've got trouble here. Double stint and Bravo Snow nearly running off into the back of them there. That is big trouble as we head our way off through the middle sector. 2 cars that are wounded. Gotta imagine this is some correlation here. Let's take a look to see what may have gone down. See those drivers already in a battle as early as the Lacombe chicane. A little bit of overlap as they headed their way through. No harm, no foul done there. However, things were going to go very awry very, very quickly. It's one more turn and then trouble. It's Marcus Crawford that was behind the wheel of that 57 car. He's trying to bring that wounded BMW back into the pits. He's got a squirrely approach heading out there. Tries to cover the inside line. Side-by-side racing through here is not a good prospect, and that is why it is so narrow on the exit that contact is almost a guarantee. That's exactly what happened. Contact with 2 cars, contact with the wall as he tries to bring that car into the pits. Clear rear suspension damage there. Trying to stay out of harm's way. And here comes the leader. Gets spooked by that sight. And of course, with the car merging on to be on the racing line at the time there as well. Terrible circumstances. Nearly took out the Bravo Snow car. After completing that comeback, they nearly just ended their race in the blink of an eye as the 57 is still trundling back into pit lane. They're going at a snail's pace.
Yeah, not surprised we're under the safety car here. We got one earlier for the Vortex car for damage like that, so we're under... we'll just wait to find out if it's full course yellow or safety car. We believe it's potentially full course yellow. We'll see where the leader is to pick him up. Oh, we're on the leader right now. So yeah, no safety car then, unless it's about to pick it up outside the pit lane here. But I think I just saw it pop to the bottom of the pit lane. So I don't believe there is a safety car awaiting over the brow of the hill. Nope. So that, to me, would be full course yellow in this race at the moment. So 16 minutes time. Tristan will be joining you back and taking over from me as Impact car number 6 comes into the pit lane while we're under full course yellow, excuse me. And yeah, 16 minutes left to go until the 18-hour mark. So nearly approaching that half distance. Only 6 hours left to go until we're halfway through this race. And full course yellow once again here at Spa-Francorchamps in the 24-hour for the GT Endurance Cup.
And getting into a very big point of this race as well, Matthew. Getting to the conclusion of the 6th hour of this. Of course, you'll be stepping aside once we get done with the 6th hour of this race, but that's going to be a huge checkpoint for these drivers. Talked about it as soon as I got into the booth around the start of hour number 4, how big it was to set little mental checkpoints for yourself, whether you're a team manager, whether you're a driver, setting those small little points to say, okay, look, we've made it this far, just breaking it up into small little pieces. It's like whenever you're eating, you're not going to take one giant bite of the steak that you're given. You're going to break out a knife and a fork like a regular person.
Well, they're almost a quarter of the way into this race, aren't they? So what we got, 14 minutes till they're a quarter of the way through this race. That's like a checkpoint ticked off them. Where are we in this race? What's the strategy so far in this race? Where do we sit strategy-wise? Tyres, blah, 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 blah. They're going to all be looking at this now at this in the next 14 minutes at that 6-hour stage. That's their first real milestone in this race. The next one will be 12 hours left to go when they're halfway through the race. So, like you say, each driver, each team, the engineers for the teams are all going to be just checking off these little bits one by one just to see where they are, just to be able to see what they can do. We're back under green flag racing though with 18 hours, 13 minutes to go. Bravo Snow lead. In second place is the number 6 Impact Simsport, who managed to pit and come out during that full course yellow. So they managed to get a good cheap pit stop there over the likes of Quadash and Project 91. Project 91, by the way, have got ahead of Quadash. The Michael Fry car then, who was also going to pass a few cars in the pit lane. So for Impact Simsport, a free pit stop that has done them really, really good there.
So things working good as we have had some driver swaps in this period of time. Richie Cohen now behind the wheel of the Impact Sim Sport number 6 machine, running second in class at the current, well, second overall and in class at the current moment here. Cohen, a driver that I've gotten the opportunity to cover in various different machinery between GT3s, LMP2s, and also in Formula V racing as well. A pretty strong driver. He knows how to run a race quite well, so that Mustang may be a strong contender as we move on throughout the race. A name that I recognize, running good right now, P2 on the road right now.
Yeah, P2 on the road right now as Bravo Snow into the pits. I wondered when they'd make their stop compared to the others. They are into the pit lane now, so we'll see where they come out the pits here in relation to where they was before, after the last safety car period. Remember, they was down in P30 and have come to take the lead of this race. So Impact Sim Sport should retake this lead. As a nice little fight here with the Paul Botting 007 car, fourth in the Pro-Am, 17th overall in this race at the moment. That is Paul Botting M-Sport, Paul Botting Motorsport Pro-Am's car with the Fisher Motorsport Porsche as well. So a nice little interesting fight happening for that fourth spot in Pro-Am at the moment.
It was some trouble heading off through Pouhon, it looked like. That was a very slow Porsche heading through there. Could just see it through the darkness. Thought that was nearly going to be an incident. Very dusty, built up with marbles and gunk on the side of the road. That was the 84 Fisher Motorsports effort. Very lucky to avoid the trouble there. Those Porsches, talked about the BOP maybe working in their favor just a few moments ago, but clearly has not worked out well for them, running a bit farther back. Still a very good team and a very good stable of drivers there as well, just looking for something, anything at this rate to go their way.
Yep, they are indeed. Bravo Snow still in the pit, so Impact take the lead of this race. The Alpha Trout Challenge car of number 78 is leading Pro-Am and second overall. As what a fight we've got going on down here. That's the one of the few McLarens in this one. It's a bunch of multiple classes in this race. I believe that is the Delta Racing BMW, not the Pro-Am, not the Am car, if I'm correct. Or is it? No, it might be. Could be wrong. It's turn 1. I will find them on my timing screen. 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th overall. So there we go. So cars in the pits, they're passing, and they're nearly 4 wide, coming down the Campbell straight. As we can see, the BMW on the left, BMW on the right.
Whoa!
Contact with the McLaren in the middle as they try to filter through into Le Com. The McLaren gets all of them and moves up ahead a couple of positions. So a good bit of driving from the McLaren there, and the race leader in Am is in the thick of this fight as well.
I can tell that was close because it sounded like I sat on a cold toilet seat as I made contact, heading down to the braking zone into Le Com. These drivers dancing with the devil in that fight, and I don't think the fighting is over quite yet. You still have a bunch of cars packed in like sardines. Another driver farther up the road looking to run away with it, but it is still dicey. Side by side, punch it out to try and get the move done, heading off into Pouhon. That's a bold spot to try and make it work, but it works out well. Alessio DiPio behind the wheel of that number 16 Team Racing Point Red Lamborghini, getting that move done as side by side right behind there as well. Two big boys battling it out. That's a BMW, two of them, actually a BMW and a Mustang, pardon me, battling as they head their way off through the darkness of the mid sector.
Yeah, through Piff Path, there you go, as they head towards out of Stavolo now, before coming around the back stretch towards that of Blanchimont and the bus stop chicane here. But great battles as the darkness is fully taken over here at Spa-Francorchamps. The BMW looking to come back underneath at the moment on the Ford Mustang as they filter through in towards Blanchimont. They go now. Great bit of racing from these drivers. All of this is for the sort of just outside the top 10 at the moment, wanting to make progress in their race. And the number 23 Ford Mustang holds on to that one for the time being as we go into this race that little bit further then. Approaching that 18-hour mark pretty quickly. 8 minutes left on the clock, and that'll be where we'll have Tristan taking over in this one from myself. He'll be joined with that of Ron once again in the commentary box in what has been rather an interesting day of racing so far, but still that 18 hours left to go in this one. And Ron, it's been an absolutely fantastic last 3 hours of racing.
Yeah, that it absolutely has. Between strategy, chicanery, some incidents every now and then, and some brilliant side-by-side battles, this race has certainly been impressive. It's just exactly what we saw last time at the Red Bull Ring, where we had that 6-hour-long race of drivers going for it lap after lap, giving us a brilliant fight for the win there. These drivers have been battling sometimes as if it's a last lap of the race every single lap, and we're just now getting close to the conclusion of the first quarter of proceedings here at the Spa 24. This has been incredible.
Yeah, it really has, and it's going to be. I think it's going to continue to be incredible. Yes, we've had a couple of safety car periods again, but you just feel like the racing after the safety car periods has been a little bit more calmer than what it was at the first part of this race, where it was a little bit more frantic on the restarts. They seem to have calmed down after the safety car restarts here. So, yeah, going to be interesting to see for sure what is going to develop throughout this race going into the night, and obviously coming around to tomorrow morning where the sun will start to rise and that temperature will creep up. Air temperature 25, track temperature down to 27 now. So teams as well will just be working out on what pressures to put in these tyres as they make their pit stops, with this temperature just changing a little bit more.
Yeah, again, talking about the track temperatures and their continual fall off throughout this race. That full course yellow procedure, I think, really set things in motion, because not only is it bordering on pitch black at the moment, really the only light coming from just a small little bit of haze left in the nighttime sky, and the headlights beaming around this racetrack with the marching ants running around Spa-Francorchamps right now. The track temperature is currently hovering just barely in the 80s Fahrenheit-wise, 81 degrees Fahrenheit for the current track temperature. That works out to 27 degrees Celsius. You can see that right now. Ambient temperatures falling as well. And one thing that I do want to note that is potentially hurting out as well is the wind. It is very strong. They take a look. Trouble for an Aston Martin. That car looks to be KO'd right at the back half of the lap. Let's see what happened here.
This is coming down in towards Blanchimont. We've already seen one big incident through here today. What's going to happen to the Paul Botting Aston Martin? This is the Pro car. Oh, again, same thing. Clips the curb. Doesn't roll over, but a big amount of damage. We saw with the Gowan Ferrari 296 earlier on that he dug into the gravel and it rolled him over. That one has been hit into the wall hard. Thankfully not gone over, but that could bring out the full course yellow, potentially safety car. He is towards the end of the lap, though, and is into the pit lane. So hopefully the yellow flags stay away for the time being and we keep it green flag racing. But a huge hard impact there with 5 minutes left before the first quarter of this race is done.
Yeah, should be in the clear, but that is disastrous either way. Huge impact, massive rear suspension damage, and talking again, no fast repairs in this event as well. So that is going to be repaired the old-fashioned way. So we may not see them out there on the racetrack for the next half hour. That is significant rear-end damage to that car that has to be repaired. But to the point that you were raising, Matthew, it is a Christmas miracle taking place here in July. The fact that car didn't roll over us. Look at that dive out of absolutely nowhere, heading off a pith path. That was Bravo Snow. Thiago Mello behind the wheel of it, licking the stamp and sending it there on the turn 101 machine. That was brilliant on your AM Class leader.
Yeah, and now Delta Racing are on the back of the AM Class leader for that AM Class lead. It's first and second. Delta Racing, remember, was running on the podium overall before the latest round of pit stops. They're trying to retake the lead in that AM category at the moment. There is the turn 1 car just up the road from them as we enter into that final 4.5 minutes before I hand over to Tristan. Starting to get interesting now with different battles. I'm not counting the seconds. I'll miss you all. But you're in very capable hands, Tristan. Tristan is a brilliant commentator. I worked with Tristan a lot recently, and Tristan's a fantastic guy. So, like for like replacement, if you ask me. But yeah, at this moment in time, this race is just started to get that little bit more interesting. Like I said a moment ago, it's not the silly overtakes that we're seeing. It's now proper motorsport wheel-to-wheel racing. No dives, no lunges, just wheel-to-wheel action. There's flashing the lights now. Hurry up, move. I'm faster than you.
Yeah, fantastic battling, fantastic storylines developing throughout this race, whether it be many of the teams that we thought were going to be strong contenders having big setbacks, putting them back in the pack and having to claw their way back up from the cellar, or these drivers that are continuing to bounce back after some trouble they found earlier on here in this race. We have had no shortage of material to work with here in the broadcast booth. It has been stunning, it's been thrilling, and we still have so much more racing left to go. This battle for the AM Class class lead is really starting to get dicey. Two very interesting cases that we've got right now. It's turn 1 and Delta. Bad blocking there from turn 1, trying to hold off onto that spot. This is a fight for 11th overall, the lead in the M category. It's Leonard Stolenworth behind the wheel of that 101 machine, with Delta Racing currently being driven by Lucas de Abreu. Here we go, trying to go for it, heading off of Puan, looking for the outside. Turn 1, trying to crowd him off there onto the outside curb. This could get real ugly real quick.
Yeah, it looks like it's turning into an ugly fight already. They are scrapping hard with 18 hours left to go, but as Delta Racing just got ahead, sticks a nose in and nearly gets pushed off the circuit again. This will end in tears because turn 1 are fighting for their life. Like, this is the very end of the race here, and the turn 1 BMW is really trying to hold on into this over the Delta Racing number 4 BMW. Different strategies, we do believe, as well on these cars. 7 laps different, and you have to say, turn 1 are fighting with the skin of their teeth to try and hold on to this position in this leading AM.
And turn 1, despite the fact that they do have the tire advantage, feeling about as much pressure as a submarine right now. It is insane how this battle is developing. I gotta say, both of those drivers should be counting their lucky stars and maybe eyeballing the purchase of a lottery ticket once they're done with that stint. The fact they didn't wreck heading off through the second sector into Piff Paff is unbelievable. I'm still not gonna be counting my chickens before they hatch. That turn 1 car, really aggressive. I'm not liking the moves. It's the moves through the braking zones that are really sticking out to me, if I'm honest.
Yeah, and that's where Race Control will be looking at this battle, and we're looking at, possibly throwing a penalty their way for the constant moving in the braking zone. That is obviously not allowed in any form of motorsport, no matter where you are. You cannot be moving in the braking zone. They've done it a couple of times. Delta Racing now thoroughly pressed on the flasher button as they come through down towards the Kemmel Straight here. Look at turn 1, just squeezing onto the curb. Delta Racing around the outside at the Lacombe chicane. Will they give as much as they can take? No, they won't, because they get the move done. Now they squeeze turn 1 on the final part of the Lacombe complex, and through go Delta Racing back into the lead of the amateur class and into 11th place overall. Delta Racing have got the job done now. Can turn 1 on them fresher tyres fight back in this race?
Now, I want to give Lucas de Abreu his flowers for dealing with that move. That was like trying to manage a bowling alley in space, getting the move done on that driver, throwing the insane blocks that he was. He was able to make it work. He takes the class lead, takes P11 overall. They've lost sight of the cars up the road, but he finally got cleared, and now he can move ahead.
He can indeed, as Delta Racing, who have been on the outright podium, back into the lead of the amateur class. But right, as we approach that 16-hour mark, I'm going to hand you over to Tristan Herbst, who will be your commentator for the next few hours. Ron will be with him for a couple more before handing over to the next commentator to take Ron's place. But Tristan, enjoy this one because the race is getting spicy. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time. I'll leave you in the capable hands of Tristan Herbst and Ron.
Yeah, man, I feel like a well-oiled machine. Got about 1 hour of sleep quickly before jumping back on it, and we're about 25% of the way into this 24-hour race. And boy, from what I can see from coming back is that things have really changed up here, and we've really got a good race in our hands for the remaining 75% of it. Obviously, like what the most recent trend is that I've recently been seeing is obviously the huge comebacks from some of the teams that really were disadvantaged in the beginning of it. I mean, obviously Project 91's back up in 4th right now, and they're really trying to push that Porsche to its extreme limits throughout the rest of this race. But it's also just great to see that we've got a lot of good, clean racing that have recently been here. Just seeing a great overtake from the Delta Racing in the AMs.
Yeah, it is absolutely fantastic what we're seeing on the road right now. Tristan, welcome back into the booth, man. You've missed out on a very interesting past 3 hours between penalties being levied, drivers going for the jugular, a couple of full course yellows, and our second flip of the day. It has been a stunner, but now we're definitely in a different stage of the race than when you were last in the booth. Now fully dancing the night away. The sun is no longer out. Currently pushing about 10:43 p.m. in sim time. This is pretty much as close to midnight as we will be getting until we actually get closer to midnight, that is. But at the moment, it is just a completely different racetrack than what it was a matter of 3 hours ago.
Yeah, I mean, we were having a bit of a chat about it during the entry line of the first quarter of this race, and I mean that when the night actually set, it was going to start to get quite difficult here for our drivers, and indeed it has been. Here we have a potential overtake as well, heading up into La Source with the number 31 there of that Mercedes. Sorry, that's 31st position, that being the Apex Predators Racing. That's the DSP Sports Racing team just behind. Putting a little bit of pressure from the rear side in the 296, just trying to get a little bit up ahead. But obviously, there's a bit of a train going on behind all those cars, nearly on pace, and then Team Racing Point also just a bit further behind in their respective cars, also trying to chase down. But the night has really started to add a bit more of a focal element here. We've obviously got the headlights as the only source of light around track. That's how GT Racing works. There is no track lights in order to assist. And here we have the DSP team finally making the lunge on the inside, and it's a great move on the Apex Predators, but it's not going to be a confirmed move, as the 444 is going to defend their post, it looks like, for the 31st position, and yet again defending it from the 296. So again, just showing that there is some great battles going on around circuit, even though the nighttime is set and the complication has started a little bit.
We got our battle for third going on right now. This is getting dicey. It's Project 91. Michael Herman Fry behind the wheel of that Porsche, trying to get a move done there. That's Sahara X GT Motorsports that is running right behind them, trying to get this move done, heading their way off through the mid-sector right now, looking to try and fight. It's the Porsche on Porsche fight. Now, Tristan, right before you got into the booth, I was talking about the BOP that's been applied to this race and how different it is for the Porsche compared to everybody else. They're the only car out there here in this event that has actually had a weight reduction, 5 kilograms, I believe, being taken away from these cars. That may not seem like a lot in most circumstances. If somebody lost 5 kilograms, I doubt very highly they'd be bragging about that in the office the next day. However, in racing terms, that is absolutely massive. Doubly so, considering that the rest of the pack was hit from anywhere between 5 to 8 kilograms being added onto the car. That is quite the huge difference. That's part of the reason why the Porsches have been so competitive throughout this race.
Yeah, no, exactly right in terms of your BOP. So it's minus 5 kg on that Porsche, and then also a very minor engine reduction, minus 0.25, that the Porsche has gotten in the rest of the cars, as you mentioned, scaling from about 5 to 8 weight addition on them. So the Porsche having to be slightly reduced in order to be competitive. Obviously, like we mentioned earlier, that the standard road cars that these are built from, the Porsche is not exactly designed for the straights. It's a very obviously a highly rotatable car with that engine sitting right behind the rear axle. And so with your straight, such as the Kemmel straight, and obviously the back straight heading up towards Blanchimont, in real life, obviously without the BOP, the Porsche would really struggle on those straights compared to its competitors. But obviously due to the BOP and the nature of GT racing, it at least has a little bit of a performance advantage there. Well, not advantage, but balancing there in order to just keep the racing neat and tender. But just breaking into that 18-hour marker, obviously we already mentioned that's just over the 25% finished and done for the Spa 24-hour year for the GT Endurance Cup Europe. And like we've already gone through it, the first 6 hours have been an incredible journey of ups and downs for a couple of teams, and now it all comes down to the survival. And we do indeed have a couple more new penalties, I believe, for some new drivers that have not been too good. It's just one penalty, it looks like. It's the car 77, I believe, who currently holds a stop and hold for 30 seconds after overtaking on a full course yellow. Unfortunately, the full course yellow is there to stop any kind of movement on track and keep everybody safe. There, you've got it up at the top. It's Mr. Ryan Otto, the number 77, who unfortunately has to now bear that stop and hold 30 seconds, which is quite a painstaking penalty that the Mercedes will have to serve.
Yeah, it's unfortunate once more with Team HSK Motorsports as they get hit with another penalty. As we'll switch our attention very quickly and talking about that AM category. Things were really getting dicey about the AM category. We saw a good little scrap going on there not too long ago. So we received word that the Turn 1 aren't on fresher tires. They double stinted their tires. So they're trying to hold on for dear life. We were talking about the pit stop difference between them. That would certainly explain why they were so frantic in their defense a little bit earlier on. Would also explain why they have dropped off the back of the Delta racing car. That got a move done on them to the tune of a couple of seconds. So interesting to see what they're doing here, and the reason why they are doing it, trying to get some points. I talked about that a bit earlier on in this race when Matthew was here in the booth. about how this being the crown jewel event of this season, the 24-hour-long race when we just have a bunch of 3-hour-long races left to go, this could be a massive points day for these teams. So pulling off these little strategy cues like this on these quarter-way breaks to try and get a little bit more points-wise could be a very good thing come time for that season finale at Portimao in a few months' time.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with the points cutoff starting obviously at that 6-hour mark, and just staying ahead for turn one, just as the 6 hours came to a close, obviously benefited them to the most in terms of how many points they would get added to the board, and obviously more points still to grab for the remainder of this race. I believe it's a 6-hour interval of when points get added, because as we mentioned, the GT Endurance Cup doesn't just run 24s. It's a lot of smaller endurance races, like 3 hours and 6 hours, and so the 24 does need to be split accordingly in order to obviously provide somewhat of an accuracy towards the rest. We do have a slight change. Sahara XGT Motorsports has indeed come in to get that car into the pit lane, and so a couple of our drivers are jumping up and down, and we do see them seated currently in the pit lane. So most of our drivers now moving up each one respective position, and then a little bit further back down to 13th position is going to be, so not 13th position, that's all the way back down to 33rd, and that's going to be your nearly on pace car. That's 14th in class, which is what you see the number border just a little bit further down, but obviously nearly on pace. The number 899 Aston Martin, they've been in the fight for quite a while with Team Racing Point and DSP. Obviously we've been watching them for a couple of the previous laps, and just a lot of pressure coming from behind from Team Racing Point Red, and also that Lamborghini very, very aggressive during the early stages of the first 6 hours, and then obviously dropping off due to a couple of incidents that happened. Now they're towards the backside trying to fight it out with a couple of the other drivers.
Yeah, I've brought this up a couple of times during this broadcast about the strength of those Lamborghinis. One of the oldest GT3 cars that we have on iRacing right now, but it has been strong so far here this season. Had a fantastic performance last time out, and gonna chew up and spit at that NOP. Aston Martin heading down the Grand Prix straightaway, had a bad sideways wiggle heading out of the bus stop and through into that spot they are going to go. But again, talking about the pace of that Lamborghini, strong contenders, race winners last time out at the Red Bull Ring 2 months ago for the Red Bull 6 hours. Here though at Spa, it has been a bit more of the same, maybe a bit harder of a challenge, as the current top running Lamborghini is a Team Racing Point car, holding on to 6th at the moment in the number 16 machine. Coincidentally, that number 16 car were the team that scored the victory in the Pro class last time out, so certainly not going to rule them out, going for 2 in a row and trying to do themselves many favors when it comes to contending for the crown. But that Lamborghini surprisingly quick here in this series.
Yeah, apologies, actually just swapping around the two Lamborghinis. So the ones that we currently are watching is the down at 31st. That's not the Racing Team Red, that's just the standard Team Racing Point. These are the ones who actually started up in pole for the Spa 24 hour just a mere 6 hours ago, so things really haven't gone too much of their way. And now the secondary team, Team Racing Point Red, up in 6th position, so they do have a good chance here to score equal points for the board. And obviously we can see them way up at the top there with Alessio Doppio currently leading the charge for the Team Racing Point as an overall. And so a little bit of a roll swap between the two Lamborghinis, and like we already mentioned, the Lamborghini really just finding strengths at Spa-Francorchamps, and that kind of reflects as to what we're seeing in that 6th position slot. That is 4th overall, 4th in class for the Team Racing Point Red for the Pro class. Obviously, it's Impact Sim Sport up in 1st, then it's the Project 91 in 3rd, but 2nd in class, followed by the Gamma Sim Racing in 4th, but 3rd in class, and then obviously Team Racing Point Red down in 4th. So a little bit of a mix and match, and myself and Matthew did mention this earlier, that it is quite nice to see our classes blending quite a lot. It's usually something that you see with multi-class racing, is that obviously your more dominant classes such as the Pro class do tend to try and break away from the rest, but it really hasn't been the case here for the Spa 24 hour, and we've got a good mix currently of Pro-Ams and AMs all intertwining between each other throughout the entire grid. Yeah,
I think I mentioned this a bit earlier on in my time here on this broadcast. The dynamics between the Pro-Am and the Am competitors last time at the Red Bull Ring. Your Pro-Am winners, Kronos Simsport and the 120, who have not had a very good race. They've had some penalties to worry about. They were so far ahead of the next Pro-Am car, that being Rising Panda Racing in the number 46. Kronos finished in 12th. Rising Panda were in 16th. Your top two in the AM category at the end of that race, Paul Botting Motorsports in the 62 and 967 iRacing team, they were 14th and 15th respectively. So shows you exactly how things get a little bit topsy-turvy and up in the air when you start to talk about the interclass dynamic, having pro drivers battle with pro-ams, am drivers battling with pro-ams, pro-ams having to worry about every single side of the coin. It gets interesting when it comes to the battles. It gets real confusing when it comes to the lap traffic, but it's all just a lot of storylines for us as broadcasters to talk about. One thing that I have noticed as I've gone through this broadcasting stuff, anything that's a nightmare for a driver is something that we enjoy as broadcasters because it's a good storyline.
Yeah, absolutely. Storylines really do play into it and really do help also just to provide the entertainment of what we get to experience. Here's a little bit of a battle going down currently. It's a battle for 22nd. That's Velch Competitions in the DCS Racing Blue and Kronos Simsport. So three of them currently going head-to-head down in the mid-packs. And actually, just as we were talking about it, that DCS Racing Blue was able to get ahead, but now being recontested by the Kronos Simsports team. So it's a bit of a mix and match split up here. But as we can see, the DCS does stay through, and the Kronos Simsport Mustang actually decides to take it to the pit road and get that car nice and serviced for the remaining time being. So that's one of the pit stops being served by the Kronos Simsports team. That's Gulam Laba, who's taken it in. The DCS Racing currently with Jonathan Petrie, who continues to chase onto the backside of Velch Competitions' Luigi Caputi, who's also just been holding his strengths respectively out in 22nd overall, but 7th in class for the Pro-Am. So really just trying to get that figure up a little bit further. Also continuing on that charge of cars to spectate, a little bit back down to the 33rd marker. In terms of position, it is again the Summit Esports team that's nearly on pace, still down in 12th overall, 12th in their class, and still fighting. And we'll just continue to pop back and forth to these guys because obviously they're all in a bit of a train fighting with each other, and anything can happen in terms of swaps as we see more and more cars obviously coming into the pit lane. DSP Esport Racing team, who was a part of this train, has also come in recently to pit. So that will slowly but surely change up as more and more drivers decide to come in, as the pit window seems to be somewhat active with a couple more cars coming in now.
Yeah, so pit stops have been a continual factor throughout this race. Everybody very split on the strategies. There was a period of time where it felt like every single lap there was at least one or two cars coming down pit lane. They've become a bit more uniform as we've had some full course yellows and some safety cars breaking it up just a bit. However, it is still quite split. I was making this comparison a bit earlier on, and now I haven't been tuning into this year's iRacing Spot 24 over on the iRacing channel, but I remember how things were last season, where it felt like every single car with that fail came down pit lane every single hour, round about the same lap, maybe like 1 or 2 laps of difference. I think there were a couple of cars that were about 8 laps off that, but it was just basically routine, same sort of deal throughout the entirety of this race. This one, though, it's been entertaining, it's been exciting, and it has been very, very different. There are some teams that I don't think have all of their cars in the exact same stint, which I love to see it for the sake of competitiveness. I would not want to be the team strategist having to juggle those chainsaws, but again, broadcasters, we enjoy seeing that little difference. I think it's mainly Paul Botting that has 3 separate cars running on 3 completely different stints. That has got to be a nightmare to worry about from a stats point of view.
Yeah, we've got a couple of the teams actually coming in with a couple of multiple entries. Obviously, Paul Botting, like you mentioned. Gamma Sim Racing's also got a couple of entries there, and so that could become quite a bit of an ache to try and manage. And then obviously Delta Racing's got, I think, 2. I think it's 2. I don't think that there's 3. I think it's max 2 that they're currently managing. And then obviously Team Racing Point, they're also, like we are busy spectating now, they've also got 2. And then there's Gamma Sim Racing there, 16th in class for Ryan Cromwell. He holds it down with the number 137. With a couple of traffic a little bit further behind. And there's another one of the Delta Racing of Marcus Adami, the Brazilian driver, just also holding on. And I've got to say to you, this is where it gets to be one of the more difficult sides of the endurance race. It's we call it a little bit of the quiet zone, especially it depends on your time zone of your racing team. But personally for myself, for example, and we can kind of somewhat match it to the Europeans, it's 1 a.m. currently down here in South Africa. And so aligning that roughly with the European time zones, it is around about midnight to 2 a.m. depending on the range. And so that is the quiet zone for some of these teams where most of their drivers will be taking some rest. And whoever's actually been placed in the car for these nighttime stints kind of just has to put their head down and ensure that they keep the car nice and consistent. There's not much support at this time of the race, and they really just have to focus on themselves, make sure that they manage their energy levels and not throw anything away just due to some kind of fatigue or selfless act, which is a little bit difficult when it comes to sim racing, especially when a position tries to present itself. You really do have to watch yourself and just remember that no one can possibly jump in the car if you unfortunately do lose it, and you'll probably have to go out again in this quieter zone of racing. And so that's always the variations of endurance racing, which also makes it such a huge team sport. I mean, like we were just speaking about now with Ron about, one strategist having to try and manage a multi-stint pit stop strategy between different teams. It all comes down to one huge accumulation of one big team just trying to work together in order to earn the maximum amount of points at the end of this race.
Yeah, that's exactly right. As much as I was kind of half joking, half serious about how tricky it is to try and deal with multiple different strategies for a massive organization, many of these teams do have experience doing it. Take Fisher Motorsports as an example, who just had a little bit of side-by-side racing between themselves and nearly on pace. Did not end in their favor. They find themselves in 11th in class at the moment. But that is a team that I've gotten the opportunity to cover both the 84 and the 44, not just here in this championship, but over in the Virtual Sports Car Association as well, where they run the two-car effort there as well. So no strangers to putting forward an effort like this. For some of those one-car operations, though, they don't have the benefit of having extra strategies. They don't have the benefit of some, for lack of a better term, sacrificial lambs to try and do something just a bit different. Say, okay, let's pull off the strategic equivalent of a Yoinky Spelunky maneuver, see what we can do, see what sticks onto the wall, see what falls right back onto the ground. They've got one chamber, well, they've got one bullet left in the chamber for Fisher Motorsports. They either sacrifice one car or the other, so I don't think they're going to try and want to do either of that. But it's all about experimentation here in a race. It may seem pretty straightforward, 24 hours. It's a race length that we see multiple times throughout the year. It's a race that we see many times here on iRacing. I'll have to look back into the history books to see when the when the first Spot 24 was run in real life, but it's an event that has been around for many, many moons. It may seem like a pretty straightforward task to go through a 24-hour long race, but when you throw yellows, when you throw battles, when you throw all of the different things that got thrown these drivers and these teams' ways throughout a 24-hour long period, it is anything but by the time they even get to a quarter of the way through this race. If I had $1 for every single twist and turn we had so far in this race, we'd probably be looking at being able to afford a rear wing of these cars by the end.
Yeah, potentially. Potentially having to do that. But we did also just get some news from the producer. The first Spa 24-hour that had to that got ran at this iconic legacy circuit was 1924. So I mean, it just proves to you the age of motorsports. I mean, just 2 years ago would have marked the century marker for this track featuring its 24-hour long enduro. Obviously, with us now being in 2026, it's 102 years since the first 24-hour race at Spa-Francorchamps, just showing you the ages of how this track has gone through and how this track is still raced to this day yearly on a 24-hour format, just proving its iconicness and the absolute willpower that drivers have to get into the cars and send it around this track for 24 hours, set up their teams, and obviously do the entire structure bit, like Ron was saying. But just about 17 and a half hours that we have left to go in this race. Still a lot of time for the drivers to play for, and it's always a fear for the team having to look at that huge number border at the top left side of the screen. Obviously it might be in a different position, but for us it's in the top left time of how much time is left in this race, and it really does throw things into perspective, because it can start to scare some drivers when that time is still sitting for so long. Obviously more experienced drivers kind of just see that time and just, all right, cool, put your head down and just get the race going on. Some might find it extremely long and tiring and feeling like it's never going to end. And all drivers have got different characteristics when it comes down to obviously looking at that total time. But one thing we've got to mention is that we really haven't had a large amount of drop-offs in this race. I mean, going through it, that we've already about 25% through this race. We've only had four, not even four, because Kitsune Racing Team, I believe, just went into pit lane, and I have been sitting there for a little while. But so far, confirmed 3 drivers who seem to have been DNF'd. Obviously, the Delta Racing LMGT3 team, Andromeda Racing by 021 and the Delta Racing GT all have been in the pit for well over 30 laps. So those are the only 3 cars out of our 51 grid that seem to be confirmed DNF, which, if you have to ask me, is quite a good ratio to drivers staying out, to drivers obviously deciding no longer to continue. Obviously, it's a long race, you know, so there's a lot of time for you to try and recover something, especially if you've made an incident somewhere. Those 24 hours really do give you a bit of leeway to try and get that car back out on track and pushing against your competition.
Yeah, and that there is. So for the drivers and teams that have DNF, just really not seeing a point moving forward, probably running part-time, running this event just for the sake of it. But these drivers and teams that are looking for a chance at a championship at the end of the season, they will take anything that they can get. It's also so demoralizing putting in a lot of practice for an event only to have things go awry and then just DNFing right off the bat. So some of these teams just so stubborn just to stay with it and try and get a good result. See, maybe it's just the fact that I hit my head too much as a child, but this is a thought popping into my head. At this point in the race, would it be physically possible in iRacing to give your car so much damage that it could not be repaired in time for the checkered flag?
Yeah, I think there's definitely a possibility for it, because obviously we've seen it before in iRacing where obviously the damage is definitely repairable with it being a sim, but it obviously scales with the amount of damage. You know, you've got your other platforms, like I know, for example, Le Mans Ultimate, much shorter repair time, even if you've absolutely teared your car to bits, you've lost a wheel, whatever the situation is. But iRacing is a lot stricter on that regard and a lot closer to real life standard. Obviously, in real life, you've got your limitations. You know, if your car is completely removed, you cannot fully rebuild a GT3 car in any given time frame that is, you know, within an hourly limit. It would take, you know, well over 2 to 3 days to try and rebuild a car. But with iRacing, it's got some kind of leniency towards that, so you can definitely get your car out there. But there is still a definite possibility. For example, those Blanchimont incidents that we've seen now twice with the Ferrari and the Aston Martin, I mean, doing that hard enough and possibly, you know, damaging the suspension to the point of removing tires from the car and really damaging bodywork could obviously place you into the pit lane for a couple of hours of repair time. And so still a lot of time that could be lost due to something like that in the 17-hour race. So let's hope we don't see any more of those. I mean, I did see it as I reawakened from my quick slumber, that I did see that Aston Martin obviously repeating the Blanchimont incident with quite a hard hit into the wall. So they've probably sat in the pit lane for quite some time getting that car repaired. I can imagine, as that kind of incident doesn't just automatically fix the car. And especially with that rear wing popping off, it does take quite a bit of time to fix some of the major aero components on the car. So yeah, it's definitely possible, as we see a bit of an overtake going on there. I believe that's the Kronos car. Indeed it is. And good to see the battle still continuing out on track at this time of the night.
Yeah, so the headlights burning bright and these drivers looking to get the moves done at any single opportunity that they can. A little scrap as they head their way down through there and able to make some stuff work in that fight. But just to kind of elaborate on the other point that we have raised throughout, as these drivers still continue to scrap. It is brilliant stuff that we've got going on right now, trying to find every single opportunity that they can. I am curious how the driver's thought process is running off into the night, whether they're feeling a bit less stressed or maybe a little bit more, because I can kind of understand both sides of the coin in a way. If you're a driver behind the wheel running here in the night, you're of course going to be nervous, you know, lack of visibility, going to have to worry about the headlights burning bright directly into your eyes in case some stuff goes on around you. But there is also the benefit of not seeing all the stuff that goes on around you. It's almost like having blinkers. You'll be able to block stuff out and just ignore it all going on. So I think there is kind of a yin to the yang in the sense of racing in the rain. It's like my bad vision. Sometimes I take it as a blessing that I don't see all the craziness going on around me.
Yeah, no, 100% sure. Definitely a factor that has to be considered, especially at nighttime racing. And I mean, most of these drivers I feel like our racing with high beams on, obviously it just allows for a bit more coverage on the circuit, as I did mention a little bit earlier on in the second stint that I'm currently performing, is that there is obviously no track lights around in a GT3 race. It's not like formulas where the track lights are provided. The only form of lighting will come directly from the car source. And so that most of the time means that cars will be running with full brights on, which can become quite blinding if you're being chased down. For example, currently on board with the number 4, which is the Gamma Sim Racing of Sebastian Trudeau. That's currently racing it up. 4th in position, apologies, not the number 4. I need to I keep seeing the number in the top left side of the screen and continuously thinking that's our race numbers. But currently pushing it out on track and just trying to hold off for the time being throughout the rest of this race. And also being chased down by yet another one of the Mercedes out on track, also trying to do the most that they can. And a little bit further behind as well, I believe one of our Mustang drivers also just making their way through. That's currently down in 6th position. I believe that's the Bravo Snow 23 car. Who's also been doing it. That's Thiago Melo, the Brazilian driver, who also been looking in the virtual grandstand, has been getting some love from the Bravo Snow team. Really got a lot of supporters pushing that car on. Started 2nd in this 24-hour race and currently sitting 4th in class, but obviously 8th in total. Not 8th, apologies. That's the name bordering I'm seeing on my live timing. That's 6th in overall. Currently in this race, so still pushing on strong in those top 5s, trying to break it further down and hoping that the Bravo Snow car can get a little bit further up into the top 5 and compete with some of the faster drivers up ahead.
So receiving a question in the YouTube chat as well, wondering how the other casters are doing. Tristan, I'm going to start with you because you just got back into the booth a matter of about 28-ish minutes ago. I heard you said you took an hour-long nap in your 3-hour break there in the booth. So how are you feeling? That was about 1 o'clock in the morning for you down there in South Africa?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. I mean, I've got quite a couple of vitamin C boosters here to keep us entertained. I've got this slot running until 5:30 my time, so we'll be live with myself until 13 hours in-game time left to go. So quite a lot of time still left on the mic. But personally doing all good. The racing action's really looking good for the Spa 24-hour. We've got a lot of good teams pushing on strong here. It's all coming down to energy management at this point. There's another 2 stints tomorrow in the morning as well. So kind of just got to position the sleep wisely and then make sure that once I hop on the mics for those specific stints, we're in the full A-game slot ready to give our virtual grandstand all the entertainment that they deserve. And how are you doing, Ron? First stint of the weekend, and hoping that the rest of them are going to be quite strong.
Yeah, hoping that the rest of this race is strong. Had the privilege of being here for the first broadcast of these 6 hours of the Red Bull Ring. Not going to be doing as much here, at least for this first stint. It'll just be 4 hours for this first time with me here in the booth. We'll be hopping out here in about 30 minutes' time. Then I'll have about 45 minutes as a break before I go and do another broadcast. Going from one end of the extreme to another, I know Morgan is going to be going from this broadcast over to a NASCAR race. I will be going to a different NASCAR race. So fortunately for Morgan, he won't have to break out the prescription strength migraine issues here. Yeah, there we go. Second try to trump me. So I'll be over on a late model broadcast of a late model race at, I do not know where actually, some short track probably down there in Alabama. And then about, I think it's 11:47 my time here on the East Coast of the U.S. in the wonderful city of brotherly love, the city of Philadelphia. I'll be stepping back into the booth and remaining here until about 3:47 in the morning. So that'll be the latest, well, I guess that wouldn't be the latest in the night. At that point, that'd be the earliest in the morning that I've ever been on the air. I think the only time I've ever done more was on, coincidentally, last year's Spa 24 on the iRacing channel, when I think I was on the air until 2:12 my time, and I thought that was late. Tonight, my tongue is going to be hanging out my mouth by the time that I'm done with my second 4-hour stint here on the broadcast. Quick note of the 2 picking up a drive-through penalty for causing a collision. That's Michael Van Look, pardon me, behind the wheel of that car there. I think Morgan, I'm curious. I'm not sure if you'll want to have your microphone out to the broadcast as well, but now that you're getting up to right about the same time as me on this show, and you'll be stepping out with me here soon. So how are you running there in production? Yeah, so Morgan is going to be taking a step aside here in the broadcast booth around about the same time as me, in about 28 minutes' time. Stepping out, going to a full-length NASCAR Cup Series race at Atlanta. I refuse to call it Echo Park Speedway. That's going to be a good race because I covered the little sister series to that with the NASCAR O'Reilly's cars last night, and it was a barn burner of a race. So that'll be what Morgan does, and then he'll be back in the booth 1:30 his time. That'll be run about the time that I get out of the booth, and then we'll be there for about 6 hours, and then get back in for our old pal Howie Burrows to round off the other broadcast. Howie and I have done too many broadcasts together at this point. I think Howie probably has some deep mental disturbances, probably from hearing me talk about falling anvils for too long.
Yeah, it's quite interesting to see all the different time slots that all the commentators are running at. Personally, for me, I mean, this is probably going to be my longest morning shift running for the Spa 24 hour. Usually, my longest runs from around about 1 a.m. to 4 a.m. Every Wednesday morning, and that's a separate league I do. But this will obviously be 12:30 in the evening to 5:30 in the morning. And so this is going to definitely be the longest morning shift, aka the graveyard shift that I've done on the mic as well. So nice and fresh and early. When everybody wakes up, I'm going to be heading to sleep because I need some Z's to make sure that the other two stints I'm doing in the morning, my time is going to be supreme as always, like the quality that we provide you at the GT Endurance Cup Europe. With you for the entire 24 hours, you've made sure that we've got someone on air and you've got a producer with you at all times to make sure that every second of this can be covered off. Of course, we had our slight hiccup towards the beginning of this race where we had a small electrical issue with one of our broadcasters that obviously took the stream offline for approximately 20 minutes, but that was resolved quickly. There's somebody off in the background there, and that is unfortunate to see right in the middle of the race. I'm not too sure who that was. It was either a McLaren or a Ferrari, and there we see it. It's ERR. And that is unfortunate to see all the way down on the left-hand side of the circuit. And man, that looked like some bad damage on that McLaren. So it's the only other McLaren, I believe, out on circuit. I believe there's 2 or 3 of them currently circulating. So it's just coming onto the back straight. And that's a bit of netcode, I believe. Yeah, it's a little bit of a netcode. And then the second bump coming from the second car behind. That is an unfortunate one for the ERR car. And that's going to be some pretty unraceable damage. I was about to say unrepairable. It can definitely be repairable. It's definitely going to be unraceable damage. That's that car's going to have to jump into the pit lane and get some fixes going on it. So very unfortunate for the ERR McLaren. Going to come in now for some repairs down at 23rd overall, unfortunately, and they're going to be dropping even further down the board. And we are indeed into full course yellow yet again here, which is an unfortunate one to see, which means our drivers have to go down back to the pit lane speed as we progress throughout the circuit. Even though the car is off the grid, unfortunately, that is how the system works, that if there is a heavy amount of contact caused, the full course yellow will be pulled out. And so the ERR by Dynarap currently was driven by Adrian Nguyen, unfortunately, into the pit lane with that damage. And let's hope that they can get it repaired out back onto the circuit and continue pushing on strong for the remaining 17 hours.
Yeah, unfortunately there, I'm not even sure if that was iRacing registering a bit of netcode contact or whether the car behind just took all of the air off of the rear diffuser and the rear wing, just sent him around as he headed his way through, I gotta say, one of the most challenging turns from both a driver's perspective and a mechanical perspective here at Spa. You're going through there relying on all the mechanical grip that you can get, as much as the aerodynamic grip that you can get as well, and relying on your own fear. So when things go slightly awry there, the consequences could be dire. Very lucky to avoid going sideways off into the gravel trap. That's already spelled doom for some competitors earlier on. I'll share this under this full course yellow here. First time I got the opportunity to cover an endurance race here at Spa after they came out with this new rescan of it with the redone runoff area adding in more gravel. We're back to green flag racing. I'll make this very quick. LMP3 car went off to that exact same section of the track and barrel rolled 3 times to bring out a yellow in one of the most spectacular crashes that I've ever seen here.
Yeah, it seems like the barrel rolls have become quite apparent with obviously the new track model, and I feel like they've thickened the sand up a bit because not only tonight, obviously seeing the Ferrari of the one of the Ferraris in the beginning, also capsizing that car. I've seen it already 3 other times in separate leagues with a couple of Porsches and other Ferraris doing the same thing. So a little bit of a weird thing to see because you wouldn't really see too much capsizing happening in real life. Obviously, if the car does decide to dig in, it is going to flip. It's just how physics works. But it just seems to be happening a little bit more in the sim that you would see in real life. I think it's also just comes down to the fact that drivers in real life will obviously savor their life a little bit more and realize that obviously that it is themselves in the car, whereas in the sim racing world of things, you don't pay for the petrol, you don't pay for the damage, you pay for your monthly subscription, and then you send it full out on track here at the Spa 24-hour. And just hope for the best. And obviously, if those incidents happen, you are completely unscathed, maybe a little bit angry, and maybe your wheel might feel a little bit of punishment from your hands, depending on how you take that kind of anger management. As we see a dive on the inside from the team Racing Point, that's the battle for 15th as they just get up ahead. Great move on the Rising Panda Racing GTC. Obviously, different class cars, but still fighting it out on track. So good move to get up ahead and continue pushing on for the rest of this race. So great progress for them. Up in front, though, it is going to be another battle. That's the Sahara XGT Motorsports car that they're also going to be chasing. And then obviously Ansys Fisher Motorsports of Kyle Burney. He sits up in front in 13th as well. So leading a bit of a train here of a good battle that could possibly become quite a reality for us in the next couple of laps. Let's hope for it, because a good battle in the middle of the night is what we hope for in the Spa 24-hour.
It's a good, energizing way to spend the time around midnight, if I do say so myself, as we may have it fan out to 3 wide at the end of the Camel straightaway off into Les Combes. A good slam dunk overtaking opportunity, but can end in tears as it nearly did there. A little bit of contact there between the 2 Porsches. Thankfully, they got away with one, as now the Lamborghini looking to pounce.
Yeah, almost contact there. Great move, though. Well, somewhat great move from the Porsche up in front. That's obviously going to be the Sahara XGT moving back up. And now the team Racing Point's gotten ahead. So unfortunately for the Fisher Motorsports car, that's 2 positions lost in just the previous there from Les Combes into the start of the second sector. And a little bit argy-bargy there coming from the Sahara XGT team, getting a little bit elbows out against the other Porsche. But thankfully nobody succumbed to any kind of crazy amounts of damage. Unfortunately for that Fisher Motorsports team, they're feeling the pressure now from one of the backmark Aston Martins, I believe. That's not the Rising Panda cars. They're about 33 seconds behind. So I believe that might just be one of the backmarker cars just trying to stay with them and potentially try and just follow in the wake here and try and unlap themselves from a couple of cars. But that's going to be a bit of a hard task. A lot of fast cars up ahead that they'll have to try and get past. Let's see what they can do, though, heading on to Blanchimont.
Yeah, so keeping an eye on that package. Look at that. That is madness that we've got going on right now. 3 cars covered by just about nothing. A whole lot of overlap as they head their way now down into the bus stop chicane, where we may see a move get done here. That's Rising Panda Racing and Jason Caddy behind the wheel of it right now, currently holding on to 14th place. That is 4th in class and looking for a little bit more. Things getting really dicey in this 3-car fight. You've got drivers all around there. Apex Predators involved. Fisher Motorsports in the 44 also looking to get involved in that tussle there as well. We've got battles up and down the pack. Clearly, the nighttime racing is giving us some fun. This Sahara XGT Motorsports making up some moves as drivers come down pit lane. Included in that list of drivers making the pit stops, I believe, right there. Yeah, there you can see that is the 189. Welsh Competition is involved in that, as well as Pack Sim Sports. William Westbrook behind the wheel, that 55 machine coming into the pits as well.
Yeah, so a couple of drivers will obviously be performing their stint changes now with about 20 minutes left. This will be the first notification for the following change, and I'll probably announce it just about 2 to 3 times to make sure that everybody in the virtual grandstand, whether you're currently here or maybe just lurking for the time being, will at least try and hear this out of one of the 3 times. But this will be the closing stages for part 2 of the broadcast. We will be moving over to the part 3 stream at the end of this 20-minute stint. So please make sure that you do remember that at the end of the 20-minute stint. This is the first notifier of it. I'll try and do it 1 or 2 more times, just so that you don't feel a little bit lost in the dark. But I'm pretty sure you'll get quite a clear indicator when the stream just goes black and you'll wonder what's going on. So we are moving to part 3 at the 17-hour mark. Obviously, just to keep within those YouTube total timings. And then obviously there's 5 total parts, so that'll also migrate throughout the rest of this race. Another penalty, unfortunately, for the number 62, that's Parker Gloin. That's a drive-through for causing a collision. And as you can see, currently performing no, this is not. That's Paul Bodding Motorsports. It's Parker Gloin. That is him, apologies. And just serving that drive-through, and out he comes now. After serving that, and going to be a slight drop-off in pace with the very long endurance pit lane and the 60-kilometer speed cap here at Spa-Francorchamps, one of the longest pit lanes in the endurance calendar that they've got to succumb to, and he's going to come out just behind there in 23rd, and quite a bit of a distance that he's got to fight for.
And had a little bit of a contact as they headed their way off through the bus stop chicane. These drivers, I wouldn't say they're fully playing nice with each other. They're not going for the jugular, but just a small little touch as they headed their way through the bus stop chicane. It is borderline impossible to go side by side through there and not have it end in any sort of contact. Even in a plucky little open wheeler, I would love to see somebody try and go through there side by side in a Formula V and somehow not touch. It is very difficult, impossible even. I would say that's one of the latest changes made to this track layout wise. They haven't really been able to nail down a full layout of this track. It's gone through many changes ever since it first came to be back in the 1920s, but that bus stop chicane in its current configuration been around since the late 2000s, and it is, I struggle really to call it a chicane. It's basically 2 hairpins that have been sewed together right on top of each other, mixed in with some elevation change. It is a pain in a racer's hind end. It's fun for us to cover, though, and it does lead to a little bit of argy-bargy action, as we saw there a matter of a half a lap ago.
Yeah, definitely so. Lots of fighting going on between these two, and obviously that's the Team Racing Point that we've been having a look at, and trying to work their way up, obviously getting ahead of this RX GT, and that's where we saw the contact just coming in at the bus stop chicane in the previous stinting time. Looking across the track, though, we are seeing a fight also on hand. This is one of the fights in 13th. Funny enough, was the fight I was just about to request to switch to. It's obviously the Apex Predators Racing versus the Riders Inc. Pandas, currently fighting it out on track. That's the 444 versus the 46, and currently trying to put pressure from behind is the Mercedes under the Pirelli banner. They will go heading into the final sector here, and having a look to see what car is going to come on to be the more dominant figure in this race. In terms of distance to cars around the rest of the track, I am doing a bit of a scan here just to look at our distances, and also our producer does the same thing, but not too many fights going on other than what we are witnessing right now. This is currently the closest that we do have on the racetrack for the time being. There is also a little bit further down in 45th, Paul Bodding and Delta Racing GTT. There they are right there, a little bit further behind. They're also busy fighting it out. There's a couple of drivers heading to the pit lane, and this is obviously the Delta Racing car of João Vitor Delgado, who's currently on the backside of Nicolas Sol as they head onto the main straight up towards La Source and putting pressure on the Aston Martin. Hopefully a good fight that's going to come from these two as they continue to progress throughout the circuit.
And certainly trying to stay with it as we round off to the nearest hour. About 15 minutes left to go, along with that swap over to part 3. Going to have a couple of swaps of our own here in the broadcast booth, but we'll see those in due course. As keeping an eye to see if there's any swaps out there on the road. A majority of the position changes that we've got going on right now here, Tristan, are just the drivers coming into the pits. So we've got some pit stops with us. That always throws a bit of a wrench in the works. The strategies, I think, are a lot more set in stone than they were a matter of a couple of hours ago, where things were thrown completely asunder. Drivers finally able to get back into some sort of regular groove, which from a driver's perspective, I always advocate for drivers to make it as simple as possible strategy-wise, so it's not clouding up your judgment, clouding up your mind. You're driving a GT3 car around Spa, you're having to worry about 19 turns, heavy braking zones, some of the gutsiest turns in all of global motorsports, having to worry about cars around you, having to worry about where to get moves done, how to defend, this, that, and the third. And then to throw strategy in the midst as well, you're just asking for trouble. So I do like that these teams are making the driver strategy situations a lot more easy for these drivers to try and comprehend. I said this with Matthew earlier on in the booth, and Tristan, I think from your side, having done this broadcasting stuff for long enough as you have, you can confirm that racing drivers, they don't want to think about a lot when they're behind the wheel.
Yeah, trust me from personal experience as well, trying to think a lot while trying to also navigate a GT3 car, especially with traffic, and it's had in the consideration of the current factors, with it being nighttime and loads of beam lights going all over the place. One thing you don't want to be doing is going through your MFD menu trying to adjust the pit strategy, because trust me that you can make minor errors from it, and sometimes it can ruin a couple of chances that you might have in the race. So I fully agree with you there. Racing drivers' objective is to really just keep themselves positioned on track where they are, or try and push the car and keep consistent. And the more that they've got to think of, unfortunately, it allows for vulnerabilities, especially in the longer stint of races. So they really do try and avoid all of that. And that's why some of your bigger teams will have dedicated pit managers who will obviously fully construct a driver's pit stop strategy so that they don't have to try and think of it. Especially with the super interesting start that we had at the start of this race, there we see the Impact SimSport car of Richie Chauhan currently coming out of the pit lane, starting the the endurance pit lane exit now. But definitely agree with you there on that factor. It is a big one that drivers really just try to completely avoid that thought process and keep their head down for the rest of it. It's, like I was mentioning, especially with the start that we had. Imagine trying to obviously plan out your 24-hour pit strategy, then obviously having the mess of the start we had at the beginning of this completely changes the strategy options. And while you're trying to drive on course and fight your competitors, you're now having to completely restructure your schedule list and when you're going to be coming to the pit lane, what you're going to be swapping out. And obviously, you've also got to factor in damage if that's the possibility. So, the drivers just wanting to try and avoid that at all costs if they can.
Now, this is probably the first time this comparison has ever been made on record, but we're trudging new lows here, I guess, from my perspective here in the booth. So I was going to say that being a manager of an endurance racing team in an event like this is almost like being a stand-up comedian. You need to have the improv. You need to be able to think on your feet and change on the fly. Unlike a stand-up comedian who's doing crowd work, though, these drivers and teams just having to figure out, okay, with what's going down with this yellow, what do we do with the strategy? Do we come down pit lane? Do we call in an audible and switch away from the stint? I talked about the dichotomy between some teams being just so set in their ways and locked in, others really being up in the air and figuring, okay, what can I do? What should I do to try and be able to change my strategy in the blink of an eye? Because a race can change in the blink of an eye. One small little mistake heading off through a Rouge and Radion, there's going to be a car stopped on the side of the road, broken in a million pieces, and next thing you know, your strategy is probably going to be the worst one you could be on. It is the difference between a team looking just to get a good result and survive this race versus a team looking for glory. The teams looking for glory always able to think ahead and think what they can do to always be ahead of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. The pit stops really do become important. I was almost biting my nails here. The Vortex car there in 36th position. Aston Martin getting a little bit too intertwined in this blue flag territory and really not giving up the space and actually almost knocking the BMW of the Delta Racing off the track going through Blanchimont. So, and the Vortex has unfortunately been in the walls a couple of times yet tonight, obviously suffering some major front right suspension damage that we saw a couple of well, I can't even say a couple of laps. We're 151 laps in, I would say about 50 to 60 laps ago, experiencing that trauma and now trying to basically unlap themselves currently in the fight between 12th and 13th. Now obviously 11th and 12th position of turn 1 in Delta Racing, and it's just sandwiched right in between them, so does have to watch out for that regard. We do indeed have a new leader of the race as it currently stands, and we'll obviously we'll have to see. There we go, Sebastian Trujillo for the 238 does indeed get up. That's the Gamma Sim Racing who have now moved up into the pole spots for the time being, and obviously sending it out on track in first in class. So great stuff to see for the Gamma Sim Racing team. And while the others have made a couple of pit stops, but only 9 minutes left that you'll have Ron on the mic. Our producer Morgan's also going to be jumping off, and Omet is also going to be obviously coming back. This is obviously the second notify I'll be giving yet again that we will be moving over to part 3 of our streaming schedule. So once we head over to the last 9 minutes here, we will be moving over to part 3 of it to continue with the commentating, and obviously Lorenzo will be joining myself in the commentary box after these 9 minutes as the secondary commentator, which is great stuff to see, and a little bit of a fresh breath of air and a new voice on the comms, as Lorenzo has not been on yet in the total 24 hours. Still continuing for the remaining of it here, and pushing on strong back up top towards 6th position. This is currently the Mustang in 6th overall. That is going to be Bravo Snow 23, who currently holds it out on circuit. Just up in front is obviously going to be that 5th driving car of the Sahara X GT Motorsports team, and that's the train leading up to the top spots in this GT Endurance Cup Europe for the Spa 24 hour. And things obviously will start to get a little bit more quiet now as our drivers are beginning to gap themselves. But when those pit stop strategies happen, we've seen it now in the past already, where the distances do begin to change up and shake it up a little bit. And I mean, Ron, coming out of your stint here, obviously you've only got about 8 minutes left to go. How has the racing action been, just from your perspective? Obviously, there was a little bit that I missed, and obviously you gave a bit of a recap from it when I went off of my stinting. But I mean, from what we've seen so far, what are we predicting that the remaining 17 hours of this race is looking like?
Well, it is certainly going to be competitive, very topsy-turvy, pretty much just the way this race has gone so far. I think there's a lot of twists and turns, and not just the ones on the road for the final 17 hours of this race. I will say, when I got here into the broadcast booth, we were going through a transitional phase with the sunset going down, the track changing, the track evolving. That still continues on right now, as I think for the first time the track temperatures have sunk below 80 degrees Fahrenheit, currently 26 degrees C, 79 Fahrenheit at the moment for the track temperature, which is a bit on the cool end for these cars. But to a point that you were raising probably about a half an hour ago now, Tristan, it's popping back into my head. The changing dynamic of a lot of different drivers getting into these cars. The Euro time zone racers from Italy, Germany, the United Kingdom, Portugal, and many of the other countries represented throughout this multinational field that we have in this event, going to be swapped out for some of the Americans to get behind the wheel as we get a little bit later on here in the night here in the US. So that's going to add in another different dynamic to that as well. And of course, not just the Americans, we've got Canadians, we've got many drivers queuing in from Brazil and many other countries down there in South America. So it's just going to be a different dynamic. New refreshed racers, drivers with a little bit of just a little bit of anger, shall we say, behind them. They've been bracing, they've been waiting to try and get behind the wheel of these race cars, and when they finally do, it's like getting a rabbit, a hyena out of the cage. Some of these drivers are going to be going for the jugular right from the get-go. So over the next 2 hours, I expect that things are going to get very interesting indeed.
Yeah, definitely so. I think these next 2 hours are going to be quite a little bit of a critical moment, but obviously with that total time still being 17 hours left to go, there is still so many more pinnacle moments that we'll get to experience throughout this race. And I believe, for me, the most fun section of a 24-hour endurance is always that last hour, when you really start to see some of the desperation coming through from the teams trying to push their cars to the final leg end. They've obviously already done the entirety of the circuit, and here we have the battle for 24th currently. That's a good dive on the inside line from the McLaren. That's going to be the DCS Blue and the Ronin PT. And that Ronin PT McLaren's really had a bit of a rough night. I remember towards the beginning side of this event having a bit of a toss and turn with another one of the vehicles. I believe it was one of the Mustangs that currently sent it down towards its current trajectory, being a little bit further down in the bottom 20s. And now currently fighting with the DCS Blue car. And then obviously alongside the Kronos Sim Sports, who's just following behind there in 25th position. So that's how they all currently stack up with the rest of the drivers. Obviously the Ronin PT car still busy chasing down with the battle for 23rd, continuing out on track, and then the Chrono Sim Sport just in the background. But now side by side, going down the Kemmel Straight and heading into Lacombe. There's going to be a bit of a battle here between these two cars, and as you can see, bit of a block up coming there from their own PT car, just making sure that he claims the track and pushes on strong ahead of the DCS blue Porsche, who has to just sit behind and now will face the pressure of the Chrono Sim Sports car, who's also just closing the gap in the rear.
So looking through as we go through this race, I wouldn't say this is the doldrums of the race, but these drivers very much so settled in. I mentioned in my my last piece here into the microphone how you've got American time zone drivers getting in behind the wheel, going to add in a bit more anger, a bit more energy into this race. Many of the drivers out there on the racetrack are, have been up for many moons, probably running in the early hours of the AM. And they're feeling just tired, just plain old tired. Now, the one trouble with endurance racing, which is a bit of a pain in the hind end, is whenever your car is out there and somebody else isn't behind the wheel, you feel so stressed about whatever they're doing that you can never really fall asleep. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword, that.
Yeah, that's some intensive training that I know real life drivers have to go through, especially obviously in your longer duration of racing. They've done some incredible stints in the car trying to put it into the necessary positions it needs to get to, and then obviously to switch it over to another driver, it's almost like handing your child to someone else and then just hoping that all will be okay. And so I know real life endurance drivers have to go through specific training in order to actually force themselves to go to sleep, because they physically cannot stay awake. They need to get energy back in order to be trusted in the car and not feel fatigued and potentially make mistakes. And that happens often, obviously, in real life endurers, and even more often in virtual endurers, because our drivers here don't really like to sleep. Some of them really do just like to stay up. Like Ron says, they're more stressed about the car than their sleep schedule, and will rather stay up and just watch and make sure that it's being nursed correctly. And then when it's time to get in the car, they end up making an error because they have no energy left. And that's just the unfortunate cycle that some teams make, especially your more amateur teams in large-scale endurance racing.
And you've got me thinking now. The gears are turning in my head, which is probably why you can smell the smoke here in the broadcast booth. My singular brain cells actually forming a thought for the first time in 21 years. I gotta wonder exactly what goes into drivers kind of rewiring their brain to be able to fall asleep. Now, whether it's just a team manager putting a rag soaked with chloroform over their nose, or what the deal could be, that may be a discussion for a little bit later on here in this broadcast. But getting close to the hour mark, it has been a absolute treat to be on the call for this. I'll be back in about couple of hours time once we go all fully into the night shift. But Tristan, we have got ourselves one heck of a motor race, some very competitive teams, very competitive drivers, very good racing that we have seen so far, and to do it as well with one of the most exciting and exhilarating backdrops in all of motorsports. It is a treat to be here for the Spot 24, the second round of this series, and there is still so much racing action left to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Still a long time left to go, and as well as a fresh swap coming up with a new producer and a new commentator, which again will be a revolving thing that happens throughout the entirety of this event. And as far as I'm aware, there's a couple of Spa 24 hours that are actually running virtually across YouTube and Twitch right now. But to be honest, this is the best one to be at. We've got the best action right now, and also the best virtual grandstand, providing insights to us, and not only just spectating the race, which is incredible to see. And so that's just going to be the rolling order for the remainder of it here in this race. And it's been an incredible time so far. I mean, obviously, like we mentioned, I started this race a little bit early on, and then took the gap off into my second stint now. And I mean, even just jumping on, I don't really feel the energy loss, because there's just so much going out on track here that we get to witness and see. And that's just always the important part of the endurance racing, is just the continuous action that our drivers get to present to us down a little bit further on. So that's officially it for now for part 2. We've got about 10 seconds left before we are going to flip over, and we are going to try and make this as seamless as possible for all of you guys to ensure that you don't miss as much of the race. We'll probably be offline for approximately 30 seconds to 1 minute if we get this clean enough, but just be sure to keep your eyes peeled for part number 3. We'll be back with you shortly. Thanks for watching part number 1 and part number 2. Part number 3 coming right away.